dreams.
I remember my dreams.
Welcome, everybody. This is the moment that you have been waiting for. It is the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, here with T Panda and Danok to kick off the close qualifier run towards the big old championship. The LAN finals played in Belgrade, Serbia for $1 million on the line. That is what we're talking about here, but it's going to be a grudging couple of weeks here, going through all of these 5 region qualifiers. We, of course, will be going through 2 of them. Danog, what do you think about it?
I think it's the 2 most competitive regions in the world by far, right? Right now, I think the C-quals are going on at the moment. And, there's some teams that had to go through open qualifiers there because the region was so close. But when you look at all the teams that are making it to the tippy top, they're coming from Eastern Europe as well as Western Europe, plus the MENA region. So I'm keen to see which one out of these 8 teams is going to be coming from each region, because it is a pretty hotly contested qualifier region. I mean, just have to have a look at the teams there, right? You got Team Secret. They've signed Parker as a trial, right? You've got Nigma Galaxy. So many TI winners in there. Avulus, fresh off of a top 6 placing at a very, very recent LAN. And then a bunch of other teams that, they might have a little bit less renown, but even Team Greece, for example, just won the IESF World Championship. So there's a lot of talent in there.
There certainly is. Like, just discussing about like Zero Tenacity and Dragon Esports Club, who maybe have slight roster changes here and there, but they have always been around these qualifiers, not just opens, but making it all the way to the closed parts, and just see if they have it in them to push themselves through. But what makes this one really interesting, you're mentioning Nigma and also Winter Bear, because it is a combined West Europe and MENA region qualifier, which is going to maybe just shuffle things up just a tiny bit. I know Winter Bear is going to be the ones that have to make the Dark Horse story happen, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, who was it that you were mentioning? It was someone that was like very happy that OG weren't participating in these regional qualifiers, right? Because that opens up the avenue to be able to attend a big LAN like this. Like you said, $1 million at the end of January in Serbia. And you don't have someone like OG who always just seems to find their way into these tournaments. Well, maybe they're directly invited, we don't know, but that's not really what these teams care about. They just want to get there.
Absolutely. I mean, I did have a short discussion with the coach from Avulus, Mag, my good old friend from the past. He basically pointed it out that this qualifier doesn't feel like it's going to be any different, except for what you mentioned, OG not playing this qualifier. Maybe it makes it a little bit easier for them, but he just wants to see his boys, perform, not stress out too much, and just play their regular good old Dota. And Avulus might be one of the teams to look for that one and only qualification spot, as we could take a look at the bracket to see what matchups are going up against each other, is because round 1, I think this is a really spicy start for the tournament. Team Secret, Team Greece. Oh boy, I can't wait to see that one.
I'd say that's probably the most exciting series of the first opening round. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to see that one, but we see all 3 other upper bracket matches, as well as the 2 winners of Nigma Galaxy versus Zero Tenacity and Mouse versus Winter Bear. So, if I was a betting man, I would say Mouse versus Nigma, probably a little bit more likely, but I mean, they're called Zero Tenacity. They don't have Zero Tenacity. They just seem to be able to find a way, LeBron especially, just to be able to take like a ragtag team of 5 different players who might have never played Dota in a team with each other before and make it work. They cruise through those opening qualifiers, and they've even got their position 1 player, Dard, over from SA as well. He's staying with LeBron at the moment to be able to, see if they can make it work.
Yeah, that is a big, interesting change as well, because for Avulus, they only got back from ESL1 Bangkok not too long ago, so they're all playing online. They're not playing on LAN in a boot camp, while Zero Tenacity, maybe Dot and LeBron, having your SA carry player on a smaller ping. I'd be curious to see how these SA players actually perform in this qualifier. As you can see, looking at our schedule ahead here, we're going to be starting the day with Mouse versus Winter Bear. That's going to be the first series on our stream, followed by Nigma Galaxy and Zero Tenacity. You might be wondering, what is that TBD versus TBD? Well, it's going to be the winner from our first matchups playing against each others in the semi-final round. And to end the day, Avulus and Dragon Esports Club.
Yeah, I think there should be all pretty interesting series coming through for sure. Just on that point that you touched on, the Dard as well as LeBron, I mean, POS 1 and POS 5, right? Laning partners must feel really good to have 0 ping, let alone, just 30 from playing within Europe at the same time. So I'm keen to see what they're able to make happen, even just in the laning stage.
Oh yeah, a bit of a change from the regular 200 ping, right? But NASA players, they're used to it, right? Like I've told the story multiple times, but when I was casting Warcraft 3 qualifiers in Los Angeles like 5 years ago, the NA players, the Mexican players especially, said that they have learned to play on high ping and how to make these small macro and micro movements on the map based on the ping delay to get the perfect body block. So expect that something like that, maybe not from your pause one player to really body block your opponents, but it tells something about their grit and their attitude to playing all these qualifiers.
Bro, you're talking to an Australian here, okay? We didn't have our own server for a long time. We had to play our US West at like 150 ping for a long time, and then finally we got a server, not really that populated, so most people play on Singapore now, which is like 90. Not terrible, but certainly you do have to kind of adjust to those sorts of things.
It's not too bad, but I mean, it's easy for me to say, right? Like I'm used to the good service, the good servers that are out there. But hey, I think we could maybe slowly start talking about our first matchup here on stream. So basically, Mouse versus Winter Bear. We've kind of brought out the point that Winter Bear is going to be I wouldn't say even a slight. I think they're a heavy underdog coming into this qualifier. Their performances in the meta qualifiers with this roster, I'm kind of happy that they stuck with at least the majority of their team. I think James is more of the new addition to the team, but drafting around Kachal's heroes, we can talk about the drafting like length, but talking about pause 3 heroes, there's a variety out there that you can play and you can pull out. But the matchup versus Mouse with this new roster, I'm excited to see how Mouse plays, but I'm also interested to see how well does Winter Bear match up to the level of this fresh Mouse roster.
Yeah, I want to see as well. Like you mentioned, Kachal, obviously he is the big one that they're looking to draft around. Like you said, the pause 3. James coming in as that position 4. He's got like this weird 4.5 style that he likes to play, where he's kind of like selfless in a way. He doesn't look to take away a lot of the farm on the map like a Crit, for example, does with his Hoodwink. But he is very much a more, I guess, highly skilled as well as highly experienced player. You know, he had a stint on Empire for a little bit of time back in 2022. Probably played a lot more highly competitive Dota than a lot of the other players on this Winter Bear roster. And so it'll be keen to see how that position 3-4 combo is going to work. Of course, Inu, the Pakistani person that they had playing in the position 4, not there anymore. So let's see how James is able to fill his shoes.
And of course, their opponents, Mouse. I mean, you've got your alliance slowly kind of just dropping the roster out a couple of weeks back. We've got Nande poached into the roster. You've got Toby back in your reliable pause 3, right? And Theolicor and Fly, which I think is the name to talk about. Fly, pause 5, leading the team. I think this is maybe what Supreme always needed in his team, that he needs a real shot caller to drive them to that next level. And getting an addition like that is just crazy good.
It's crazy good, and I forget if it was TI5, TI6. I'm just thinking back of the history of Fly, right? Where he went over to NA, played with Complexity, and somehow dragged Swindlemelons to his first TI as a player. Like, it was, it's something that he's done for just such a long time. He's kind of been like, I think Journeyman is kind of underselling his talent because he's able to join a team and make it work. Kind of like what LeBron does, but at perhaps a level even higher.
Yeah, that was actually TI5 when they played with Complexity, because I remember the never to forget dropping the Yules on the ground and that getting destroyed or stolen by your opponent. And we all know the clips, you know, good old Kyle. History indeed. But what kind of history is going to be made here? I mean, qualifiers regularly maybe held in smaller regard to the actual main events, but I turned into this big qualifier enjoyer because anything can happen. Even the top teams might drop an occasional game. Draft looks good, execution looks good, but the other just has higher momentum and hasn't necessarily played against some of these top teams all the time, and they just surprise because there's not so much data regarding what's their play style. You can look at their heroes, you can feel like, yeah, we're going to be comfortable playing our play style, but then they surprise. We've had people like Fortnite, man, show up and be like, hey, who's this guy? And he's stomping tier 2, tier 1 team. You know, it's like something like this can happen in qualifiers, and I want to believe in that magic.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why I was so keen to be looking at the matchup tomorrow between Secret and Greece, right? Team Greece coming fresh off of a win at those IESF World Championships. Team Secret, they've just said goodbye to a couple of Mongolian players that they were playing with, Seimei as well as 423, bringing in Parker and Mixer, who, I mean, Parker, his talent is undeniable. He just came off of a LAN win with Heroic, right? Back at in a few months ago.
Yeah.
And then Mixer, he's certainly got like a unique play style as well, where he plays, you know, a few more unorthodox players. So I want to see how Puppy's able to mold these guys that, you know, maybe he feels like he can just control Parker a little bit more than a lot of people have in the past.
At the same time, as I'm really bummed about the Mongolians dropped out because they don't really play that long in the roster, I am like, if I see a guy like Parker available, obviously his talent is undeniable. It's out there. You want to get this guy in your team, and I think it's an instant upgrade. And maybe it was a package deal, you know? You don't just get one Mongolian, you get both of them. So they swapped it out for Kisko, who's been, you know, a bit underground, maybe under the radar a bit from a lot of these teams. I know in pubs, a lot of players have referenced Kisko from time to time, that he's a talented potential player, already a couple years of age. I think like 25 or 26 at the current time. So see how he fares with the roster. Mixa used to play with MTD, my countryman, back in the day with Ancient Tribe. I think that was like a European second division DPC, if that was correct. But I've seen him play. I've seen Einkrad play. I'm just excited to see how they fare with this roster.
26-year-old, what a boomer, honestly, these days in Dota. But, you know, anyone's able to make it work. If Puppy is still there and still going strong, anyone can do it. So I'm very happy to see. No-Tail also just started streaming again yesterday, and it's clear that he hasn't played much Dota in recent times because he was forgetting stuff left, right, and center. But it's like riding a bike, T. You never seem to forget those key things.
Oh, absolutely. You get back on the ride once again. I'm not sure if we had the coin flip show on screen yet. If we did, there's some interesting
there we
picks
go.
up there. There we go. So we have Mouse winning the coin toss. They pick themselves first pick, and Winterbear for Radiant. I think this is pretty standard procedure. Don't think a lot of teams prioritize second pick if they have the option. Just see first pick being going all the way long.
Yeah, sure. I think it just enables you to obviously set out what your strategy is going to be. And I think that's going to be really important because, you know, MOUZ, especially as a team that has made a few of those recent changes, they want to just get off on the right foot and not play reactive Dota. They want to play proactive Dota. So they want to be able to get in there and say, look, all these strategies that we've trialed out in all of our trials with these new people joining in, we want to make sure that we can feel confident that this does work. You know, if it doesn't work, sure, we can fix it up, but this is what we believe in, and this is what we feel is going to take us to that first place spot in the qualifiers.
Absolutely. Now that we're waiting for the draft to kick off, I think we could already start discussing a bit about heroes. Danog, is there something specific that might show up, like a contested hero between these two teams? Like you talked about James's and Kachal's hero pools a little bit here, and maybe with Fiolacor and Toby. Do you think those 3-4 positions might be contested in the first phase, or how do you see this one going out?
I mean, I think the meta has kind of established itself a little bit. I don't think we're going to see too much, you know, crazy stuff happening. I'd say probably the exceptions would be Supreme coming through. He always tends to kind of go off on his own tangent with like a Visage and that sort of stuff. But in terms of these two teams, I think we're just going to see the standard stuff like, you know, your Clockwork, your Nyx Assassin, maybe a little bit less of the Nyx. They really did spam that on Winterbear in the last tournament they played, which was, I think, the Bangkok qualifiers. But they're not playing with Inu anymore. So he's not going to be the one just asking for it every single game. The one hero that I think should be given pretty heavily prioritized is the Magnus, just because we've seen it flexed around a little bit more, given into that even position 1 and position 2 occasionally. And we're seeing a lot more of the instant 15-minute Aghanim Shard pickup as well, just to enable yourselves to get that farm a little bit quicker. And Kachal just plays it so well. So I think both teams are going to put a lot of respect onto the Mag.
Mag, definitely one to look at. I mean, I do recall some of those drafts that Winterbear had to play versus Nigma Galaxy. I think what they struggled a lot with was the Miracle Gyrocopter and the GH Naga Siren from the 5 position, which they just didn't have an answer for. So if there's anything MOUZ could replicate, Nande's hero pool can be a bit surprising. He can pull off some really strong, maybe slightly out of meta picks that can work in their favor. But then again, you got Fly, like his hero pool also a bit different. So maybe these play styles between the two teams match pretty well. It's kind of hard to say, maybe a bit early to say. What is Mao's looking for? Not from this qualifier, but what are they looking for as a team? What is the style they want to establish?
I just want to see more Fly Phoenix. I love seeing the man play that hero. He's just always able to contribute very heavily in team fights. It kind of fits his style where you don't need that much in order to be able to have a huge amount of impact as Phoenix, just levels, really. And he's going to get that by being that shot caller that you were talking about, by being the person that kind of wrangles the troops and says, this is where we're pushing, this is where we're farming, this is where we can split the map up. It's the sort of thing that has gotten Fly all of this success over the years.
I'm just looking at what Fly has been playing in his pubs lately. I'm seeing a bit of Lich here, a bit of Elder Titan, some Dawnbreaker 5. I'm just going to be pretty curious if that one comes out, but I'm hearing some draft sounds in the background. We're going to get that on your screens momentarily as soon as we load into the game and get our qualifiers underway.
It's crossed. I wonder how much this Lich pick is just based on Bristle alone, you know, just for the Frost Shield, right? To be able to avoid some of that damn physical damage, because it feels like that hero is still kind of busted. Yes, you can play around it a little bit, but yeah, Lich certainly feels like one of the easiest ways to be able to counter such a menace, you know, from a position 5.
Yeah, I think that could be one to look at. I mean, I've just seen this high rise in popularity of Lich. It was the Bulgarian tournament that was saying like Lich is the hero that they want to play. Like they're so out of the pro meta. And I was like, I can actually see this hero work in the pro scene pretty well, considering the skill set's pretty good. You get to play very active. People were worried about Lich not having mana ever. That's really not the case. I'm pretty sure Lich actually does have a decent amount of mana as long as you're kind of glued to the laning stage. But that's what he's always done. He's not a rotator.
No, definitely not. He's been a lane dominator. Hopefully no one buys clarities on him because they don't do anything when you're playing with the new Lich, but certainly Mangoes and everything else does. So, and there's the mag ban, right? Like just clearly putting a lot of respect on Tikachal, just getting it out of there at the very beginning. Morphling as well. It is something that we've seen Nande play a lot. It'd probably be like, for me, top 3 hero for him. So right now it doesn't feel like necessarily very meta specific. This seems kind of team specific, at least for this first game of the whole qualifiers.
Also seeing the Bat Rider getting removed, but that also means that like if they want to look for Nyx Assassin on either side, like you probably have to suspect, is that Dawnbreaker going to be going through? Is that something that Mouse would want to first pick, which Winterbear could reply to? But when you see a Nyx Assassin out there, it does put your lane into a bit of a weaker position, right? Because you're not exactly just going to live there. You have this one stun with a long cooldown. Carapace, not really that super useful, except for canceling abilities. But Dawnbreaker has always been that one good hero. And if they want to pull it off, then we'll see. We'll see if they fall for the bait.
Yeah, I mean, one of the pitfalls that I always see with a Nyx Assassin is you are really susceptible to teams that just group up and run at you. So you've already gotten rid of the Beastmaster, so that's a little bit less of an issue, but I wouldn't hate seeing, you know, stuff like the Lycan, the Death Prophet, even just Enchantress Chen. And maybe a little bit less so now that the Mind Flare gets rid of that creep pretty instantly, but it certainly is one of these things where you can just group up and go with a freaking Dazzle. You know, Dazzle could work against an Nyx Assassin and do a pretty good job. But, well, Alchemist,
Sure thing.
it's another one of those kind of busted heroes for the early game. And, I mean, maybe this is where we see the Lich. You know, Alchemist is very physical damage oriented. Even the Acid Spray is physical.
True, yeah. Alchemist is, at least according to Pro Tracker, still one of the highest win rate carry position heroes, but wonder if they have the possibility of maybe Toby playing it in the off lane, so you have that flex potential. The Olikar, does he play support? Alk, probably not the best thing to look at, but it's an option.
It's always a
Got the
possibility.
Phoenix. It's on the other side, though. So no Fly Phoenix for you, Danog.
Damn. But, you know, I'm happy with that. I think you just need to be very... As long as this positioning is fine, it should be a pretty good Phoenix game, right? Because anything that does percent damage against an Alchemist, pretty solid. You're one of those heroes that can go into, like, a Shiva's Guard, for example, as your, like, big main item. And it's going to be really effective against the Alch in terms of the regen and everything else going along with that. And as long as you're just standing back in the tree line, you're not going to get Concoction, Blink jumped on, and insta-stunned, right? You're always going to be able to disjoint it somewhat. So I've got high hopes for Winterbear, for sure.
They also banned out the Nyx Assassin this time around, so let's see if Mouse really wants to build that or protect one style of draft where they have strong lane dominators, but also capable of pulling all their abilities together to protect. Maybe if that is an Alchemist core, that extra healing pump could be useful. We'll see. It's going to be Winter Bear's choice first. They banned out the Chen. But of course, you got to target someone who's prominent on a Chen. You don't want to let that one slide through.
The fact that Enchantress is still in the pool is a little bit of a concern for mine, but you know what? Chen is still in the right person's hands, the right hero, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah, ever wondered, by the way,
solid.
If there's like a coincidence that Ench and Chen have the same letters and they do some sort of same things in their skill sets? Have you ever wondered about that?
This is some Illuminati kind of stuff here, T. You know, that you're getting through. Maybe it was the plan from the Frog from the very beginning. You never know. Like the Muerta pickup, though, right? And there's the Lich. So they're going to be able to use this as a bit of a block pick. It makes that Dawnbreaker lane a lot less dangerous as well. And actually, it's a pretty solid kill lane as well. Alchemist Lich, just at level 2, is able to get a whole lot of stuff done. And, you know, Muerta just putting down the calling for, you know, being able to disrupt a Sunray with a dead shot, calling for whenever the Dawnbreaker jumps in with the ultimate. I like it. I like it a lot from what Mouse has picked up so far.
He did kind of allow that Dawnbreaker to go through with that next pick. So what Winter Bear sees on the board right now, a Nullifier builder would be very nice to have. Or someone with a Dispel, maybe even a Heart Dispel. But you can't really go on the saving department too much here. You've already got Phoenix Tusk, so you're not really picking like a Shadow Demon. I don't think that's really that worth. I mean, it's great versus Alk Core, sure. But if that's like an Alk 3, it doesn't feel that great anymore. So I think they just want to go for the good old Dawnbreaker Tusk lane then.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty solid lane. Again, double physical, though, into a Lich. Doesn't feel amazing. So Fly, he's going to need to be really solid with his positioning. Wonder if they could get away with an Invoker just for that offensive Dispel with a Tornado. Could work to be able to just disrupt a lot of that damage coming in. Again, Phoenix, not necessarily lacking in damage either. Once you do break into like that level 12 or so mark, once you've got your talent, once you've got everything along the board, it just feels like Winter Bear are trying to go for a global strategy, though, right? Just try and play everywhere possible. Will they even Spectre as their position 1 to combine together with the Phoenix just to be really survivable, have multiple ways to engage across the map? I could certainly see it as a possibility.
Certainly a possibility, yeah. Could see that happen. Just kind of looking at what Winter Bear also drafted versus Nigma Galaxy back in November. So this was actually a month ago when they played that 3-1 victory series for Nigma that allowed them to go to ESL1 Bangkok. There, you mentioned the Nyx Assassin a couple times. The Sand King that was picked out of 3 out of the 4 games. But outside of that, everything like all over the board. Like they were picking, you know, kind of in a hopeless situation, picking Pudge in the last phase. But I don't think you can exclude that. I can't exclude that hero if they feel like, well, if we're really good on the Pudge, but going up against these heroes doesn't feel amazing to look at that. But the Fury, you know, at least this is giving you that global presence. You have Dawnbreaker in it with the Nature's Prophet teleporting in. You should be able to take Wisdom Runes. You should be able to find some single pickoffs. So Mouse, they got to be on alert.
For sure. And, man, I'm just remembering the Monkey King from that series that Samael was playing. He went absolutely off in that series. Yep. He just dominated from start to finish. And I have to wonder with this this Ember Spirit, what it's necessarily being picked for, right? Like, because against the Dawn, not necessarily the greatest. Maybe they just want an additional level of catch. They want to be able to get out of the Sprout fairly reliably if it is going to be an NP mid. You don't know, right? It could be Kachal playing it, the NP. It could be Kachal playing the Dawnbreaker. They're still kind of leaving themselves a little bit open here, which I do like. And they're just still wanting to protect if this is indeed like a Nature's Prophet one, for example, which certainly is a possibility.
Yeah, makes sense banning the Husker at least because of the flex potential, right? Like if you end up playing against the Husker in the lane, it can go Ember's way, but it is like 75% already towards the hero. So it's going to be a difficult one for the Ember to bounce back, but
it would be more physical, like really going heavy into that physical route, but I still kind of want to see the Monkey King come out here from Winter Bear, right? You should do a really good job against the Ember Spirit. You give great vision once you're making those rotations. You know, you should be able to secure those power runes fairly easily, and then you can just enable an NPTP in, a Dawnbreaker ult in, and you pick off whoever they are when they're farming, and you know, you can go very heavily into the physical. As long as you catch Lich, it doesn't really matter that much, right? Like, he just needs to make sure that he's dying, and Monkey King is certainly a hero that can enable that.
Certainly could, yeah. I'm just thinking at two heroes here for Mouse right now. Like, if they don't want to play this Alchemist carry, if they want to put it into 3 position, there is the Shadow Fiends in the pool, the Morphlings in the pool, the TAs in the pool. These are like 3 heroes that Nande loves to play. And of course, this Terrorblade, sure. I don't think this is exactly the TB game to play, but he likes to go on the full physical. And if he does pick up that Alchemist, though, for Toby, Toby's offlaners, I mean, I know he's a couple years back into TI when he was standing in, he was playing with the Naga 3 more of as a bait pick. Because the idea was like, we're picking Naga support, or Naga carry actually back then. So we want you to counter it, so Toby can play it in the off lane, and then he gets himself a good lane. They get a better carry matchup. But we'll see.
We'll see for sure. I mean, I feel
there's a type
Toby... Yeah. They just need something that they're able to anchor the fight around, I think. They just don't want to lose the early game. They want to make sure that a lot of these early rotations, I mean, you just have a look at the different types of heroes that they have, and yeah, there's the Monkey King ban for that reason. Love the Doom pick as well. I was wondering, are they going to be able to sneak in like an Ancient Apparition, but hero kind of dead, and the Lich just feels a little bit better. Doom for the anti-heal feels like a little bit of a blind spot there by Winterbear for this to slip all the way through against a Dawnbreaker and a Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Doom going into the final phase when it's kind of like a heavy second phase ban, maybe even a first phase ban, going all the way through is kind of like, it feels like, how do we forget about this hero? But I guess they were recognizing Doom is probably still going to be the option for Toby. Okay. We got ourselves the Furion now put into very likely the pause 1 position, as Pastil will take the mid shaker versus the Ember Spirit. He's still got a good matchup for him versus the Ember, sure. But what do you feel about this pick?
I think it's okay. I was kind of tossing up, like, what are these notorious heroes that absolutely dumps to the Ember Spirit? Dragon Knight banned, Monkey King banned, Huskar banned. Shaker is one of those other ones. I was also considering maybe a Sniper, but maybe they were thinking, look, we're just a little bit too squishy if we go down that route. And again, we need another one of these initiators that's going to be able to find and kill this freaking Lich, because that is going to be the biggest issue, I still think, for the draft. So as long as Fly's positioning is good, I think Maus are going to be able to position themselves around Toby playing with this Doom. They're going to have the anti-heal to be able to deal with them, and Nande on his Alchemist. We know how great of a farmer he is. You mentioned all the different heroes that he loves to play. They are heavy farming, late game carry heroes. Alchemist, not necessarily super late, but he's able to get to that critical mass at a very, very fast rate, and I think they're going to be able to take this one over.
Should definitely look like maybe Mal's slightly favored here in terms of the draft. I like what they've picked for themselves. I think this is very maneuverable. You have easy timings to look at. Don't have to worry about it too much. Supreme with Chain Gang facet as well with the Ember Spirit. So I'm getting some Mobe vibes here. Not the only Ember Spirit in the world who picks Chain Gang into mid. So excited to see how that one works out. But again, I will repeat myself like a broken record. I want to see how Winterbear plays versus these European squads, because I don't think they have a lot of experience against these top teams.
Definitely not. And I'd say probably the only one that does would be James, whereas, the rest of the Iranian boys, Persian guys on the team, a little bit less so. So I'm keen to see if they're able to pull it out. We mentioned the BO5 that they played against Nigma Galaxy. They took a game off of Nigma Galaxy. So it's not like these guys are any pushovers. They were directly invited, of course, to these qualifiers. So they are a worthy team. Let's see if they're able to pull it all together, or if this new formation of Maus, with a little bit of alliance sprinkled in, is able to make it work.
Well, game 1 is underway with Winterbear versus Maus, and are getting our qualifying run to start. Let's see which one of these two teams is up for the task. You're going to have to pull out your A game all the way from the start. It's an early morning for most of these players. Sorry, Danog, on the other side of the world. But some teams are just, some players, let's put that specifically, aren't necessarily the morning dotes players. So I hope the guys have woken up early enough today, because this could be the series. You will probably be playing another one later on today if you win this one.
Yep, you will absolutely be playing another series. There's no maybe about it. You don't get to choose in Dota. Come on, you just got to play the cards that you're dealt. There's a nice little wraparound smoke here coming from Winterbear, trying to catch them off guard, and they might indeed do so.
Yeah, looks like they will walk into Nande and Fly. And there's your combination out there. Fly starts with the Frost Blast, looking for the early damage thrown. And James and Nande both dropping low, but it looks like James is the one to fall first, as Theolikar will get the first blood for Mouse. Bit of damage being traded here. The Furion dropping very low in HP, as the Alchemist gonna have to burn some tangos going into the lane.
What do you think about the, as of course we get the customary pause coming through, is it was a 9-man engagement coming through there. I think they even didn't have Toby on his Doom throughout that entire time, so he was able to claim both of the bounty runes on the bottom side of the map. Still a 2-for-2 split, but giving first blood over to Theolikar, they're going to be very happy with that. You talk about these, you know, not greedy position 4s. I would say, you know, that fulfills James' kind of priority. But Theolikar, he's greedy. He's greedy as hell. He will try and be top of the net worth if he can, and I'm sure he's going to be making pretty consistent rotations as well to be able to enable Toby, as well as his mid lane, as much as possible.
I'm curious to see how much movement Theolikar is going to have to make around the map here, because the calling is a really good ability to turn fights around. That instant silence with the 20% movement slow already at level 1 might be just enough for you to close out that kill, because, you know, with Pro Dota, all of these kill attempts, they're so calculated that it comes down to minor error or an additional rotation that tips that into your favor. So if they can just get that one ability to connect, they can already see, yeah, he's dead. Like, you can hear from the comms, all right, like, yeah, we got him, he's dead. Like, just kill him, right?
I'm interested to see as well, like, how good Poison is with his positioning. And, oh, hold on, Nande up on the top side, not allowed to even go to his lane.
Well, does get a decent amount of trade out with that unstable concoction. Kachal only with the 4 armor does take a sizable chunk. It doesn't
Fly's
fly
just
here.
saying, look, we need to kill some creeps. I need mana. Can't just pick up a Clarity or a Sage's Mask or anything like that. Creeps need to die near me, and he's already got the Mango queued up.
I mean, I looked at the fight recap from that 9-man First Blood fight. Fly did 1,200 damage with 2 Frost Blasts and a Blood Grenade.
It's the best level 1 ability in the game if you're just talking about pure damage.
James is trying to hunt for some couriers, and they're just sitting under the tower. James is not able to get in there, so this is their moment to send the couriers back home. That could have been a nice, sizable amount of money.
The double melee against this lane doesn't feel all that good as well. I mean, Nande feels to me like he's just waiting for level 2 to really, you know, get that acid spray going in too, to be able to combo together with Fly. I'm sure Fly would love maybe a second Enchanted Mango to be able to, you know, confirm a lot of these kills. Maybe now that they've used their movement speed on the top side, but for now, I think they're just going to chill.
It's always a bit of a risk going in, right? Like when you're playing this double melee into the acid spray and Fly having all that extra slow, it can be really, really scary to just run in. So James is going to do what's necessary, get the creep wave pull going on here.
This is smart. I mean, it's sort of what you do when you're going up against the suck not quite long enough. Although, well, might be able to deny at least the range creep. Very clever there by Fly.
Yeah, good read on that. Just talking about the hero's skill set. Very handy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Pastel, Supreme, pretty even so far, but we might see a potential kill opportunity rise, maybe even from the mid lane. Not sure if bottom is the one to do it. I mean, Doom, if he gets these early levels, we sometimes see, like, if there's the, not the gluttony facet on Doom, that we just skip Devour completely and go, like, 0-2-1 build, where it's, like, 2 points to Earth and 1 point in the Infernal Blade, and just run at your opponents.
Still think that could be a very distinct possibility, right? They're lacking in stuns on this bottom side, and both Toby as well as Theolikar have the Quelling Blade, so they're not going to get caught inside any kind of sprout. They're going to be able to move pretty consistently. They're going to be able to keep them away with that dead shot as well. Don't think Theolikar really wants to contest this Lotus pool, though. The lane pushed up well enough that Winterbear are going to be able to get it for themselves as top.
Well, Nande gets a steal thanks to Fly using Sinister Gaze once again. Lack of crowd control. James hasn't even leveled up anything for his second ability, holding on to either the snowball requirement or the tag team if a kill opportunity arises. I don't think that will, but only out there. Also, we kind of talked about this Frost Shield maybe a bit too heavily, but no point in it yet. While Malfurion Storm Rage getting ran over here in the bottom lane. Does have to pop out the wand, does still have that healing Lotus, but Kobe and Theolicor, they just seem to get the better end of these trades the whole time.
I was going to mention it previously, but what do you reckon about the role play with his character name plus the hero that he's playing? As Poison, they're going on him as soon as he gets left alone.
He's got the good old mushroom hat as well. Top lane also a bit of a scuffle. They did go for the attempt on here. No tag team though, so they won't be able to kill Nande, but the snowball required to keep Kachal's life. Nande also salved up, and they don't have any regen left on Kachal and James. I feel like they're going to lose control of this lane really rapidly.
And Fly just has those consistent mangoes flying out to him. Wants to be able to make those
Look at this
plays
chase.
consistently. Keep the pressure. Yep.
Still's like, Supreme, you've got no business here. Fly was occupied, though, so wasn't able to rotate to help out the Ember and maybe kill Pastille.
Exactly where he is with this Observer Ward. And, oh, actually, okay, getting the kill onto Poison.
Very deep in the lane, too. Yeah, right in front of the enemy T1 tower.
It would have been a dead shot back into the tower. Probably a little bit of assistance.
Very likely. James goes down, and there's the trade coming in. Kachal able to clean up the Ember Spirit. So Pastille gets the lane for himself for at least 15 seconds. One extra creep wave for him. Maybe enough for the level 6.
Such a bully, Fly. He's just keeping him away. I mean, you could give him the high five as much as you want, Kachal, but he's doing exactly what he needs to on this ledge, just making sure that Nande gets every little bit of that creep wave as well as the medium camp.
It's pure enjoyment right there. Not as much for Supreme, though. Still now halfway to level 6. Supreme only just got the level 5, and Poison rotating in. They really want to drive this Ember out. Like, they won't be able to kill him, but they will be able to keep him away from XP range. Fly almost has more XP as a pause 5 than his mid laner. That's kind of rough.
Yeah, he's just doing a good job. He's allowed, and I'm just watching the Shaker in terms of his XP.
What, grenade?
Half a level ahead.
Did enough with the double slow. The Frost Shield and the grenade combined, but no vision on Pastille as it goes up to the high ground. Chains are available. This could be the kill Supreme's looking for, and Fly will secure it without the risk of Supreme taking any extra damage. So there's your trade.
And they're going to be able to get this D-Ward off as well at the exact same time as Poison might even die. He will as a result of this. I mean, yeah, he had dived the entire time while they were chasing his Earthshaker as well. I was waiting for it, but it just never came. And I mean, maybe even just something as simple as the Dying Light, you know, dealing a little bit of that additional damage onto the Ember Spirit might have been enough to discourage him from continuing to chase forward.
Never got enough, though. All trying to dive on Nande here with all these rotations, and they even bring the Nature's Prophet, secure the Alchemist kill. This is the global lineup for Winter Bear, showing its early warnings.
For sure, and that's they need to keep this sort of thing up if they're going to have any chance, because they were about 2k behind before that gank attempt. Now you've got level 6 on your mids, so I'm expecting to see a lot more rotations coming through from both of these sides.
Also, look at these stacks here. Like, Fly is trying to create as well for this Alchemist to just make sure that Nande bounces back into the game as quickly as possible. Doesn't get his Radiance delayed.
Yeah, that's obviously the most important thing, right? Just having that consistent ticking damage coming in, making sure that you can go Radiance into...
Oh, look at bottom.
Probably...
Nature's Prophet in trouble here. So that's going to be another 3 versus 1, this time by the Dire. And Mouse will be able to take him down.
Ooh, okay. I mean, the creep wave was coming, choosing to deny their siege creep. I was wondering if they might just try and force a push forward into the tower and maybe try and take away a little bit of this map control so that they can make it a little bit less obvious where they're farming, right? You talk about the global strategy that Winter Bear have. If you're just able to spread yourself across this gigantic map that Dota has these days, then it's a lot harder to be able to find that connection and make it work because you've just got more room to play with.
Pulling off a couple thousand gold ahead on the side of Mouse with these first 8 minutes of play. 3k ahead. Some of that obviously comes from Alchemist, but let's see when Nande going to get jumped on here by 3. And it's not going to be enough with a level 1 Chemical Rage to keep himself alive. But can Mouse reply? Only 2 versus the 4 heroes of Winter Bear in this area. So big rotation for a good kill. How much Mouse gets off the map, and if Supreme can find a trade-off kill all by himself, well, Pastille's got to be careful. Supreme's not done yet.
I feel like they might have gone for that kill if you had Nature's Prophet level 6 at the time. He's only just picked it up right now, farming on this bottom side of the map. So I'm expecting to see a lot more usage of even not just they've got vision, just to be able to shove the lanes out a little bit, make, again, that farming patterns a little bit more obvious for them to be able to convert and actually secure these kills. James's ward was really the MVP there, right? Setting up the vision, being able to recognize where exactly that pesky alchemist was farming. And yeah, Nande's still #1 on net worth, but don't break Kachal. This is why they chose to ban out 2 of his heroes with the first 2 bans of the entire draft. Just he's a very, very individually skilled player.
What do you think about the Ember situation? Because he can't afford to fall too far behind in net worth. It requires him to fight a lot and actually win those fights to keep himself in the game, and then he can start snowballing in. Do you feel like Mouse is feeling maybe a bit worried about Supreme's current net worth? He's probably calling himself that he doesn't have the best lane right now, or hasn't had the best lane.
It's always going to be the case, right? Like, they gave him the dream pick with this last pick of the second phase so that they can immediately follow it up with a couple of bans. It would probably be going even worse, honestly, if they didn't get rid of that Huskar and the Monkey King. So the fact that he's been able to not fall too far behind an Earthshaker, I think he's still going to be okay with how things have panned out. I think you just need to make sure that he's, you know, getting a little bit of that early value items. He's gone into the phase boots now. Will he choose a Mage Slayer? Yeah, possibly. It could be an option, but again, they are kind of physically oriented, so
there's
maybe
the global
he's going to
reveal.
Yeah.
No teleport coming in. At least the Wrath of Nature used for the first time. Nande gives his response to that as Kachal found, and that's going to be a very good Lich ulti, getting that initial damage out, and they will secure the Dawnbreaker in the top lane.
That's a nice way to be able to recover your net worth a little bit, get a kill onto the best player on the opposing side. Does give Poison a little bit of time in this mid lane, though, so now he's up onto his level 6 as well on the Phoenix, so it doesn't really, again, need all that much to be able to make a lot of impact happen. And I'm keen to see how he's going to be using this Icarus dive around the Muertus, because you've got 2 points in the calling now. If you're just diving through the calling, you're probably not going to be able to cancel it because you're going to be silenced at the same time. So kind of like why Silencer used to be a pretty big counter against the Phoenix.
Now we're just looking at the draft, and Mouse is playing versus the Phoenix Egg, right? Like, later on into this game, it's going to be easier and easier for Mouse to destroy that. Alchemist attack speed, Ember can always jump in from afar with the Remnant to close up on it and clean it up. So, not sure if you're going to get a lot of Phoenix Eggs to explode, unless they play Phoenix Shaker together pretty well. Top lane, they're diving Nande, and there's a big rotation coming in with 4 versus 2. Doom is used onto the Phoenix. Alchemist survives, and there's a potential for a bit of a turn. Nande, he's able to dodge some of the abilities thrown in by Kachal. Toby gonna put the pressure onto Malfurion. Storm Rage as Fly pulls in the tusk. They're spreading around on multiple targets, but it doesn't matter because they're cleaning up the kills. Toby with the double. James, there's no Roche at that day. He ain't there. He's not home at this time of day. Nande at least gets the self-stun out. James going to try to get a bit of extra poke, but he knows he's...
Oh, they're committing!
For Dawnbreaker ulti. James is dead. Kachal, he's already left this fight once because he teleported away and joined in with a Solar Guardian. Now suddenly you're on
Phoenix
the run.
is coming with ult.
See if they can get a good egg placement here, and there we go. They don't have the attack speed. Dead and died. Nande! Not even a kill off of the Alchemist. Toby runs away. Poison cleans up Fly and gets that killing spree. But really, what a scuffle.
That's a lot of time spent, you know, being a part of this big engagement. Now, Fury and Storm Rage wasn't actually part of all that much in that, right? He was sitting back, getting his farm. He has fallen a little bit behind, you know, expected to against the Alchemist for sure, but I'm expecting to see a lot more action happening from him as soon as he picks up this this Maelstrom. You can look to really engage and still put out a lot of damage despite what a Frost Shield might be able to do.
Still, with the Furion walking into a Muerta, scrolling about on the Radiant side of the map, so I was about to say should be a kill on the Muerta, but the lack of crown control, it's just one fissure. Now they get to rotate AD as well on Supreme. And they get the chains to connect onto Pastille, already using that early Frost Shield, so Shaker cannot return the right-click damage, but he can hit the Lich, and he can take him down, but his life forfeited here. Supreme dropping down the Remnant, doesn't get the jump damage. Meanwhile, Fiolic has to use his ulti to survive versus the Phoenix.
Kind of low.
And the Nature's Prophet still down. Supreme has to get out of here. There's the Remnant jump, and they don't have any spells left.
Was really close as well. James tried to get a cheeky little snowball dodge onto the Sleight of Fist, but just missed the timing slightly. So Supreme still had enough to be able to clean up Pastille on his Earthshaker, and well, now your Ember Spirit has overtaken the Shaker by about
turn the
600
tables.
gold. Yep. He's feeling very satisfied with how he's been able to recover this one, and I do like the fact that they've gone into a little bit more damage for Supreme. I don't think you necessarily need to be, you know, too heavily into the control aspect. He's already got the chain gang picked up, right? So reducing a lot of the damage isn't going to be too big of an issue, I don't think.
Toby also went with the drums build into the BKB on the Stoom. You think drums is still the go-to on your offlane? Well, I mean, we'll get to talk about that in a second. Nande hunting, vision brought by Supreme. Nande gets to self-stun himself, and they pull themselves into the calling. Both silenced up. Kachal rotates in, tries to help out his supports, but oh, poor James and Poison.
Save your mate syndrome coming into play there. Really just not the right decision at that time. They had the Chain Frost available. They knew the Lich was around and still didn't actually have Wrath of Nature at the time as well. So if you're going to try and burst through these lineups that have a nimble hero like the Ember Spirit or, you know, an Alchemist that's just kind of standing in the middle there with the Chemical Rage popped, you're going to need that burst. And they just didn't have it at the time.
And you were mentioning this in the draft as well. Usually when you see a Tusk, you see a Willow reply because you can instantly follow up a spell to the location the snowball is going to land to. The calling does just as good of a job. It's an insta-silence for anybody coming out of that snowball.
Yep. Same sort of thing with the Chain Frost as well, right? I think Fly, he was a big reason as to why they were so successful in that previous engagement. He just placed it down there, and they kind of had to split up the team fight. Otherwise, the Dawnbreaker was going to take the brunt of it as well after coming in with the Solar Guardian.
It's going to be Fiolacor just protecting himself. Instant Dispel, but the Fire Spirit, well, more like the Sun Rays, will burn up this Morta quite a bit. Pretty short cooldown on Pierce the Veil anyway. Now they're going to jump onto James.
Still hasn't revealed himself. He's got the blink.
Wanted the big healing Lotus.
Trying to bait him in.
See if Bastille can get them to stack up. He's just waiting for them to cluster up for the Echo Slam, but no such opportunity arises.
I think that was a learning procedure from their previous engagement, right? Like they were like, do we go in, do we not? They had the Wrath of Nature available. They had the TP available on Malfurion Storm Rage, but no Solar Guardian on Kachal. So they were like, do we actually want to make this sort of play?
Bottom backstab. Yeah, they got the jump on the Dawnbreaker. Kachal getting caught with his pants down. That'll be an easy kill for Toby. Still continuing to play a clean game. One of the unkilled heroes on the side of Mouse. 5-0. The Olik are the other 3-0-7.
Fly was perfectly playing that in the Fog of War as well, by the way. He was following a double creep wave from behind, like literally pixel perfect, just making sure that he wasn't revealed until the very last second after making that movement through the Twin Gates. So he's playing a really, really solid game on this Lich. And we said for Mouse to get the W, he would need to. He hasn't disappointed.
9,000 gold lead. Huge net worth difference now between the two carries. Nande has had the freedom, despite 3 deaths on this Alk. Him being so far ahead. A really worrying sign for Winterbear. Only 5 kills, and especially with a Dawnbreaker Tusk lane, which you'd think would be giving more kills on paper. Mouse have been playing this game so well.
They really need to shove out their lanes right now on Winterbear, because the main issue that I'm seeing is, like, Malfurion Stormrage was holding on to 3,000 gold, and he just spent it all on a Witchblade. So clearly he wants to fight, but he doesn't have the resources, I guess, to do so. Like, he's pretty lacking in mana right now. So unless he TPs back home, they use a Wrath of Nature level 2 that maybe he's hoping for, and then go for a gank with this Blink Echo Slam that still hasn't been revealed just yet.
Yep. Same thing for the Tusk as well, right? James is 400 gold short from the Blink, and I think they need that to get themselves a proper fight, knowing Mouse is already ahead of them.
Oh, they see him. Good ward placed down by James again. That's his 4th good ward this game. That's just provided perfect understanding of where exactly Mouse are trying to move. But you can know everything in the world, but unless you've got the tools behind that to be able to actually get these kills and convert on them, it's not going to mean anything.
See what Mals are lining up in terms of their items. You've got Ember Spirit building up into the armor, so that Shaker's not going to be an issue for him. With the Shivas lined up, Lich with the Solar Crest Classic, Alk with the AC. Very tanky lineup for all of this physical damage you were bringing up in the draft as well. Winter Bear, very one-sided damage source.
They're very happy on Mouse as well with how the game's going. Obviously they are. It's a 10k net worth lead, right? But I think they're just going to look to try and clump together pretty soon. You've got the BKB picked up on Nande. You've got, I think it recently finished up on Toby's Doom as well. They're just looking to try and play together as much as possible because they've got Chain Frost, they've got everything to be able to counter exactly what Winter Bear are going to try and throw at them.
Did you see Toby's quick buy a moment ago?
No. What did he have?
Sanj and Yasha Doom.
Sure. Just make him the race.
It's a great item. It's a great item, sure. It's just not something that you see every day on a Doom being built.
Just run them down. I mean, I was mentioning in the laning phase, right, that they were seriously lacking in stuns on the Winter Bear side, and they're just feeling like they've got the control that Earthshaker isn't going to be that big of an issue.
At least Winter Bear able to sneak this Roshan for themselves. The Aegis for Malfurion Storm Rage will give him a second fighting chance. Still this much behind versus Mouse. They use this as a farming Aegis. Is a Mouse going to enable them or allow them to do that?
Good question. I mean, you've just got the Blink Dagger now coming out for James after this creep kill. And ooh, nice little combination as well, actually. Look at that. So using the Wrath of Nature once it turns into daytime, since it doesn't have a cap on the unit's hit anymore. So it actually hits everything across the map. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's the combo that I was hoping to see, maybe with an Aghanims later on for that root as well on the heroes.
So
gotta look at the damage side. How many targets do you actually need to hit with the Wrath of Nature 10% damage add per bounce to actually kill somebody? You have to have like what, 30 creeps?
Depends who it is, right? Fly is a very different beast from, let's say, Kobe.
That would be pretty brutal if we're putting it on the Lich.
Ooh. It's a nice little bonus, being able to get that Aghanim shot for free over to Pastille with the Phoenix buying one himself.
Yep, those are the two only shards in the game at 21 minutes, by the way. Mouse has none.
I mean, I guess if they feel like they control the map so well, they don't want to give it up just to be able to go back and farm the Tormentor, right? Like, that generally tends to be something that you do when you're in a disadvantageous situation where you just don't want to reveal yourselves on the map. Right now, they feel very confident to fight even into this Aegis, as Kachal has to be careful.
Well, he's pretty deep in, right? He's going to get doomed up instantly, and they will secure this kill on the Dawnbreaker. That is a 2-minute cooldown. I wonder what's going to happen. Our game feed might have fallen momentarily, but we're going to continue radio casting for you folks there at home as soon as we get our game feed back for you to show as well. So they got themselves a kill. We're seeing a Mouse 3-man smoke. They're going to be looking for some kills, but no overly hyped play-by-play because we're just going to try and keep you updated. Poison is falling low. Supreme is also low on HP, but looks like the Ember is going to survive. Muerta continues to hammer away a couple hits on Pastille. They only lose the Tusk by the looks of it. James is down, but Pastille, can he get that blink off? He's trying to chase Supreme, but they will lose 2 extra kills after finding the Dawnbreaker in the top lane. So Mouse will get the push now.
I was really expecting you to kind of mess with our viewers, right? Just say like, oh my god, what a play. You will never see anything like that ever again. No replays, no nothing, but nah, just pretty standard stuff. I was expecting maybe a buyback coming through from Kachal on his Dawnbreaker, like if they were going for this deeper chase now that the Doom was used, but
they still have the Aegis
hanging back. Have we seen more than one Echo Slam? I don't think we have.
Not really, right? We do have the Aegis
to get a kill
up
onto a support, and that's it.
Love to get the opportunity to maybe use that Aegis to some efficiency. 20 seconds for Wrath of Nature. Nande is not going to give him that time as he jumps on Kachal. The Dawnbreaker dropping low. Snowball is there. They push themselves to the Alchemist, but James, level 9 versus level 17. Scary, scary duel. The chains connecting onto Pastille. You've got Chain Gang, but you only hit one hero. Nande wants their attention.
Oh, No Battle Fury or Quelling Blade, though, for him to be able to get away. Nice use of the dead shot, though, to be able to break him out. Was the Olakor. That's really clever.
And there's the smoke. I think they saw a teleport going bottom, but he can't chase Kachal. Hoping to find a target, but just gets sent away by Theoliker. And now there's a blink on the Muerta. You can get in position to get that calling out. Supreme with the bait.
Phoenix.
Quick Remnant jump. He pops every single smoke from Winter Bear. That's a really smart Remnant use there. Well, not like he knew, but he popped every single smoke on the way there. And okay.
They're pinging
For the connection, but they found the Phoenix at least, and James gonna get jumped on by Toby. Only a couple hundred HP remaining on the Phoenix. Theoliker will finish him off. Ember gets the kill. James now hunted down by Toby and Theoliker.
They found Malfurion as well.
And they found Malfurion. There's the Aegis out, and time to use that Echo Slam, Pastil.
They're being so disciplined. I'm sure Fly is just saying this over and over in the team comps. Just don't group up.
Spread, spread, spread. Yeah. They can just wear this Nature's Prophet down. Even the egg being used here. They're like, do we commit to this? Nande's the one to hit it, but the egg's gonna explode. Nande doesn't care. There's the root into the silence. Blink in from the Muerta. And we will not see an Echo Slam today. No possibility for it. I'm pretty sure Fly is exactly highlighting that for the team, that just do not cluster up. That's the one way we lose this fight.
Pretty much. I mean, they're doing a great job of like the whole Delta split strategy of making sure that they're just not able to get any of these key spells off that they need to be able to, you know, be successful. I mean, you were talking about the Aghanim Scepter on the Nature's Prophet. Maybe he needs an Aghanim Shard just to at least give a little bit of information, you know, give some display in the fog just to reveal where people are looking to try and play around to avoid a lot of this these engagements. Right now, Pastil, at least he's going to get his Aghanim Scepter in about 500 gold, so he's going to have another way to be able to maneuver around the fight. Not going to be as hindered by this Ember Spirit. Supreme doesn't necessarily have the greatest amount of net worth, but he's doing a lot of work with the minimal stuff that he has, and now he's picked up the Shiva's Guard, so not even needing to rely purely on the Doom to be able to be this anti-heal.
Yeah. He also got now the double Sanj and Yasha up on Mouse. And as mentioned, the Theolakor Muerta Blink.
0 deaths, by the way, on Theolakor.
Still, yeah. Toby, the offlane duo, unkilled. Great way to start your qualifier run.
Oh. Clever little ward there from Poison. Just they got clipped by the Wrath of Nature, and he's saying, "Where the hell hit me?" It's in this little nook next to the Radiant Ancient Camp. As the smoke's coming through again from Mouse, who are they going to go?
Yeah, right on the creep wave. That was a bit of a weird one by Fly, but if they're fast enough, maybe Pastil doesn't get to react to it either, because they literally smoked on the creep wave as Nande was about to hit a creep, but they don't take the right route.
Got his Ags, though.
They are seeing Kachal, though, and he's just going to ulti through the top lane as there's going to be a bit of a fight breaking loose. Toby dropping very low on HP, and this Furion packs the punch. That's the first death for the Doom. Egg goes off as well, but they will get to destroy it. As now they have already set up. I'm seeing Nouns, I'm seeing Alliance, but we're really seeing Mouse on the screen. Kachal will drop.
It's a good play. You know, you get the kill streak, yeah, for sure. But again, Pastil's just not there, right? Like, he had the TP available, could have potentially TP'd down to the outpost, gone through the Twin Gate, been a part of that team fight, but he just goes back to farming. You know, this is supposed to be a bit of a power spike for him, and he's kind of just sat around and not made the most of it. And look at that, it results in a dieback for the Phoenix, another death for the Dawnbreaker, and well, the second last tier 2 tower is about to fall.
Still no echo. Am I hearing an echo of an Echo Slam? Somewhere in the distance?
Would be nice. This is why you pick this hero, not just to crush the lane, but to be this big teamfight burst damage presence. It's Toby.
Gank top.
Yeah,
Sorry, bottom, that is. Furion already TP's in, but still on the chase, but Doom has eyes.
He's gonna get the Wisdom Rune still.
Gonna stack up, get the Wisdom. Yeah, but now gonna walk straight into Pastil, but the mass TPs, you gotta be quick with this one. There's the Echo. It's gonna be enough for the kill, but Pastil's got no way out of this one. Gonna be surrounded. Furion gonna fight all the way to the end, but James is gonna drop at least got the Furion away. Toby gets the kill on Pastil. Oh, wait. Yeah, that was the Doom tick. Post-mortem kill.
They will say thank you very much for just being able to get that elusive Aghanim shard. The support saying, finally, they're able to play somewhere on our side of the map. But that was the greater tree, just giving a little bit of the vision there.
First shard for Mouse too, which is going for the support Muerta with the more core-looking shard. Spell lifesteal.
I mean, he's already got 8 kills, right? So he's very happy with that spell amp coming through.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Can do quite a lot with the calling in a fight, right? Like, he keeps on hitting multiple people. Actually turn this support Muerta into a very tanky beast. Roche is also spawning in 3 seconds.
Yep. Do like the item build that Poison's going for with the Lotus, but again, like, I think he needs to just start buying it. He's holding on to a lot of unreliable gold. He had to buy back previously, so he's sitting at the bottom of the net worth chart. So you got to try and make something happen. He's actually switched up to a Scythe of Vice, so feeling the hurt of that relative lack of control that we've been mentioning ever since the draft phase, honestly.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Oh, James might be dead as a donut.
Yeah, he's maybe underestimating the power of vision a little bit there. No idea they had a ward on the cliff. And
it was a
spotting the Nature's Prophet as well. He's going to have to beat KB out of this one. Since there's no Doom around. Oh, he did. Oh, yeah, true. Now the Abyssal Blade on everything. If Nande just gets the jump on a target, those BKBs will do no good.
Still's got his Blink Dagger available and his Echo Slam yet again, so what they're going to do to try and make the most of this. I mean, the absolute dream would be a Roshan fight, right, where they're all clumped in there, super contested, but I don't think they necessarily need to clump all that much, right? Maybe you're only going to commit Theola Core and Nande into the actual pit itself. Maybe an occasional hit coming through from Supreme just through the sleight of fist, but I don't think you all need to group up inside there. That's just a recipe for disaster in my eyes. See Kachal on the top side, and a brief glimpse of Poison as well. Does deward, but it's going to give them the freedom to know that this is a pretty free Aegis for themselves.
Yeah. No contest. Toby with the lack of a blink. Still moves at maximum movement speed, but not able to catch up to a Phoenix with the Icarus dive.
At least they're getting something across the map though, right? Every single time that Winterbear has got an objective, whether it be their own Roshan or, the enemy team got Roshan, they've taken like a tower or they've got something. It's not one of these times where you're just sitting back passively farming. You're not actually influencing anything that Mouse is able to do. They're getting something for themselves, which means that Kachal can be playing this deep on the top side. But again, it might just be this critical mass 16k net worth lead with the Roshan's banner. They're going to force you to have to make a move back here.
That glyph will do you no good unless you get the creep aggro, as they do, but the catapult will keep that backdoor protection from regenerating.
They're just trying to rat with Malfurion Storm Rage up here.
He's got the attack speed, but does he have the damage?
Just to summon a tree.
Still not stronger in every department, looking for the Phoenix kill. He's out for 50 seconds. Now they're going to be TPing straight back home. Tyrion will continue to stay for a little bit longer. Oh, he finds an 80 rune. Maybe that's something you can work with, but the racks are already out of the way.
Didn't really end up doing that much damage to the tower either. Ended up using the glyph. So you've got that as a small victory for yourselves, but even just using the Wrath of Nature to keep the top lane pushed in, and they're worried about that freaking Ironwood Treant as Toby ends up cleaning it up. Wonder if this is now a time where they actually want to make a move forward. They see Toby as TP'd all the way back to base. Charl has the ultimate available, and they're going to go for a smoke, but just the lack of Phoenix means that Maus are probably going to be able to get out of this one scot-free.
Also just kind of comes to look at the wisdom and the smartness of this Maus draft and as a whole. How they have answered these heroes in this game, still get to execute the game as they want to. And use the Dawnbreaker ulti to try and save James. seconds here might be enough. Nande will lose life, and he's got no chemical rage for 20 seconds. Here's your opportunity. Pastil jumps in. Nande does get his BKB off, and he's out, but James will be the one to fall first, and the chase is on. Toby gets the Nature's Prophet connected first. Nande jumping on the Phoenix, and he just gets two-shot to death. Nande dropping low. He's out. They will lose the Furion as well, and he's gone for 65 seconds despite the supports coming in with the buybacks.
Oh, give me the Echo Pastille.
Diving all the way to the high ground. Supreme, did he go too deep? Did he dive too close to the sun? But at least he's able to take down Pastille and fights all the way to the end to finish off James. A dieback on the support. Kachal stuck on the low ground. That Celestial Hammer won't take you far enough to the safety of your high ground because your base will fall with this team fight lost.
Yeah, only one buyback remaining with the Dawnbreaker, 2 diebacks from both of your supports, and unfortunately for them, it was a little bit of a grief Ice Shards, right? It meant that he wasn't able to get right next to the Ember Spirit to be able to get off that Echo Slam plus the follow-up hits, and as a result, means that Supreme was able to go absolutely bananas there. He's 11, 1, and 16 now on this Ember Spirit in a very disadvantageous matchup.
13,000 damage only to kill an Alchemist. Just the one kill that they got out of it. Not enough for Winter Bear. And this has definitely been a Mal's showing in game number 1. They're looking to end the game here, right now. 5 more seconds for the Shaker to come back up, but without the Echo Slam. 2 versus 5. It's going to be a bit too much of a challenge for these two. They will try to smoke up for something, but Supreme's already charging in, popping the smoke, and your Furion is already dying to the Lich ulti. Fly will finish him off, and there's the GG call. Game 1 is in the bag for Mouse.
It is indeed, and, you know, despite everything, it's a 33k net worth lead, 35 minutes in. Never mind, it might even be more than that, but they get a last-minute save there from James. I was expecting it to be even more convincing than this. So I know it might sound like cope, but I think Winter Bear actually didn't do that bad of a job. It was just like they had so many almost moments where they were just this close to being able to find the opening, or they were this slow on some of their movements, that if they can clean those up, I think they can really take this one to Mouse, and I'm not writing off game 2 by any stretch.
Yeah, I feel like when I was talking about like Mal's answering this draft really well with the Mortar response into the Tusk, you look at the Lich, just giving that extra armor versus that full physical damage lineup. Mal's getting to itemize against it. So many small things that work into Mouse's favor in terms of hero matchups, but then their whole game plan still works with the heroes that they have. Doom getting to eat the Nature's Prophet Treants, even though we didn't really get to see that during the course of this game. But Kachal was shut down, and I think that was a huge piece of this game. Ember was behind the Earthshaker in farm, and then slowly they got Supreme in. Pastille doesn't get any push forward. And really get to see a lot of Echo Slime usage as well. So good shot calling from Mouse and good execution just shows the difference maybe between the two teams, at least in game 1.
Yeah, for sure. Even just like looking at the overall stats after that game, and Winter Bear, the most damage done was by the Nature's Prophet, but about half of it was just from Wrath of Nature. Yeah. I don't know if you can really count that, right? Because, you know, you're going up against a lineup that can heal it off pretty quickly, or, you know, has enough regen, or has a bottle, or all these sorts of stuff that, you know, it doesn't really matter all that much. Maybe if it was an Aghanim Scepter combined and it forced a team fight to happen, that's a bit of a different story. But as things were, yeah, like you said, shutting down Kachal clearly went a long way towards their victory.
Yeah, there's basically everybody out damaging the 4 players of Winter Bear on the side of Mouse. Even Lich, Fly doing more damage than the Mid-Shaker tells you quite enough well this game really went. But one really cool stat as well, Theolicor. Clean game, 6-0-23, so 29 KDA without a death. That's a great way to start your tournament with this fresh roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, it could have, I don't know if it could have actually been cleaner from Mouse. I just think that a lot of people might be underselling Winter Bear with what they were able to do to them, like in response. Like this just seemed like a good, clean game from Mouse. 5 minutes. They'll take that every day of the week. You know, they were leading from the very beginning, from the first blood, that they were able to, you know, turn around in a 4v5 situation and get that first blood over to Theolicor, which kind of set him on his journey towards that flawless game. But no, it was just a really solid performance. But I still think Winter Bear can make something out of this.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in game number 2 between the two teams. As we're going to be looking at some of those post-game stats as well, with a very dominant performance as a whole. You can really see those damage numbers on your screens, how much Mouse did compared to a Winter Bear as a whole. So pretty tough matchup. I think maybe in terms of like hero picks here and there, like Mouse, just maybe they have a bigger hero pool than what Winter Bear has, them answering Control's picks in the early phases. Is there a lot of... I'm not sure if there's enough flex potential on Winter Bear's their caliber, like their hero pool, their hero caliber, to really reply to Mouse, because it feels like they can't just push anything in their draft and make it work. So it's got to be a really tough one to bounce back from.
Yeah, I mean, the other difference is they're going to have the priority, right? With whether they have first pick, whether they have second pick, all that sort of thing. They're going to be able to make their decision going into game number 2. Before we get there, though, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights and then go to a quick break. But we'll be back pretty soon to be able to give you some more Western European and MENA qualifier action. So see you soon.
The dreams. I remember my dreams.
returning from our short break to look towards game number 2. Just a quick recap from what happened in our first match here in the closed qualifiers. Mouse, they take a pretty convincing win over Winter Bear to take the lead in the series and try to push themselves to the next round of the upper bracket. Danog, of course, there were a couple answers already inside the draft. Mouse was able to execute perfectly in the game itself, but what were the strengths that you saw from Winter Bear, considering this wasn't really a stomp, but a very still one-sided show from Mouse that Winter Bear still did good and maybe could work on?
So, sorry, you're asking me what did Winter Bear do well, or what did Mouse do well?
Winter Bear do well, yeah.
No worries. I thought they really were clever with their prioritization of making sure that Nande didn't just get crazy out of control in the early game. I think he died twice before the 8-minute mark, I want to say, which is obviously a great thing. I think James's warding was really, really solid and goes to show that even though he was 0, 12, and 7, he was part of, 7 of their 8 kills, and his wards were what set up a lot of that. So that's really the sort of cohesion that I want to see moving forward as, with the result of that. It's actually Winter Bear that I believe they chose Radiant as their option. So Mouse still has the first pick this time around. But yeah, I'm interested to see, considering they didn't change things up to give themselves first pick, what they like about Radiant so much. You know, is it just wanting to get that safe lane off to as good of a start as possible? Because it kind of felt like that was what was holding them back a little bit, you know? Not too much of an engagement coming through from Malfurion Stormrage, aka Reality, and Pastille as well. If you're playing this mid laner, especially a mid shaker, you got to use that Echo Slam pretty much off cooldown. I think in the early game, it needs to be just indiscriminate. If you can get a kill, take it, you know, because that's where you're going to be able to get a lot of your net worth. Later game, sure, you don't want to just be throwing it out and then potentially down a huge tool, but early on, got to use it.
Yeah, lore reference name or not, his other brother, remember back in 6 years ago in pubs, we had a guy called Illidan Stormrage who was #1 in the MMR rankings back in the day. But this Furion maybe fell a slight bit short of what his expectations were for the game. I wouldn't say he did anything really wrong there, but all of their 3 cores not as heavily farmed as their opponents were. Mouse dictating the pace through that Ember Spirit coming in from that second phase, banning out his worst counters. And that Shaker wasn't quite enough. Of course, Pastille started things off pretty well versus the Ember Spirit, as he's supposed to. The matchup is favored towards him. But if they cannot get their mid activated the way Mouse activated Supreme, well, you're going to be in a world of hurt. As Game 2's draft is ready to go, we're continuing with identical bans, at least so far, with these first 3.
Especially from Mouse, if it worked the first time, just do it again, you know, because that just felt pretty clinical. Like, it was clean. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't super spectacular. They just did what they needed to do. They didn't clump up. They made sure that they were controlling the Earthshaker. They made sure to shut out Kachal from the early game and just punish the supports time after time after time. It was just really solid itemization, really solid performance. They got Supreme back into the game after what is going to be a difficult lane for anyone in Dota. So yeah, just more of the same. That's what I want to see.
What I'm wondering about is those first picks from both sides. Do we change into a different plan? I think it's more down to Winter Bear. Mouse could just pick the same hero and be like, sure, this goes either way. We can pick the Alchemist again. How does Winter Bear reply to it? Do they change their support duo? Do we have a Shadow Demon player, for example, to counter the potential Alchemist? Because right now it looks like everything is the same pretty much.
Exactly the same. I mean, maybe they have the same mentality as me, that even though if you're on the outside looking in, you know, a 35-minute game, 8 kills to, how many was it? 37? They thought it was a lot closer than it actually was, you know? Maybe that's kind of the area that they're expecting. But if you're just looking to say, okay, let's give our mid laner a bit of a freer game, maybe having second pick isn't the way to do that. Because if I'm Mouse, I'm just doing the exact same thing again. I'm giving Supreme his pick on pick 18, that's what we call it, the last pick of the second phase, and then immediately banning out its 2 biggest counters, right? And I'm sure they will have banned out something that counters it already. Like, there's already DK banned out by Winter Bear, so kind of doing their job for them. This is the exact same draft, minus, you'll see it soon, Winter Bear, they've picked up a Bristleback for themselves.
We'll get that on your screens in a moment. The Bristleback pick. Do you think this is 1-3 or maybe even a support?
Not a support for me.
Not
Never a support.
Really?
I hate it. I hate support.
Aw. I was thinking of you, like maybe you're a Snot Rocket support Bristleback enjoyer, but yeah. Hey, there we go. Now you got the draft on your screens right now. You're like, what is this first face Bristleback? What is that doing there? That's the game of Dota we play these days. Bristleback is pretty solid. Like seeing red, of course, the fastest choice for a lot of people. But if you do want to go for that physical damage side again, Snot Rocket actually works pretty well. Yes, Sam.
I mean, I'd just be picking up the Lich again if I'm. Yeah.
Hey.
This seems
Pretty
like a
easy,
pretty big
right?
oversight to me, right? Like, maybe it does come down to what you were saying before about not as big of a hero pool to be able to choose from. So, you know, you would rather just go for the Phoenix as opposed to the Lich. But to me, this is a perfect time for them to pick Lich where they picked Phoenix, right? You're going up against an Alchemist who is almost exclusively physical damage outside of his Radiance. And then you also block pick it to prevent your Bristleback's damage from being reduced as well. Like, it just seems a little puzzling to me.
Yeah, not a lot of changes required for Mouse, right? Like, it's pretty much the same what Winter Bear threw at them in the first game, except now we are also getting the Gyrocopter. We're going to mix damage source. Maybe something different from them was the amount of physical they had in game one. Maybe some magical burst to go with, but do you
Wondering
think
where they run this as well. Like, it's not guaranteed a 1. You know, you could run at 5, you could run at 4. You never know. What I really want out of Winter Bear is just something that's a little bit more reliable about finding these backlines. I think the big difference that we saw between the two sides in game number 1 was the support performances. Fly died twice, the Elocore didn't die a single time, and you died 22 times across the Winter Bear supports. So, like, you just need something that's going to make their life a little bit easier. And you just compare what Mao's had to enable them to get all these kills. You had an Alchemist that went second item Blink Dagger, and you had an Ember Spirit that was able to dive consistently, and Drums on a Doom that's just able to, you know, run in consistently. Even Atos on the Muerta that Theolicore was playing, right? It's just so easy to be able to get a lot of these kills, and I want to see that from Winter Bear. Is it through a puck? Is it through their own Ember Spirit? I don't know, but I just want to see that from them.
I mean, they need to stun desperately in this draft. I would think that if they play Gyro 4, you could Centaur 3 now, because otherwise it's probably going to get banned out against them. It's probably not the strongest in the lane versus the Alchemist. I think he fares pretty well in that particular matchup. We're going to have to wait for a bit longer with that offlane pick, at least with the Earth Spirit coming through. But they needed some control. This hero gives some of that.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm really stretching, you could say that no one on Winter Bear has really revealed their position, right? Bristle could be 1 or 3, Phoenix could be 4 or 5, Gyro could be 1, 4, 5, Earth Spirit could be 2, 3, 4. Like, anything could really happen in this draft, and they've left a little bit open. I'm pretty sure I have memories of Winter Bear picking this Earth Spirit in mid pretty consistently, though, and just getting trashed every single time. So hopefully for their sake, it's not the exact same situation as we just get an exact repeat. They have not changed a single ban or a single pick on Mao's because they just felt like their strategy was maybe not flawless, but pretty damn good.
Well, if it's not broken, there's nothing that needs to be fixed.
All right. Well, Winter Bear have at least fixed that. They've made sure to make sure that when the Bristle has Bloodstone, when Gyro has Satanic, when Phoenix is just trying to heal, that you're not just going to get doomed and that's going to be completely worthless. I would imagine that it's still going to be maybe a Monkey King, maybe an Earthshaker that's being banned out, or maybe they just don't care about the Earthshaker considering what happened in their Game 1 performance. They're like, sure, let Bastille have it. Let him use 2 Echoes the entire game. We'll take it.
Kind of looking at what Toby's been playing lately, because his hero pool is kind of massive from his pubs. He's played so many different heroes lately. I'm looking at a lot of Lone Druid here. We know that he plays it from time to time. Not sure if he plays it in competitive games that much compared to his pubs. Got the Pug.
I love a Mars.
Mars? Has he played a Mars? I don't see a single Mars game here, at least in the last 2 weeks.
Okay. It just,
But
to
it's
me,
a
it would make a
possibility.
lot of sense, right? Like, it just makes Chain Frost so much easier. You force people to stay in Acid Spray. It means that if this Gyrocopter is core, then you're going to be hitting into the arena wall. You force Bristleback to turn and face you when you hit him with a spear. So a lot of stuff about it really does work quite well.
Well, if he does want to bring out the flare, he could do the lone druid, but I don't think he wants to necessarily pick that one up right now. So looking for a stun, very likely. There's the centaur, so Winter Bear, they're not going to get their hands on it, as Mouse will take it away.
This is just a Toby staple to mine. Like
Yeah.
that and probably his Brewmaster as well, but Brew just really isn't in the meta that much. Just a hero that's able to, I guess Centaur is a little bit less so, like do a lot without that much. You know, you are very sacrificial, and I feel like maybe that's why a lot of people do clown on Toby a little bit, is that he plays a very sacrificial game. Supreme isn't necessarily giga greedy though, right? Like he's happy to play that little bit more of a playmaking role as opposed to a greedy farming type, and it enables Toby to play Centaur where he picks up a little bit more of this farm. He can be the one that goes in on the front lines and isn't just like a walking blink, stun, and an ult. You know, he's actually a damage threat. He's actually a durable threat because you've enabled him to pick up a little bit more of that farm.
Well, Winter Bear, what is there left for Kachal? Or if he wants to play the Bristle back, what are we going to put into the Gyroflex? And
Okay.
Tiny coming out.
Don't hate it. Again, what I wanted was them to have ways to be able to get it onto the back lines. Do you see who is
Carry
playing what,
Tiny.
though?
Carry.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is a carry Tiny. I don't know how I feel about that, because Phoenix damage kind of slow, Earth Spirit damage kind of slow. Gyrocopter has fast-ish damage, though, right? But I just want stuff to blow up the backline, and I feel like if you're playing this Tiny as a position 1, you're much more focused on farming as opposed to roaming and ganking with that early blink tag.
Exactly.
So
That was my point that I also had in my mind too. Like, how early do you get this Tiny activated? Does it work with Winter Bear's timings? And if you go to the blink route, does it pay off? If the blink doesn't, then it feels like you have no scaling to go for anymore. Like, it's going to take way too long. Alchemist is active. I feel a bit worried about Winter Bear's draft, to be honest.
Me too. And I feel like when you're playing this hero like the Earth Spirit, you know, swap one ES for another ES, it's not like guaranteed a lot of their setups, right? We just mentioned that Tiny's probably going to be sitting back and farming a lot of the time. Where's your reliable stun coming from any of these other heroes? It just doesn't exist, right? Like Gyrocopter missile, sure, it's going to come in eventually, but you're going to be able to run away from it and reposition. Ember Spirit can just slight dodge it as well. And yeah, Earth Spirit, you need to really be on point. And unless you're one of like top 3 Earth Spirit players in the world, I don't necessarily give people that that leeway. I just think there's too much that can go wrong, especially in pro level Dota.
That is true. Like, he's not necessarily the easiest hero to play as well because of how quick people react these days, especially when we talk about like pros. They are rapid fast with their reactions and just getting to connect quickly, right? Because if this Earth Spirit, he has great scaling, right? Don't get me wrong. Like, if he ever gets to 25 with the Undispellable Magnetize, he's a powerhouse in terms of damage, and his game gets really easy to play. But where the hero really shines, and where he has to shine, is in those early moments, those early fights. And you can't afford a failed rotation. If you look at Pastille from the last game with that Shaker, they didn't really move a lot around the map, and did fall behind in net worth behind the Ember Spirit, because Ember was the one being active, and it was Pastille who was playing more passive.
Yeah, I want to see more active come out of Pastille regardless. The other issue is that the issue that a lot of Earth Spirits fall into is that obviously if you're making a lot of these rotations, Urn of Shadows into the Spirit Vessel is a good item, right? Like, you're going up against an Alchemist. You would love to have a Spirit Vessel. Even against a Centaur, you would love to have it just because of that percent damage. It's going to take off a lot of his HP pool. But if you don't get these kills, you can find yourself in this just black hole of farm where you just don't have anything and you don't have any kind of recovery mechanism.
Got me excited there for a second. Where's that Enigma on the server?
We need more. We need more Enigma-style heroes coming through, honestly. Like these gigantic ultimates coming through. That's what I wanted to see out of whoever's next after Kez.
Wonder if you mentioned, I'm sure you mentioned it yesterday when we were doing the rehearsal, talking about we need a patch soon.
Hold on.
Kachal. It might be a bit too far for none to catch, but if you have a follow-up on this, it's a possibility. A very tanky Bristol back, though, so not the best target to focus on. And yeah, indeed, James Flat Cannon, level 1. Probably, maybe the smart choice as well when you think about, okay, we need to secure creeps in the lane, but it's not the huge loss. But man, this Centaur's like 1 HP. Pastil's diving under the tower, and he's got the kill,
Sure.
but he will die, meaning the Ember will get to start the first wave without his opponent in lane.
And he also was in range of the XP as well, so he's already level 1.5 on Supreme. They give him the tip, but I'm not sure if, a full wave of XP, well, maybe not a full wave, just the one creep he actually ends up losing. Make that 2.
3 denies straight away for Supreme. But yeah, like mentioning, is there going to be like a future patch coming between now and the qualifiers and the main event? Like, this is going to be a LAN event played in the end of January from the 31st to the 2nd of February in Belgrade, Serbia. As Poison will drop down in the bottom lane. If we get Ringmaster or maybe Kez into the Captain's Mode pool.
Ringmaster, yes. Kez, no, in my opinion. I don't know if that'll change all that much, although his freaking little, like, tricks that he does could be so annoying. Like, you think you've got the kill, but then he, pops, like, in a mini illusion rune or it hops forward, all that sort of stuff. I thought we got rid of Tumblr's toy.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that really annoys me about Kez is he goes through Blade Man. Like, when he pops the Raptor Dance, correct? You pop Blade Mail, he pops his Raptor Dance, and he takes no damage because it's 100% lifesteal.
Yeah, isn't that fun?
It's like, I made this item from 2,000 gold only to do nothing.
Hold on, Malfurion Stormrage might be in a little bit of trouble. Never mind. Uses the Avalanche to be able to back himself up.
It makes
I love playing my...
combinations
You know me,
there.
I love Wyvern. And especially against Kez, it's great. Just Cold Embrace when he ults and it's like, nope, you get no lifesteal back.
Yeah, it's like, I know you're a huge Wyvern enjoyer. Not quite a lot being picked in the pro scene right now. The occasional one might slide through. Have you played core Wyvern?
When I am doing unranked party queue with my friends because I do not play core. Or if I do, I don't play it very well. And I'm like, looks like I'm mid-Wyvern, guys.
Yeah, if the opponent doesn't have vision, it's so much fun to play with the Ags. Flying around in trees, throw a random right click. They're slowed, they're burnt, they can't blink, and then you disappear out of vision. It's like so frustrating to play against.
Oh, that's how I play a 5 Wyvern. I still go the Ags.
All right. I mean, sure. Item is great. No problem there.
I think I'm banking on my team to win me the game. You are dead wrong.
One thing I wanted to mention quickly about Mouse's offlane duo, it's you can make some really easy stun-to-stun combos. Just requires Deadshot push into the Centaur hoof stomp, and then you can even start to hurt this Tiny in the lane. As you can see, they have been keeping him low, even though he's burning up a lot of tangos. He has normally like 1,700 HP at like level 8, level 9. But with the amount of damage that he takes constantly, you level the playing ground.
I'm a little puzzled as to why he's not putting, or at least Poison, putting a little bit more emphasis onto denying some of these range creeps, because Dolacore has been able to land the last 3 blast hits onto them. So getting a lot of these early levels, and it brings them up to this level 3 that enabled them to go for a bit of a dive, but won't result in any kills. Top lane as well, nothing happening up there.
Just a casual fly, escaping away. At least Kachal breaks the salve there with the Quill Spray usage. James is zoning out Nande. It's the creep wave too, so the job's been done. Actually, I'm not sure if he accidentally pulled it into the easy camp or if this is the idea to get the wave to push in, but this Kachal maybe gets a bit of less CS and maybe the tower takes a couple hits.
They had a nice little interaction there in mid just now. Bastille made sure he didn't lose the water rune. He got chained up by Supreme, and then Supreme got kicked up onto the high ground. So Bastille actually ends up securing both water runes. So even though he's slightly behind in experience, he's pretty much level in terms of net worth, and he's got a lot more resources to be able to play around with now.
Not bad at all. One thing, though, that's not what I was expecting to see, but that dive will actually pays off, even though it is a trade. Poison getting a kill. Theolicor's got a pretty big stick and a Fairy Fire. Deadshot's available. Ooh, that's a close call. Poison just turns straight down instead of going left. So he was right.
Very clever. I honestly thought Poison would be able to get the kill onto Theolacor as well. I think he used the second last Fire Spirits a little bit too early, so he missed out on like a couple of clicks. Maybe just getting excited after he got the kill onto Toby. As you would.
Are scanning.
Hold on, Pastille, he's the one making the rotation down. He might get a brief spot of Theolacor.
It's only level 5, but they've got damage. They've got burst damage. Tiny just needs to get in range to get the avalanche. That's all they needed. They got it, and it's calculated. Tiny gets the kill.
James making sure that they're not losing too much in terms of experience in the mid lane. He's actually just going to yoink away some of Pastille's farm, and he's saying, hey, I didn't make that rotation just for a freaking support to come and take it all.
Yeah. Now you pull my creep under the tower, too, so now Malane's going to push. Thank you so much for that.
Don't worry. He's saying, no, bro, I'm stacking, it's fine.
At least the catapults are still alive. Pastille's going to have to look to maybe deny one. Now comes Theolacor. Silence on the Earth Spirit. Still has the roll. Gets blocked by Supreme. James is coming back in. Supreme, look at that. Dancing around Pastille with the remnant jumps. Takes him out. And James, you are going to lose your life as well. There's no way to escape Fly, Theolacor, and Supreme altogether.
Yeah, I think
Toby might die in bottom, though. Dropping
Oh,
really
okay.
low on HP. Burnt up, but just enough distance with all those long cooldowns.
It was literally a difference there of James soaking a couple of those creeps, one of them including a range that he got for himself, that means that the Earth Spirit wasn't level 6 at that time. Like, if he drops the Magnetize, you probably can't continue to commit onto that kill. Or if you do, it's just a little bit too risky. So, I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself a little bit there for that play, but you know, it is what it is. Are they going to go for
4 heroes for 1 Wisdom Rune. 4 versus 2.
No.
So much traffic here. The Rocket's going to connect onto the Muertas. The Supreme, no Remnant available, so he uses the 1 to escape.
I thought he might have stuck around for a couple of seconds and went for like a Sleight of Fist Steel Wisdom Rune play, but not the case. He's just going to value his life, which, you know, certainly can't.
When's the last time
begrudge
you've
him for
seen
that.
that? 4 versus 2 on 1 Wisdom.
Your defensive Wisdom Rune as well. Let's not forget
Yeah.
about that. It's been quite a while. Certainly not the 7-minute Wisdom Rune as well. Like, that just feels like...
And a solo kill for
really-
Nande as well from the top lane off of that Bristleback.
Oh, mid.
Underestimation, but still under the tower. He's got no way out of this one. If he tries to roll, the tower was still going to kill him. It's the same trio again. Supreme, Theolacor, Fly. They're living to save the Ember's game. Just like in game 1, they kept on rotating to help the Ember bounce back, get past Pastille, and that was their
Look at
key to
these.
victory. And it's working
Look at
again.
these pings, though, from Supreme. I think they know that there's a lot of stacks being built up here.
Fly.
Yeah, he's a dead man.
There. One more slight needed. There we go. Poison Pastille rolls in, has Magnetized. Gonna drop it on Fly. There's the Centaur ulti. Fly. Is he gonna get enough regeneration out of this? I think the Magnetize is gonna finish him off. Connected.
I'd go back in, though.
He ran out of Magnetize, actually. He dropped the rock on Nande, but it did nothing, and now he's just dead.
I was wondering if they would stick around long enough to be able to try and steal away some of those camps that have been stacked up, but I think they realized, look, they don't really have the tools to do it yet. No Maelstrom, no Radiance on the Alchemist.
Under attack.
It's just about protecting it and that area as much as possible for Kachal when he eventually does need to move back and start to claim that for himself. Might just be waiting for his level 7 for them to be able to do that.
Well, a bit of an invasion of privacy for Toby in his lane. He's been here for
Is under attack.
quite some time alone. So the Tiny and Gyrocopter will find him, finish him off, but that mid T1 tower is also starting to take a couple hits.
Under attack.
Not going to go down fully, even with the Lightstone. Again for Supreme on the Ember Spirit.
Look at how much
Bro.
attention Mao's are putting on this ancient area. Like, Fly has gone and warded. It was under vision once again. This time around, it was actually placed by Pastille. Although, is Poison going to die trying to deward this? I think he might.
Looks like it. Doesn't get the dive out. It's kind of difficult to dive away from the calling.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before, right? You need to be in just such perfect positioning. Otherwise, you're just going to get silenced and dive all the way back.
Yep.
Do not. Ooh. This is, I think, the key fight of the early game. Like, Kachal needs to live, and he needs to get all of these stacks.
Found the Lich. Oh, nice kick into the rocket, but the Lich survives for a moment. Not long enough, though. As both supports are
Much
going to
better.
get cleaned up.
I mean, you just see the difference when Pastille is able to go in and connect onto the backline, right? Suddenly, the formation starts to, get disrupted a little bit, and
Yeah.
you can pick up a few of these kills. So it feels so much better just having an active mid laner that's able to not enable the enemy supports to do whatever they want in every single one of these team fights.
Yeah, big change up compared to what we saw in the last game. Like, you can already see the difference.
Already 5 deaths across both of them. They had 2 in the entire game in the previous.
Yorlikor also lost his clean sheet. Already 3 deaths this game compared to the 0 in the last
Yeah, keeping the pressure
35
up,
minutes.
though. Not letting those deaths hinder them that much. Instant smoke coming out from Theolikor, who is level 6. So him and Supreme going to be looking to try and make a move, try and take out, I would assume it's going to be Kachal. That is still their main concern. Do they have vision of him?
They're going into the triangle to check if somebody's farming those stacks.
Know where
Now
he
they
is.
spot
Kachal.
Kachal. They also see James. They're going to suffice for this gyrocopter kill. Drops in the fall down. That's a lot of damage. Kachal might be able to follow up on this. And here comes Pastille.
Magnetize.
Drops the Magnetize on 3. Nande going to get pushed away with a Stampede. Centaur's not interested in joining. Well, the timing's actually
Not level 6
forcing
yet.
him out of the lane at the same time. The roll comes in, doesn't quite connect onto Nande. The Olikor there to help him out, but that AD rune is detrimental. That Magnetize is still ticking.
still
We only got a
living,
couple
though.
more seconds left on the Chemical Rage, but they are keeping Nande alive for long enough. Poison falls, Kachal and Pastille, they run out of steam. Now is the chance for Mouse to reply. Missing the dead shot. Getting the stun on the Bristle. He's faced towards them, but James is already back in action. Rocket connected onto Fly. Can Kachal follow up on this? Has a full magic wand. And the Gyro just dives him under the tower, takes him out. Pastille drops to Supreme and Theolikor. And there goes Toby. This bottom fight between the two has been going on for like a minute at the same time as this top fight's been going on, and Tiny ends up winning that brawl.
Solo kill, you'll take it. Actually, a regen rune on the bottom side of the river as well, so wouldn't be surprised to see Supreme give his bottle over to Theolikor, let him pick that one up.
Now-
Fine, just gives him the sip instead.
Now, Dano, let's talk about items here, and it's most especially the Tiny. So we discussed this Tiny Blink a little bit. If it's a one-way trick, if it falls off, then it feels like you're not going to be scaling into the game. But he's got the Echo Saber into the Blink to Conda build. What's your take on this?
I like it. I mean, I still think the best Tiny in the world, in my eyes, is GPK. And the way he plays it from mid is power treads into the Blink Dagger, just to give yourself that tiny bit of way to, see you later, James, to recover if like everything doesn't go absolutely perfectly for yourself. So it just makes those Avatos combos a little bit more efficient, as well as Kachal's actually getting dived too underneath.
They don't have
one tower.
TPs. They have one single TP available in the team.
Well, they missed,
was
and
the Tiny.
they didn't take all these stacks either.
They cleans them all up. Here comes the roll in from the Earth Spirit. Once again, the Magnetize comes out, but they've already almost lost the Tiny completely. Theolikor
Nice
tries to
egg.
charge on top of him, but the egg is going to at least zone them away. Nande gets caught by the stun. I'm pretty sure he
What a
thought
huge
he is
Magnetize.
out of range from that, but that egg stun cancels his TP. Suddenly, Poison has a double. The rocket on Supreme. James with the vision with the call down, and that should be an Ember down as well. Winter Bear, I think for the first time in the last 48 minutes of gameplay, has a net worth lead. So this game too, this is looking good for Winter Bear.
It's looking real good. 2,800 damage done by the Earth Spirit there, and you just compare that with what they're able to do. No ideal Chain Frost coming out. They realize
No
that if
Toby.
they're going to fight in this enclosed area, no Toby either. Does mean that he was farming, and he's already closing in on not only the Blade Mail, but the Blink Dagger as well.
Tower is under attack.
Although despite not being, all that active in a lot of these engagements, he's still last in terms of all of the cores.
Yeah, he's been taking a beating from this Tiny, right? Like, it's already 2 solo kills for this Tiny versus the Centaur. The latest happening when that earlier T1 fight was happening in the top lane. We're having their own 1v1. James is coming in to help out.
Is under attack.
I think they might even see him coming. Yep, there's a dire scan literally on top of the gyrocopter, so Mouse, they're aware.
Do they have a smoke available on anyone? Looks like Fly's just having one delivered through to Lich. Might look to make a bit of a rotation here after picking up the Wisdom Rune.
Yep. We also got the shotgun on the Bristleback now, so Ags is up.
Or a machine gun. My eyes.
I like to call it the shotgun because like it scatters everywhere. Pump action.
Shotgun for me is always going to be Morphling E-Blade. You know, remember back in the day.
We don't see that anymore.
Good.
Fortunately.
As a support,
I'm going to say unfortunate. I think it was such an iconic thing in Dota.
Oh, they're in.
There's the silence follow-up, the instant Centaur ulti. James hasn't dropped his call down yet, waiting. Rocket to fly in.
No magnetize,
so
though.
many
That's the
heroes.
big difference for mine. Like, do you actually commit for this when you
Ulti
don't
for
have,
ulti.
like, your huge damage source? I don't know if you do. Poison's level 9 on this Phoenix, and he still has the Supernova available. You've got the call down.
Got the shard
No
money
blink
as
down.
well.
Yep.
Very big shard for the Phoenix to pick up this early into the game.
They're actually going to look to try and commit themselves. I think they realize how big of a deal this lack of magnetize is, so maybe look to make a play around this mid lane, make a play around the siege creep if they can, secure or bait the power rune. They're just in.
If they can clean him up in time, he's already down to 50%. Just a little bit more required to take Pistol down. Toby might die for it, but at least they got the mid laner out of the way. Kachal looking for the fly kill as well. They'll throw in the tree. Furion Storm Rage takes him out. James picked up the Invis rune. Gonna get the Radiance burn. He locates the Alchemist. Here comes the Supreme Ember Spirit for the turnaround. They're trying to save the tower as well. The Tiny's going to be dropping. Is he going to fall? Yes, he will. Gachal does get a sizable amount of damage. Supreme will fall for it. And it's only down to 2 heroes. Nande and Fiolacor, and James almost finishing off the Muerta. Has to drop an instant dead shot. There's the stun loaded up, and it will take the Gyro down. And that's an 18 HP tower, which they weren't able to get with that dive.
They very easily could have. You know, I was looking at Poison as well as Kachal on the retreat. All it took was one right click, and that tower is secured for them. That makes a lot more of the smoke ganks a lot more viable, and it means that you don't get a little bit of this net worth coming over to Mau's side now. Obviously, it's not the full amount, but you still get a little bit whenever you get that deny through.
And this was the first fight the Tiny carry rotates in, and he dies in that engagement, so it doesn't hurt him too much. Maus are happy about it, but the reason why I was highlighting this Phoenix shard being so huge this game is you literally look at the strength-based cores on the side of Winterbear. We're not even 20 minutes into the game. You have almost 3k HP on Tiny. You have over 2,000 plus the damage reduction on Bristleback, and also Earth Spirit, who scales very well into HP. That Sunray heal, Maus, they don't quite have the damage. They have quick burst, but once that runs out, Sunray beats them all.
Well, Fiolacor has to be a little bit careful, though. I think Smoke is just about to connect onto him, and I'm highlighting him because he's 5 gold away from being able to finish up his
Caught
Spirit
the Ember, and maybe gets away as well. Oh, so close to finishing him off, but Supreme is out. Toby with a 2-man stun. Pastil and James to fall, and the Tiny to run away. Nande trying to escape as
Out,
well.
maybe
but
not,
that is
though.
Not feeling too great. The egg on top of him as well with the Tiny toss, and that Tiny's gonna die to that Lich ulti. Fly gets the quick fingers, casts it off away. Now the Bristleback to drop as well in the river, leaving Poison to his own devices. Finishing off Toby, maybe. Misses the dive on him.
Missed.
So actually the Centaur is gonna live. He TP's home, and that's a team wipe. Maus cleans them all up.
I think he missed the last Fiery Spirits as well. Otherwise, that would have been a very, very big kill for him to pick up. Make sure that this Centaur stops scaling, because he's the one that's going to be buying this pipe, right? So for him to be able to get away with all of this unreliable gold sitting at nearly 1,400 at this point means that now he's just so much further along the path to be able to, pick up such a key tool for not just him, but his entire team.
That feels really bad for Winterbear, considering they did everything right, but couldn't quite kill the Ember Spirit who finished the Mage Slayer. Look at this initiation. Like on the replay, they just jump him, but because of the extra tankiness that item gives, the magic resistance keeps him alive, he escapes, and a perfect opportunity for Maus to jump on these stacked heroes.
Even just at the very end, right, he gets the Slide of Fist before he retreats, so not only does he survive through, the initial burst because of the passive magic resistance, but then the active component of that Mage Slayer as well still is able to influence their turnaround potential that Winterbear might have had.
Such a big impact from one single item timing. And yeah, you're right, he did miss the Fiery Spirits, plus the dive didn't connect onto the Centaur, so Toby got out.
Still might not be as lucky.
Doesn't feel like it, right? Centaur ulti right on top of the Earth Spirit. Suddenly you're in a 4v1. And Alk finds James in the river, but they're both stunned. One from the concoction, the other from a rocket. Sounds like an average Saturday night. But there's a Supreme getting the kill. Ember Spirit closing in. Kachal's trying to finish off a Tormentor.
Oh, true. Should be fine with the help coming out there from the Phoenix. And, well, that's
Toby
a
only
pretty
just a
handy
little bit
tool
too late.
for a Tiny. I mean, just free tree grab permanently means you're going to be able to keep up that farm a whole lot more frequently. I wonder if they're going to prioritize with that Tormentor being claimed by Winterbear, if they're going to start heading towards Roshan for themselves, just to maybe give a little bit more emphasis onto Supreme now that he's 8-2-11. He's got the Mage Slayer as a part of that previous team fight. He got all of that assist gold, which means that he's already got the Maelstrom, and he's already 1.5 components towards the BKB. So if you could just enable him to be the one that's on the front lines, like dodging a lot of this damage, then I really wouldn't hate it. And of course, Alchemist doesn't get that same amount of value out of the second life because of the Chemical Rage requirement.
Big stack for Nante to farm. The Ancient's going right his way. He's going to get very close to finishing off the BKB now. Just 1,000 gold short. 16,000 net worth of 20. Tormentor who gets the shard on this one. There's not a single one yet on Mouse. Should be Lich, right?
Which is pretty handy.
No, Spire.
Indeed. Means that you don't necessarily need to wait for these big full-on team fights, right, to be able to pop that ultimate. Although Pastille freshly purchased BKB means that he's most likely going to be the one that would have targeted, but you can't. It's not really worth popping that Chain Frost with the Ice Spire onto a 9-second BKB or a Spirit. So nice little timings coming through from both teams, and like I said, don't count Winterbear out. They were looking pretty damn even in terms of the net worth, and even the win probability is not that far in Mouse's favor, just 60% or so.
Yeah, maybe a slight bit of excitement. Winterbear really showing a fight, but a couple engagements really not going their way. One bit of misfortune not being able to clean up that Ember Spirit, but had literally received an item that reduced 20% of Winterbear's damage.
One other thing, again, I just want to state it one more time, that I've been really impressed about is perfect vision being given by the Winterbear side. That Observer Ward just completely scouted out this smoke, which means that Kachal, he's going to be able to back off entirely. Means that you can get really aggressive on Pastille in this top lane as well. He's just pushing it out. He's making the smoke look even more obvious. They might even not realize that they had that area warded, just because they might think that they're backing up because no one's defending top
Another
tower.
scan. That's the second Radiant scan into their own jungle, but still Nunde gets the jump on James, and Toby's there to follow up. The support gyro is gone. Meanwhile, the roll-in comes out as well. Supreme doesn't really take too much of a hit, but he disconnects mid-team fight.
Hasn't popped his BKB yet.
Hasn't, but Supreme, that's the one I'm worried about right now, because he's still silenced for like 0.1 seconds, but the avalanche is on top of him.
And he's about to have a Veil plus a Supernova on top of him as well. This is not good at all for the Mouse side. They committed very heavily, maybe feeling overly confident with that pipe used by Toby, that they're just going to be able to shrug off a lot of this, but that pipe barrier has all but expired on both the Alchemist and the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, pretty sure Fly is literally clicking on the portraits right now for the Solar Crest Frost Shield. Please live.
No, not a chance. If I'm Fly, I'm backing off. Maybe put like an Ice Spire inside the tree line and use that to start the Chain Frost bouncing, but I don't think you can get too close to this. I would much rather him look to try and emphasize his Blink Dagger and prioritize it a little bit more. You don't want to be dying as a result of this and have that slowed down by quite a fair amount, because, you know, the Blink plus Sinister Gaze in onto the Bristleback after he's used like his full combo is going to be such a key tool, right? Just forcing him to face him, try and blow him up as quickly as you can.
And Mouse is going to lose two big heroes. That's probably going to be like a 2,000 gold swing. Shout out to our boy Mike.
Sure.
Good old My Little Pony Dota voice lines.
It just reminds me of going down to. I live in an area where there's a lot of like Lebanese and Turkish and Iranian food, so all of that is just coming through. And favorite restaurant as well, which might be going there in a couple of days' time, just with a friend. It's a bit of a routine for us. We watch Survivor and we get mixed shawarma together. Very nice.
Mixed shawarma. I don't think I've ever actually had shawarma in my life.
I mean, it's a kebab. It's a souvlaki. It's a gyros, but shawarma. Everyone has their own version of a meat wrap with some.
There's potential. There's potential that I've had it, but it's just we don't really use that word like in Finland, so it's a bit different. But let's see. The fates of the Alchemist and the Ember Spirit on the line, and they both seem to be able to get out.
Okay.
Supreme Remnants away, and Nande did get the BKB off.
Do they look to re-engage, though? I highly doubt it. I mean, you've used a lot. You still have the Supernova available on Poison.
No Magnetize. And no BKB on the Earth Spirit either. Toby.
Or the Elk.
He's going to see the Pastille rotation coming into the top lane, so that's a warning sign for Supreme to get out. But Toby, not sure if he's going to be as fortunate. Look at the damage on this guy. That is just sick.
Yeah, so one thing that Centaur does a lot, he's very, very beefy. Not a lot of armor. So I kind of want to see him put a little bit more emphasis into that, right? He's already got the plate mail, which provides him a little bit, but you're not going to be buying the phase boots with the horsepower facet. So maybe a Lotus Orb wouldn't be the worst here, just to be able to, get rid of some of that damage over time coming through, reflect back a homing missile maybe, get rid of the magnetized silence. Of course, just the armor component as well. Even an AC, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got the shock and awe effects right there that, yep, I need armor.
Mm-hmm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hasn't revealed anything as he's only just finished the pipe and the blink on the Centaur. Well, the pipe most recently. Bloodthorn is also up now on Nande's Alchemist. That's going to beef up the damage.
The AC as well. So enabling him to really try and man fight against that Bristleback, punishing him if he doesn't have
Charges
that.
in, has the haste rune. He can play around a little bit. Fly with the aggressive blink and takes down James. They are under Radiant Vision. How much can they make work out of here as Malfurion has to pop his BKB from the Muerta support? Still down as well. This is not good for Winter Bear at all. James even bought back for this, trying to make his way in. Kachal, he's losing friends around him, and suddenly all of that damage that he has doesn't feel too scary. BKB forces well from Nande, throwing in the stun, has a rocket on him, and Kachal, BKB teleports away, but James is on a buyback, potentially even a dieback.
I could get him. Or just not wanting to commit all that deep. He had the Blink Dagger up and available, and he's doing a great job of valuing his lone life, making sure that he's keeping not just himself, but the rest of the team safe. Using that Blink to its fullest potential, de-warding mid-fight, kiting out with the assistance of the Stampede, catching out the Phoenix before he's able to get the dive away. He's just, once again, putting in a masterclass performance on this Lich.
Yeah, the biggest balls on the server, right? Making blink plays like that as your post 5 support. Like, I'm leading the charge. You better follow me.
Sorry, I'm just looking. He uses the regen room, but he's a freaking Lich, so he doesn't get the mana back. I guess that's a good way to guarantee that you've got, for its duration, the HP portion, though, right?
Well, see what they can do here as Kachal just drops to the fresh Bloodthorn usage from the Alchemist. And James is spotted. They know this Gyro is going to be dead for a long, long time. 70-second respawn is a level 12. That's 20 seconds longer than your 5 levels higher Bristleback.
Gives him a free Roshan as well. Nice use of that Bloodthorn, and again, just punishing whenever that BKB isn't available. That's going to be the name of the game for Maus this entire time. Not just from Nande's perspective, but you have a look at the other heroes that they've got to play around with on Maus as well. Both of these supports feel pretty damn useless into BKBs. Nothing that's going to pierce through that. 0 damage, essentially, from Theolacor as well with that Pierce the Veil. Speaking of Theolacor, I did mention that he is a greedy boy and already has the Shadow Blade on his way towards the Silver Edge, so another answer to the Bristleback coming in the not-too-distant future.
Radiant's courier
game has definitely spiraled into Mouse's hands with a 14k lead, holding on to that Aegis on the Alchemist. Probably not your best Aegis carrier, but who else were you going to give it to? Maybe the Ember.
Is the Olico
Not
flailing
interesting.
around for you as well?
Fallen.
Can't, it's for me.
Oh, there we go. That's a proper Mexican gunslinger right there.
True, true. Oh, Fly again. The Blink Dagger, the value coming through means that they're still not able to connect on that roll in.
Can we just look at Muerta for a second? I mean, this is kind of... nah.
Well, we'll see it when we see it.
Yeah, there we go. I just love how, like, oh, I'm getting spat on. Oh, sure, I'm just going to flail around here. I think I might have just reset with that ulti. Time to get serious. But still dropped very low on HP by the Muerta. Alchemist also jumping on the sideline there. And Ice Spire, quite enough for that Lich ulti. Phoenix Egg, kind of unexpected to pop it here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Poison. Yeah, this is where things seem to be falling a bit apart for Winter Bear.
Toby wants that little bit extra, but doesn't have the movement speed to be able to catch James.
Yeah.
Be able to still with this Aegis. I was thinking maybe put a little bit of pressure into the tier 2 tower, but it seems like they're just wanting to try and catch out Malfurion Stormrage whenever they can. We'll be able to get away.
There's one thing I would like to see James do right now. He has that drum. He has the drums in his inventory, but only with one charge. You are the one hero in the game who can freely disassemble and assemble it again to refresh your drum charges. So I'd like to have at least an extra charge ready for if they have a long team fight, he won't be able to do it during. Just like to see him disassemble and assemble it again.
See
Oh,
if
that
he
is
does, see if he picks up
interesting.
on it.
I think we
Even
really
just
need
turn it
to
into a
min-max.
boots of bearing as well, right? Like you've got
True.
a decent amount of slows on the mouse side, so just to be able to shrug those off for a little bit, give your team their own
Yeah.
mini stampede would be really nice.
Yeah, that'd be good to have. I just really want to see Winterbear just min-max every little thing that they can right now because they're in a losing position.
They're going to need to, as Pastille, he might get scattered out here by Nande. He's getting the Radiance burn, so he knows the Alk's around, but
And see the TP as well. He just insta-blinks away. He's got the backup of his team. Winterbear, what you gonna do? Honda not ready on the Tiny.
already used the Bristleback there, so they know that that burst damage isn't quite
it
there,
up.
and that's why they're choosing to jump in.
There goes your gyrocopter, and Kobe gets the stun on the backline onto the Phoenix. Rocket flies in on him, and that Centaur might just lose his life, but they are getting a sizable amount of damage onto Winterbear. There's your trade, 1 for 2. Phoenix buys back. Supreme, sending them away. Places an aggressive Remnant right on your doorstep.
Should maybe be able to clean up this tower, but with the buyback, I suppose they're expecting a little bit more aggression coming through from the Winterbear side. Yolokor might even just use this Shadow Blade to pick up a little bit of that extra farm, push in that mid wave, force them to reveal themselves a little bit more as Malfurion Stormrage hasn't popped his BKB. He might be forced to now.
Gets the turn instantly on Muerta, but just not enough damage to finish off the Muerta completely. 300 remaining. Talked about a very tanky support. It was pretty easy to kill in the early game.
Lane. No BKB.
Oh, poor Kachal. Mouse is just hitting them in multiple places at the same time. These pincer moves.
They're playing around the BKBs. That's all they need to do, right? They punish the fact that they are so squishy when they don't have these available. It's going into the Sanjin Yasha on the Bristleback. I wonder if it would be better value just to turn the Sanj into a halberd. Force the Alchemist to at least pop his BKB if they're trying to go for a kill onto him.
You could just jump James here, which they're planning to do. There's the Gleipnir Supreme. He does have a rocket targeted on him, but he will use a slight to dodge for a moment. And here comes Nande, Bloodthorned up, takes down the Gyro. And there goes your tier 3 tower. Without the full team up on Winterbear, they won't be able to defend.
They lived kind of early as well, so they won't be able to get that multi-shot dealing with this next creep wave coming. Ooh, the
yeah,
silence
he gets brought
brings
back
him
in. I think they momentarily forgot about it. Probably the risk of a potential tiny toss.
That Berserk Potion on Nande. Just giving him even more of that bonus attack speed to be able to make the most out of the Bloodthorn.
Their attack speed is kind of insane with the 20 talent and the Berserk Potion.
And an AC and a Solar Crest.
Yeah. It's a bunch of good stuff. But not
And
that
he
many for
also got his
Winterbear.
Silver Edge as well. So good luck trying to deal with him. Honestly, I don't want to grief people's pubs too much, but I honestly think Shadowblade / Silver Edge, even without a break, isn't the worst item for supports because it's one of the few defensive items that they can't actually dispel off of you. You know, it's like Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, Ghost Scepter, Aeon Disc, all can be removed by Nullifier or whatever else. Shadowblade, nope.
It's very true.
Fly, oh, we talk about the big balls plays. Well, I'm sure if that was the best timing for the DC.
It's time to tip Nande for disconnecting. You won't even see these tips. Fly is already yawning and stretching. Dude, look at him in the webcam. He's like, I'm dead, boys.
Is he, though?
Goodness.
Like, the boys are right behind him. They've got Blink Daggers available.
It's a
I feel like he might just instantly Sinister
Lich.
Gaze the Lich. Or he might... He's facing the safe area, right? So he might Force Staff himself over the cliff, closer towards safety. What do you think's going to happen? I want a prediction here, T. What's going to happen? Is he going to turn and fight? Is he going to try and retreat? Are the rest of the team just going to bail on him? What's going to happen?
I mean, he's faced in the right direction, right?
Yep.
He's faced towards the cliff, so I think the first thing in your mind is just Force. He already has the Frost Shield on, so Force Staff away, drop the Ice Spire, drop the Chain Frost, and you have Stampede in 4. That's what he needs to wait for his team to get close enough. I think what we just see is Lich getting Force Staff, maybe 1 or 2 abilities lands on the Lich, and it's just down to Winterbear. Do they want to go all the way in? Because Tiny's not even near.
No.
That's what happens.
Yeah, I get what you mean. He can be, though, right? Like, they just need to try and drag the fight towards the area that they want. I don't know if he's going to lay down the Chain Frost unless he's literally standing his ground right
if
there.
they
because they
know-
don't have a silence.
If they know the Bristleback is somewhere in the top area, and if they know where the Tiny is very likely, that's when he turns around and just fights. But I'm pretty sure they don't know enough. They have an activated Watcher. I don't know if the Tiny has walked near that activated Watcher, so they'd know his position. But they definitely don't know about Kachal.
No. I don't think they do.
So lack of info usually affects a lot. Like, yeah, where are these two guys? We don't see them.
Even Supreme is, like, on the very edge of the fog that the Radiant have. They can barely see him. They can't, sorry. They can barely not see him. They see 0 people except for Fly. There we go.
All right, one more player back on the server, Gyrocopter. We're waiting for him to come back, and we can get the game underway. 33 minutes into game number 2. Mouse is leading the series, and this next fight could be the one to end the entire series if it were for Mouse to win. Look at the win probability graph. It's not looking healthy for Winterbear. It's
Definitely not.
91 and 9.
How have you seen both of these teams' performances, though, throughout both games? Like, is it gone as expected? Has it gone a little bit more one-sided? Has Winterbear impressed you with anything in particular?
In my pre-game setup, I would say this is going exactly as it has been expected to go, right? Game 1, you see the level of teams. Sure, you're not ready for it. But game 2, you get to the tempo. You get yourself a better game going. And this is the result. We got a much more competitive game number 2. It could have also gone this way, where game 1 is exactly as expected, and game 2 is even faster.
Yes. I was honestly expecting, like, game 1 was 35 minutes. This is 33. Probably going to be at least 35 minutes as well. I was expecting sub-30-minute games, to be honest. So Winterbear are outperforming my expectations right now. I think, again, their water game has been really solid. I much prefer the fact that they've gone for this Earth Spirit that has been able to find the backlines. It just feels like they've fallen off a little bit, right? Like, this Tiny hasn't hit that big timing that he's hoping for. He's even going for a freaking Disperser just to be able to, I would assume, have a little bit of safety against the...
All right, Fly. Let's see what he does. And he stays to fight. Instant Sinister Gaze forces the egg, and here comes the reinforcements, and now Stampede is also available, which they will use to run away.
A Chain Frost.
Alchemist is out there, but they will dodge the egg. Look for the kills here now. Let's see if we can blow up a still with the Bloodthorn. A lot of damage. Tiny finally joins in, but won't be able to deal enough damage. And now chained up as BKB. Just a quick Conda toss. Doesn't really do too much damage, but Toby with the beautiful stun. And I think that's gonna knock the wind out of you, Winter Bear. It's Tiny surrounded by 4 heroes and taken down. No buybacks up on any of them. Full team wipe by Mouse.
Very, very nicely done. And, you know, I always said that Fly had the balls of steel needed. I said he was going to turn around and try and fight, and he tried to not convince me. When the boys are behind you, like, they were half expecting that to happen in the first place, right? I think that's the big thing that I was really mindful of. They saw 3 people, they had everyone standing behind, they had all the tools that they could possibly want, and he was still able to, like, half get away and force out a couple of BKBs a little earlier than they would have liked to have come out.
There's definitely been a good showing here from Mouse with this fresh roster in their first series versus Winter Bear. Doesn't tell us necessarily too much, but at least they're ready for the challenge. Got to keep your eye open for this team during the course of this qualifier.
We got a Rapier queued up here by Tiny. Not sure if he's going to get to that point, though.
You got me excited for a moment, but then I see the 200 gold. And Nande calling another pause, but looks like they're just, no matter if you have lag, the game's about to end.
Toby was just standing under dual towers, so hold on. The TP that was cancelled, and then one that wasn't, and then they kind of went, but then they kind of didn't. It does feel a little bit like they're not exactly on the same page, which I'm a little surprised about. Maybe it's just the relative inexperience, but 4 of these 5 on Winter Bear have played together for a decent amount of qualifiers. Toby might be the one that gets caught out, though. Never mind, it's the opposite.
At least James is going to get taken down by Toby. Here in Storm Rage just finished off the Centaur, but he's just going to insta buyback. They have the activity of that outpost. They can just return, and there's just not enough left in the tank for Winter Bear. They force Kachal back to the fountain from whence he came, and isolating Tiny forces his BKB for his final moments, but he's going to have to savor these moments and a GG tap out as Winter Bear, 2 35-minute games. A bit too much for them in the eyes of Mouse.
Expected 2-0, but a little bit higher than expectations result coming from Winter Bear. There was stuff to work with there for sure, and I think it's just about bringing it together with a few more meta heroes, I guess. Like, we rarely see the Earth Spirit. We rarely see the position 1 Tiny. We rarely see even just the position 4 Gyrocopter anymore. We rarely see a flak cannon skilled level 1 by a position 4 Gyrocopter. Like, all these little things that just kind of come together, and it felt like they waited a bit too long until Mouse truly had all the answers that they could possibly want, right? The Bloodstone was number 1, the Silver Edge was number 2, the BKBs was number 3. And, Mouse were just too efficient at being able to hit the timings that they truly wanted, and then they were able to close it out pretty clean, pretty clinical, but certainly a bit more of a scare than the game 1 was.
Certainly was. I mean, they repeated 4 out of their 5 heroes in an identical draft, just not getting their hands on the Doom and swapping out for the Toby Centaur Warrunner in the end. For me, it felt a bit like Mouse is practicing a draft.
Yeah. Just, what, an official scrim? Is that what we're calling this? Or?
Yeah.
It kind of feels that way.
But none taken away from Winter Bear. I do not mean that in disrespect. I mean it as in they repeat an identical draft with a very minor change where Winter Bear starts to play better, but Mouse was doing still the same things. They have both supports rotating to the Ember Spirit. They want to activate Supreme. Toby plays solo for 20 minutes until then he joins in with the group.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised at how little damage Poison was doing, right? Like, he only died 9 times. I'm saying only in quotes here, but he did the least damage on his team despite going up against 2 really beefy strength heroes, and he only did like 2,500 healing as well, despite having 3 strength cores to be able to play around with. So I'm not sure if that was just really nicely done by Mouse to be able to find him consistently. I mean, we saw Fly again buy that Blink Dagger so that he could be yet another form of initiation, but the life for these support heroes on Winter Bear's side was not easy.
Absolutely not. But hey, that was a bit of a taste coming out from this first match between Winter Bear and Mouse. We still got a ton of Dota to come. We're going to be taking a bit of a break in between, but of course, some highlights from this series. And then after that, in about 1.5 hours, I believe, we'll have Nigma Galaxy and LeBron's Zero Tenacity going up against each other. I'm excited for that one. I know you are as well, Danog, but we're going to have to wait a bit longer. We'll see you guys after the break for the second series of the qualifiers.
The dreams. I remember my dreams. dreams. I remember my dreams. dreams.
Welcome, everybody. You are watching the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure. Once again, as we are already passed with our first series earlier on today, it's time to move over to the second with T-Panda and Dano once again bringing in the commentary as we're going to be looking at Nigma Galaxy versus Zero Tenacity in the West European Plus MENA region qualifier. So we've already seen Europe versus MENA. It went 2-0, but this matchup, slightly different, Dano.
Slightly different. One got a direct invite, one put a pretty decent placing in a LAN-in just a few weeks ago. And one, I would say the majority of the team has been playing together for a lot longer than Zero Tenacity has. You know, that is a team that has just got 5 completely different players from completely different areas that have never played on the same team before. And LeBron is going to try and be able to make it work. So we will see if he's able to work his magic once again, because whenever we've gotten the chance to speak with him, you've worked with him quite recently. He's such a lovely guy, great to speak to. And you got to hope for all the success. But I got to say, T, there's probably a lot of people in chat that are not hoping for success out of Zero Tenacity because they were Galaxy. They have to be the red hot favorites.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, there's a reason why I don't call him LeBron. I call him Lebroski because I'm also T-Pandaski. It doesn't sound as amazing. But, he's a great lad, like you said. It's going to be interesting how he meshes all of these star players together. Wish, especially, a grinder from the DPC's Division 2 days, going all the way to Div 1, back in the Brain roster. His old teammates playing in another team. And then you have this SA star carry of Dodd, who luckily is not playing on SA ping, but is playing on European ping. Let's see how he fits into his carry position with this team. And Nefrit, an ex-carry player, for the last couple, 2-3 years, has been playing in the offlane position. And of course, Pablo, who's also been doing observing in pro tournaments. So a very interesting stack of this Zero Tenacity open qualifier grind stack.
Yeah, definitely. You gotta. It takes all sorts to make a Dota team, and this is no exception. This team in particular, you got to say for LeBron, I would say this probably has a little bit more importance to him. I'm sure he's aware that they are the underdogs leading into these qualifiers, right? They did go through the open qualifiers pretty smoothly, but for him as a Serbian, this is the tournament that you want to qualify. Ground advantage.
Absolutely, and it doesn't get any better than that. I'm playing against a team like Nigma Galaxy, so all of those bat chess people out there in Twitch chat, you better get your bat chess ready, because this is, again, one of those series. And for once, the Nigma fans, they're like, well, this is not going to be an easy walk in the park when you look at the qualifier as a whole. Maybe this matchup might look very Nigma favored. I've already been seeing a lot of people saying 2-0, let's go, let's win. We're going to see our boy Miracle Sumail stomp our opponents. But this qualifier is going to be a lot harder than the previous ones Nigma's been playing. So they got to bring in their A game from the start.
Yes, and you'd hope that the roster stays consistent throughout the entire time. Obviously, it's no fault of theirs, but we've had to have chops and changes. We've had to have Kuro come in and play, position 1, see if he's able to try and make that work. But if they're able to stick with the same 5, I've given them a chance. And we can see there the result of the coin toss. It's a win for the Nigma boys, coming out with the W and ends up getting themselves first pick.
First pick and Radiant seems to be the trend that we're going to be watching from series for the remainder of the day as well, by the looks of it. But I mean, they put heavy emphasis on the first pick. That means that LeBron's going to have to start thinking about some kickers for the second phase with that second pick, and they find some good hero picks in there. Nigma Galaxy's hero pool pretty wide, but I would maybe see Crystallis. His hero pool's been pretty narrow, if you ask me. Like, the ones that he plays have been exceptionally good, like he always has. But will that maybe be a bit of a fault?
Possibly. I mean, with this team, really what I want to see is just that offlane enabled together. Noob and Omar, they're the ones that have been playing together ever since the Quest days, ever since prior to that even, where they just had this such formidable duo. Not necessarily in lane. Obviously, Noob was playing a lot more mid lane, and you kind of got to give up mid to Sumail. He's the real one that I'm looking for them to have any chances on Zero Tenacity. You got to target Sumail, because he is able to just run away with a lot of these games and just looks absolutely dominant when he gets off to a good start.
Yeah, you absolutely need to put that mid lane in check. And with this Noob Omar combo that you've been talking about, they were very solid in the previous qualifier runs that they played. I feel like in the tournament games that they've been playing against high-level tier teams, this is a very, I would almost say this is probably one of the best off-lane duos in this qualifier pretty easily. Maybe you would look at Avulus, that they have, Jibe and Eki, but honestly, Noob, Omar, I would even rank them higher than any other duo out of any other team here in this qualifier.
Yeah, I could say that. I mean, Toby and Theolacor look pretty solid for Mouse, but yeah, certainly they've got a lot of credits in the bank, let's say. One thing that I just want to highlight again with Sumail, just talking about Nigma Galaxy for a little bit more. Obviously, he came into prominence as, a 15, 16-year-old, mainly off the back of, like, his Storm Spirit, but over recent times, we've really seen him pivot to be a little bit less of those, like, spirity style playmaking heroes where he just wants to crush his lane and he wants to be like a legitimate threat within the fights from a physical damage perspective. I'm talking the Monkey Kings, I'm talking the Tinies. He's already had that. The Sniper in particular, even now, it's something that you still need to be concerned about of just getting your lane crushed by Sumail.
Oh yeah, I've seen him being playing, especially those heroes. The Invoker also into the mix in his pubs the last couple of days, and we'll see what kind of picks they're going for. But with this draft already live, it is actually Nigma Galaxy that decides to ban the Gyrocopter, a hero that has been their staple throughout the 24 year. Whenever they've been playing, Gyrocopter has been highly contested by them. They don't want to let Zero Tenacity have their hands on it.
Yeah, clearly, they just feel like maybe they're trying to. What could they be thinking here? Like, it is obviously a great position 1 for themselves, but I don't think it's necessarily something that you want to open up with this early into the draft. Like, yes, you can play it if you were wanting to as a position 4 or 5 if you absolutely needed to flex it, but maybe with Morphling still potentially in the pool, they don't want that possibility there. Maybe they want to Luna themselves, something that has fallen a little bit off the radar in recent times, but certainly against a Gyrocopter, you're able to outrange.
The viewers can't actually see it because this is from the in-game view, but the Zero Tenacity banner says, "We make heroes." So maybe there's, I don't know, play of words maybe that they're going to be cooking something very different here in this draft. We'll see. Enigma's going to open up with the Invoker at least, so an instant Sumail grab.
Yes, I think you still can flex it to be support. Again, like I'm still kind of on the avenue of the Luna or just some other carry that they really want to beef up. You know, I'm expecting to see a Tusk. I'm expecting to see potentially a Marcy come through here.
Luna's still a hero?
I think it can
I thought
be.
she got hit really hard by the nerfs.
She did, but it's still one of those heroes that if you give it enough, let's call them steroids, then they just get ridiculously out of control and one team fight leads into like a full lane being taken, basically. Invoker, obviously, with Alacrity, has the potential to do that. I mentioned the Marcy, the Tusk. They're 2 other heroes that, whether it be tag team, drinking buddies...
and Solar Crest still in the meta.
Solar Crest, like all this stuff. And it really does feel like the sort of thing that would work quite well for them. But it seems with the Enigma being banned out, maybe it's going to be something that's a little bit more single target focused, right? You've already gotten rid of the Gyrocopter. They're probably not leaning towards something like the Bristleback, which is one of the counters to the Enigma. So I'm just trying to think of like main single target heroes that they might be looking to try and focus. Like Slark potentially, Lifestealer, not really a hero as much these days. Ursa, I'm not really a fan of like the Battle Fury styles these days.
And I really like the fact that they have a flex TA, because I know Dot plays a lot of TA, but so does Wish from the mid lane position. So you've already locked in a core with flex potential that normally seems to lock into either directly 2 or 1 when you know the opponent you're playing against. So I like that it's not your support flex or just a casual support pick in the first phase, but this could be a very scary one as well.
This is the sort of play that you came to expect from Nigma, you know, being able to put Sumail on a TA as well, or, you know, when they were playing with Matumba Man all the way back and when it was like Team Liquid. Like, this was kind of their MO. You know, you don't know how the position 1 or position 2 is going to shape out. So love that Zero Tenacity are trying to throw a little bit of that back into them. We'll see how it turns out, of course. And anytime you see a TA, I wonder if they're going to go even more down the avenue of like some minus armor, just to be able to, you know, truly have that full-on, not necessarily wombo combo, but just easy cleanup. And of course, Roshan is always at the top of the priority list whenever you're playing a TA lineup. So maybe they Tusk.
Now,
Muerta.
Pieces will lock in. They're going to go for the Muerta at least. We've seen some success from the pause for Muerta earlier on today, shown by Theolicor. Now, most likely Pablo hero. I know he likes to play this one.
Mm-hmm. It's just a solid hero, right? Like
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not a big fan of these heroes that fall off in a massive way once you get past like the 20-minute mark. And Muerta does not fall off. You know, you always have the potential to scale. You're really strong in lane. You're really strong at these to kill. You provide a lot of utility through the fear, and then of course late game you can be like Theolicor and get a freaking silver edge, and then be a legitimate answer to an enemy core. So I like it. I think it can work. I'm surprised that we're not seeing Batrider banned even more. It was banned previously in both 2 games. I wanted to see it more and more and more because you can just get so much done with this hero. It opens up the map in a major way, and again, you don't fall off when it gets to those late games. You've still got that BKB piercing disable, and same with the Phoenix, one of the best late game supports in the game.
5 seconds
Yeah, you
remaining.
got the double birds and seeing the pause 4 come out from Pablo. I know LeBron's not a big Nyx Assassin enjoyer, so that would also mean maybe 5 Muerta, maybe Dodd plays the Muerta carry. If they pick Nyx now, then we're looking at mid TA and carry Muerta.
Team pick.
Has to be like that. All right, so we're keeping that open. Go for the Bristleback instead.
Okay. I wouldn't hate
Maybe a
seeing
LeBron hero now.
Maybe. I wouldn't hate seeing like a position 5 Marcy come out. Something that's just able to provide another stun that could potentially be a body for if the TA is indeed a position 1, and even just the Unleash to be able to hit into that Phoenix egg. Not the worst.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah,
No real...
direct answer to the egg. You are right. Like maybe the TA Muerta could be enough, but not really the heroes you want to expend on hitting an egg.
Dire
And no real break heroes at this point. Okay, another beefy boy.
I know LeBron, he loves this hero, man. Like, when we were back in Serbia, like, he was calling out Ogre, like, before any of the other, like, panel analysts were ahead of, like, what are they picking? Because he's like, I know there's only one hero that fits this picture. It's the Ogre Magi. And we were sitting at the caster desk with Kips, and the moment the Ogre came out, our ears died from the yelling on the panel. Because they're like, whoa, what is that? But I've been talking with LeBron quite a bit, and he highlights Ogre every single time. Nothing wrong with the hero. It's so good with everything that you play in the current meta, and he adores this hero. So I think this is a very, very comfortable draft for Zero Tenacity at the moment. Not just because of the Ogre, but because of this TA Muerta that both Dodd and Wish love to spam.
Okay, well, there's another one of those heroes that can be, of course, the one that gets buffed up by Invoker, whether it be Alacrity. You can obviously use the Sunstrike now globally. What I'm really wanting to see out of the last hero overall is just something that's going to enable them to run down and get really aggressive in this off lane for Nigma Galaxy. You're probably going to be playing with the Batrider in that lane, and you're going to be playing against an Ogre Magi who has plenty of strengths, don't get me wrong, but that learning curve means that you can really look to punish early on, and a good way to set TA a decent way back is to kill her once, maybe even twice before, some of those levels start to come out on the Ogre.
Yeah, deprive that experience, hit level 2 first, and you've got yourself an avenue for first blood, potentially. You are right.
Like, is Doom still in the pool? I wouldn't hate seeing a Doom, for example. Might be a little bit like do nothing, I call it. You're just going to be sitting back a lot of the time. You don't necessarily have the greatest playmaker outside of the Batrider, but in terms of like anti-carry, it feels pretty good against the TA, right? Plenty of ways to be able to break through the refraction, plenty of ways to dive. That
I was
aren't
about to,
necessarily-
I was about to say Mars is a really good ban right now, which Zero Tenacity definitely went for. And I'm thinking also slightly about, because, Nigma Galaxy, we know them, that they lack crowd control from the past. So maybe Timbersaw. Timber's actually... Was he banned in the first phase? No, he's actually still in the pool. Yeah, so Timber, I was thinking if they want more damage to kind of replace the Spectre from the early game, if they need an early damage source, I would think about the Timbersaw. But otherwise, Mars bans, I'm kind of looking at, is Centaur just the way to go?
It's a possibility, for sure. It kind of like... It's a little dangerous going up against a TA because Centaur is notorious for having pretty low armor, and TA, obviously, just with Meld, even though finally it got a little bit of a nerf, you can just rip through him, right? So that's my main concern, that he could just be in a big spot of bother, especially once you hit up onto level 2 with Ogre Magi, being able to just consistently cast spells into your face. So I mean, Nigma Galaxy have already been pretty notorious for just lacks of stuns, right? And right now, all they've really got is Batrider and maybe a little bit of the Invoker. Leads me to believe that maybe this isn't the sort of avenue that they're looking to go down, and they would rather just something that's able to make kills happen. Again, with the Spectre, they're denying the Tide TA. You know, it's it has
Classic,
everything.
right?
It has everything according to them. And
everything.
They're not going to let Zero Tenacity have it.
That's all they need. The good old liquid winning strat all the way back before Nigma Galaxy, predating those days.
Just before, I think,
Tide. Just before, yeah.
TI9 days.
Yep, that was the one.
So what do they do?
So
Do they go like a Dawnbreaker? I know Into the Muerto, it feels a little weird, but again, you damage over time things with the Celestial Hammer. You can play alongside the Spectre with the Haunt into the
Centaur,
Solar
Dawn.
Guardian.
I think Dawn's a fine idea. Go with the Pangolier
of
instead.
course.
So
It's a new Pango, of course. Like, how did we not see this?
yeah, we're just hoping for like new heroes, right? Because they didn't get their hands on the Gyrocopter, but yeah, it's a pretty staple for Nigma Galaxy. Get that Pango and Noob. He loves that hero.
10 seconds remaining.
All right,
Now,
so
I'm
now
just
we
thinking,
need-
like, can they make these lanes switch around a little bit, right? Can you run the TA into the Invoker and then run, like, would you do a Bloodseeker in this draft? Attack speed for the egg, a way to counter the
It's
Rolling
not bad.
Thunder, Bristleback off lane, and then TA into the Invoker where Cold Snap is useless.
It's not bad, but I'm just worried about the amount of small control on these early engagements. If the Bloodseeker needs to get active, that it just kind of falls flat. Carry the Bloodseeker for Dodd, yeah, he's done it in the past. That would mean Muerta 4 for Pablo. I think they could. But what are they really missing here in this draft?
I mean, they need a little bit of control themselves, right? They've got
They
a
do.
Silence and they've got an Ogre who does not have a lot of range. I mean, Wyvern? Against a Pango, I'm always looking for something that's able to, you know, snap through that isn't necessarily going to be instantly caught out. That's the other thing that you need to be worried about as well, right? Is how are you going to avoid Spectre just blowing you up once she has Orchid?
Dodd Weaver? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure thing it is. All right, interesting.
It's a mid TA. I like it. Is Weaver the choice that I would go for? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not like they have a ton of reliable stuns outside of the lasso, right? Once you've got the blink available, you know, you can most likely look to avoid the Pangolier stuns as a Weaver, obviously being as mobile as you are, and you know, even once you're inside the Rolling Thunder, you can kill him just as the Weaver, right? Just start to hit him as long as you're not the main target, and if that's the case, then maybe the TA comes in and looks to try and take you down.
And also, an interesting fact with like playing around this Snot Rocket Bristleback, right? Like it's not seeing red where you know you have early damage and run at your opponents. You've got to build up those stacks, right? How much time do you actually have as Zero Tenacity to build up those Snot Rocket minus armor stacks for your TA to finally gain, or Weaver to gain benefit from that minus armor to deal damage? Is that early throwing in a bug and one stack of Snot enough?
Maybe. I mean, it's just going to be a case of, can we get someone locked down? Again, they haven't really resolved their issues of Ogre Magi as their only reliable stun at this point. You know, maybe you go a Glipnir on this Weaver. I know it was weakened, but you might still need it just to be able to provide that little bit of extra control. But as you mentioned it, like there is a lot of minus armor on this draft, right? You got the TA, you've got the Swarm, you've got the Snot Rocket, like you mentioned. So it's looking not too bad for the boys.
For the boys on Zero Tenacity side, I mean, you talk about a minus armor draft, it doesn't scale into the late game as amazing because what you counter it with, itemization. Just like we saw in the first game of Mouse versus Winter Bear, it's quite easy to just build armor items and you slowly start to turn that tide into your advantage. So I think you need to hit them early, you need to hit them hard, otherwise Nigma Galaxy, they've got some scary late game scaling when it comes to talking about Spectre, Batrider especially as well for Omar.
Phoenix. Pablo has to be a little
Phoenix.
careful here. He keeps walking forward.
Early engagement. I mean, we're in the game pictures soon, hopefully, on your screens right now, as Pablo's being chased all the way under his T1 tower to safety. So, Nigma Galaxy, instant warning. We're ready to play.
He's Brain was just switched off for half a second there. He actually kept walking forward after his smoke broke, but it was a missed flame break by Omar, which meant that they weren't actually able to get the kill there. Even just the 2 seconds of movement speed slow plus the damage over time and, of course, displacement would have been enough.
Oh, man, it's like, it's so weird in a way when you look at Nigma Galaxy's draft and you're like, yeah, we've talked about this maybe a couple times, you know, Miracle Carry, you see Sumail in mid, but Invoker just brings me back those days of Miracle Invoker, and I think everybody still sees streams of those.
Battle begins.
Quick fingers at action. Sure if we drop Danog momentarily there, maybe he's going to be, all right, he's going to be back in just a moment, so I'm going to have to ask ask him the same question in just a moment again. And also, maybe there was a slight mishap as well with the roster for Zero Tenacity, as it seems to be Stoikov who's playing in the mid lane. The remember correct, I think it was the Macedonian, one of the Macedonian top players alongside Saxa.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, there we go. There, Danog is back.
I'm back. I'm back. You can't get rid of me that easily. Again, I'm still.
I scared you off.
You did. You did. I want to see what happens in this bottom lane. That's the area that I'm looking at. Omar, as well as Noob. What can they get done in this first level? Are they going to just look to try and deny as much experience as they can? Are they going to look to try and get aggressive? Although it's actually up top that it's all happening.
Top the lane for all of the action, right? Miracle already dropped down to 100 HP. Same thing with GH. That level 1 weakness not shown from the Ogre Weaver lane, but instead from the other side. Moment when you were disconnected, we were just reminiscing about, you know, Miracle Invoker back in the day.
True. I still remember Miracle OD, where I think he 1v5'd. I want to say it was a C team. It was pretty demoralizing.
National pride.
Got him a lot of fans, though.
He certainly did.
Nefrit's actually getting aggressive up onto GH here. Doesn't have any points in the dive quite yet.
You think about you can stack Viscous Nasal Goo 6 times. 6 times 2.5, so that'll be roughly about 15 armor that you can take away from your opponent.
Pablo, will he be able to get away?
Almost. Oh, Dodd already taken the first blood off of Omar, so just in the nick of time, if you think about Zero Tenacity's perspective, that they're able to get the first kill before Pablo falls to GH in the top lane.
It's the right sort of start that you're wanting to, and it's happened immediately once LeBron hit onto that level 2, right? We talk about these timings that are very, very scary, and LeBron wants to make the most of it. That 2 points in Ignite is scary, scary stuff. Too big of a creep wave right now for them to be able to make the most of it. As soon as they try and equalize it out a little bit, I think they're going to go for another play.
Bottom also being pressured quite a lot, but GH, Miracle, they're both so low that Nefrit does gain control of the lane. He does have a Mango in his inventory for some extra spikes to be thrown out. Fire Spirits being a bit of a nuisance for him in terms of CS, but at least he's holding his ground pretty well with 13 and 5 on the Bristleback. Noob also 14 off of the off lane, tying it up with Dodd.
I'm interested to see what, when they want to hit the go button, basically, for this Zero Tenacity draft, right? Like, you mentioned all of the minus armor. Is it going to be around the time that TA gets...
Maybe a turnaround possibility in bottom. They just went on the Ogre, and Dodd sees an opening to turn the favor and start hitting Noob. And with that Bloodlust, this guy just hits so bloody fast that there doesn't seem to be an opportunity for Noob to really fight back. And Dodd reads the wrong direction to find the Pangolier, and he could have actually had that Shikuchi direction to get the connection there. LeBron going to be dropping really low on HP, and the Ogre going to be burning down as they juke their way around. And Dodd, well, he's going to be there for LeBron finishing a post-mortem kill. He gets all of the experience out of that, and he's almost level 4.
Nice little juke, though, by Nigma Galaxy to be able to make the most out of that. I thought they were dead men walking, but...
And Noob surviving. Big.
Oh, it's huge. This allows him to get... Even if it's just the experience in the lane, that's going to be such an important tool for a team that is quite lacking in terms of their control in a lot of these team fights. And you know how important that is against a Weaver. Even a TA in the early game is going to be very easy to control.
Yeah. Another attempt on the bottom lane onto Noob. Here, LeBron. Can't get the stun off, but a very short 1.2 second duration. Just try to pile up the amount of minus armor we can get this game, because if meld is 8, and then you can get 24 from Viscous Nasal Ghoul. Yes, 24. As we see in the top lane in action, Phoenix will drop down. Pablo, he'll secure that one. Looks like the Blood Grenade actually got the last hit. So that's already 32 minus armor from one meld strike, and potentially, like theoretically, max Viscous Nasal Ghoul stacks in a long fight. Then you add the Bug
Swarm.
and a Desolator.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what I'm scared about.
It's quite a lot.
It's a lot. Like, Roshan will die incredibly quickly. Towers will die incredibly quickly. Obviously, the Goo and the Swarm aren't going to be as impactful for that, but you've still got a decent amount of just pure right-click damage if you do win a team fight to be able to take it with the Deso.
The one thing I'm worried, well, I'm going to say worried, I'm wondering is if Zero Tenacity talking about them as Nigma Galaxy, the one making the move onto Stoikov, down to 400 HP, has a sizable wand for him to use, and Omar's the one to drop, LeBron to pick up the kill. GH cannot quite clean up Stoikov as that refraction will keep him alive, and also healing up from the wand there, another stun. Stoikov risking his moves forward, but knows that Sumail has his spells on cooldown, holding on to that cold snap for that last moment turnaround. But that ends up being a Nigma Galaxy gank, not quite successful.
A couple of little misplays here as well. Stoikov might get the shield rune taken away from him, but we'll be able to get there just in time. Spent his entire fight with the boots in his backpack.
And he's level 6 now, so he does have the psionic traps, but LeBron, that is a shield rune for his mid at the cost of his life.
It's something, but I was expecting them to be able to get a little bit more out of this as Stoikov getting dived again. They're trying to force him to pop that shield rune just to be a little bit squishier, but will only be able to take out the refraction for now.
Also, did you look at Noob's quick buy?
Noob's quick buy?
It's gonna be an Orchid Tango.
Okay. I don't hate it. Again, his job is control the Weaver, I suppose. And speaking of, looks like Dard's on a little bit of a journey towards the Wisdom Rune to see if he can yoink that one away, but
yeah.
Omar.
Pretty early Shikuchi to try and get in deep. There's sentries and dust on the way for Omar off of that courier, and Omar will secure the Wisdom Rune. A bit more peaceful there for Pablo on the other side of the map to pick up his, and Omar's going to be able to get away.
Just see how quickly that Swarm minus armor starts to build up, though he was already at negative armor by the time he was able to, get in the safety of his tier 3 towers.
So what I was going on about was Tormentor potential. For Zero Tenacity, it's really high for almost, I wouldn't say almost any hero to solo. I've seen Bristlebacks capable of taking it on their own, especially with this Snot Rocket. I think they can just rapidly use 1 or 2 heroes just to take a quick Tormentor without having their whole team to rotate in, and they can make a play happen somewhere else at the same time.
Yeah, of course, and I think that's why I think the most important hero on the Nigma side is Omar, actually, on his Bat Rider. Just because he's going to be the one that's going to be, A, pushing lanes out, like, let's call it ghost pushing, just playing behind the creep wave to try and force a little bit of attention back away from the aggressive side. So the rest of the team can just sit back and farm.
All right, well, we're going to see the first Shadow Step used as well. Jump onto Pablo. Quick tornado set up there from the Invoker. He went to deny the rune, and Sumail instantly reacted to that. 3 heroes down in mid. Now make it 6, as we've got Zero Tenacity moving and make it 7. Bristleback wants a piece of this action. Tornado still on cooldown for 2 seconds. Sumail going to be vulnerable without it, and he's going to drop.
No points in the Exort just yet, so didn't have the Deafening Blast to be able to potentially push them away. Of course,
Got to queue up the Ghost Walk, but under a sentry, no can do.
Yeah, so my eyes are all just going to be on Omar. Is he able to build up some stacks? Is he able to take that for himself? Because it feels like the kind of draft that you do want to be a little bit greedy, at least for the early game, on the Bat Rider, right? Because you need to get your Blink Dagger, you need to get your level 6, you need to be making plays consistently around this Flaming Lasso so that your Spectre can connect in and use that Urn of Shadows to its fullest potential.
Yeah, it's wearing Snotty the Bat, so maybe that gives him a good luck charm.
A lot of attention around this mid lane.
Matt's Invoker, by the way. I'm really liking what Sumail's cooking.
Oh, nice dodge there by Miracle up on the top side. Able to get away from a two-man gank, as down bottom looks like Noob will be able to do the same.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of hectic comms going around on both teams, because you can already see that this tempo is only going to get higher and higher as the game progresses. GH with the deep warding action too. They want to claim control of this bottom half, but TP's going top. They're going to have to save Miracle. 55 HP. One more spike from Nefrit. Is he going to get close enough for the Quill? And he does get close enough to finish him off. And now a trade as well for Pablo, maybe off of GH, but he knows that he has Supernova. Yeah, he TP's out just in the nick of time. Burning in the fountain, but living.
Almost wonder if it was worth popping the Supernova just to be able to get that kill, knowing that he wouldn't be able to TP immediately back and influence the game like that. But we'll be able to get away for now. At level 6 on the Phoenix does enable a lot more plays. That's why GH is making his way towards mid. They want to make sure that they can put a little bit of tower pressure on. Look to try and steal away some of these stacks that are starting to be built up. I mean, you've got a Weaver, TA, and a Bristleback. CTPing in, by the way.
Ooh, the calling silence, but misses the dead shot. Pablo. It's pretty tricky in the trees to get a connection on an enemy hero, and Phoenix gets away. Now they get the focus on Nefrit, and he's surrounded by the entire Nigma Galaxy squad, and it will take the Bristle down. Noob rolling away. The double jump facet slightly slower than the Thunderbolt. Omar getting burnt, and the bugs are at work. The lasso comes through. He's got ulti. Dot's going to be fine. The egg pop. They're going to look to destroy that egg. One more hit required. They got it. And Omar GH going to be both falling, but so are Zero Tenacity low on HP. Tornado coming up from Sumail as well. Stoikov going for the chase. LeBron will drop, and Dot solo on HP. He's already popped his ulti. Stoikov down, and Noob takes down the triple. Gets Dot as well, leaves Pablo alone into the cold snap, throws in the dead shot in the direction of the Invoker, but Miracle will get one for himself with the dagger.
Very, very nicely done by Nigma Galaxy there, making the turnaround happen. That Supernova really just baited them into forcing them to take that fight, right? They were just locked into this really small choke point, and there was a choice of just run away and potentially die, or get at least a kill and hope that you can try and stand there and man fight. I just want to give props to GH. He baited so much in the middle of that team fight. He got away, forcing them to just commit a little deeper, just a little deeper, and then when it was perfect time for it, the entire team joined in. You got plenty of earn charges.
They got Miracle caught top.
Yeah.
So there's the instant response, at least from Zero Tenacity. They don't let Nigma walk away with their pockets full of gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Did
attack.
net them a nice little lead though. 1 to 2k at this point, off the back of that previous team fight.
Yep. You can see the swing on the graph as well. That's a nice little slide. Straight for Nigma Galaxy. We've got our first pause of the game as well. 12 minutes in, but it looks like it's going to be a very short one. You never know about momentary packet loss, usually the biggest cause. Somebody jumping on your internet cable. That's fun.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So far, so good. How do you think about the game? I mean, we've got our laning stage exit into some full-on mayhem. 19 kills already.
To me, just having a look at some of the quick buy coming through from Zero Tenacity, it's pretty clear that their strategy is still just going to be down that take the fights early, end it early, right? Yeah, as soon as you finish up this pipe from Nefrit, you should have the Deso on Stoikov, maybe even a Blink Dagger by that point. And then Weaver, he's going to be down a similar sort of...
Yep. The haunt onto LeBron in front of his T2 tower. He's not safe there. You want to end early, but looks like Nigma Galaxy they want to be responsive.
Yep. That Ignite is ridiculous.
It's called a multicast for a reason. That duration actually is pretty sick. Because I think with the multicast, you can cast for 16 seconds, and the cooldown is 17.
Mm-hmm. Very
Dire's
fun.
middle tower is under attack.
How much was the last tick of damage? I didn't quite see. If it was like 35, he was on 34 health when that last tick came in, so he might have had just enough to be able to take him out.
Close call.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
God's been spotted, and under dust as well. It's a pretty desperate chase without that blink. He needs 300 gold more, but he's gonna have it very soon. That's gonna really enable Nigma's gameplay. And I think you're talking the absolute truth. Omar's got some pretty big weights on his shoulders.
Yeah, for sure. He's the... Oh, hold on. Actually looking to go for a smoke here without the Blink Dagger. Maybe just...
Coming from the low ground, too.
It's only supports they're going to catch, though.
Pablo also has to dispel if he just gets his ulti off. But no, he just got burnt out of mana. And the lasso followed up on it.
Stacks. That'll give him his Blink Dagger.
Almost. Soon going to have that Manta up on the Invoker, too. They are pinging Miracle. They know that they can kill him, but this could be a bait. Nigma's coming in from behind.
LeBron might be in a little bit of danger again.
Just danger?
Death. And he's already got the Midas queued up. So, I know for an Ogre, it's like the one support hero it's kind of okay to do it just because of the multicast, but this game where you're trying to, you know, be a little bit more active, you're not necessarily killing like, hold on. Are they going to be able to yoink another stack away? Miracle's even got the ult available if he does need to join in.
Now all of the hard work that LeBron's been doing stacking these camps just almost stolen away from him, from his team. Nefrit needs quite a bit more to get the pipe finished.
He got a decent amount of it at least.
He's going to be flying in the Shard in between, so didn't actually save up the money for the Ring of Tarask, which he had money for, so he'll have the Hairball.
Okay.
This ability just got nerfed in the previous patch. That was one of the strongest spells in Dota when you get yourself a Shard. Slightly nerfed. Noob gonna pop his ulti, rolling onto LeBron. Nefrit and Pablo in the low ground, which they also see, so it's a bit of a zoning ulti, I guess, in this case, as they just TP away.
But now you know that's not available, so does that give them the incentive to just, you know, run up this lane, try and push it in? I mean, I really respect the fact that Nigma Galaxy are kind of reading one or two moves ahead and saying, look, someone's probably going to need to try and defend this mid lane, especially considering it is still the 15-minute catapult that's coming in this lane. So are they going to be able to find a quick pick-off? Stoikov would be the absolute dream, especially considering you've got that Blink plus Lasso combo available. They don't want LeBron,
and
that's why his positioning is so good. He was in the right spot.
With the one with the bait, he knows he doesn't really have a lot of abilities remaining, so he'll just use his last shield crash to bait them all in, and this could be Nigma's fight. They've drawn Zero Tenacity fully into their arms. LeBron is burning. Omar's dropping rapidly from this minus armor, but not disarmed by the Deafening Blast. Has to pop his ulti, and they barely get the egg out of the way. He's able to Shikuchi himself to safety, and now Nefrit taking the fight to Sumail. Miracle gonna get slowed up a bit. They are 1 HP on Dodd and on Pablo. They can't afford a mistake.
Hold on.
Miracle might actually see him here, but he's on top of the gate. He's on top of the gate, which is a good spot to teleport out. That hitbox is huge.
Yeah. Happened a few times to me, trying to D-ward, and I just end up clicking, but...
Burning your mana pool rapidly, pressing stop and right click.
Pretty much,
Been
yeah.
there.
I mean, that could have been even better for Nigma Galaxy, right? They had the right sort of play, but just some of the positioning and the aggression coming through from Zero Tenacity was really good. And Noob, maybe just a couple of seconds too deep, you know, into the lane, where if he was back behind the tier 1 tower, maybe he lives for like a second or two longer, and you're able to turn that one around with the additional damage coming through. Remember, he's the one that cleaned up the triple kill in the previous engagement.
Tabs on the Phoenix there.
Yeah.
Seeing him with a trap, but Noob is the one they're waiting for to show in lane. Nefrit, Noob, they're literally in the edge of fog of each other's. Now Nefrit shows, Noob instantly rolling in first. He's got the Orchid ready too. There we go. That Crystal back doesn't really stand much of a chance. And Noob is actually stuck on the Lotus pool for a moment. Nefrit is living, and the tornado hits him. He's already canceled his teleport, knowing he's got no way out. Hoping to get a kill on the Phoenix, but that Yule's going to be a bit too much for him. Dodd also trying to hit the bottom T1 tower as all of this was happening.
Miracle, though. He's got the Radiance available. Did he go for this dive? Double Ignite multicast coming through there.
Didn't have the Crab Orchestra ready. Now they do, but surrounded by enemies, and Dodd, no ulti. He's dead. Needed 10 seconds for and Omar, he saved this lasso all of this time. Sumail, it's like Manta dodges there, the Rotobatos, but ends up being silenced by the calling. That's going to be an easy one for Pablo and Stoikov to pick up. That means the Desolator is flying in on the TA.
And Sumail puts down the GG branch as he's about to die. Just saying, you know what, job well done. But I got the main prize, which of course was the Weaver, just trying to slow down that minus armor, slow down the physical damage component that's coming out.
Nefrit 100 gold short from the pipe, so I think for Zero Tenacity, fights are slightly going to look better for them. This is kind of, I wouldn't say critical mass timing yet, but like maybe in the next 5 minutes, Zero Tenacity needs to finish the items to really take the advantage over this game. Otherwise, Nigma Galaxy's pretty much got the game in the bag. Might be too early to say it, but just in theory. Especially when LeBron hasn't yet even finished his Midas.
Are scanning.
Move. Walking straight towards here. Finding versus Nefrit. They got the Rod of Atos there to hold the Pango on the spot. And with this calling connecting multiple times, he has no chance to get out, pop his ulti, and run away.
Radiant's middle tower
20
is
minutes
under
in. That's a quick, rapid Tormentor taken away. Pablo being accredited the Shard. They already have 3 shards up as well. Bristle on the TA, so instantly from the Tormentor into the Roche Pit they go. And watch how quickly that Roshan drops as Pablo's being chased here by GH and Sumail. Sumail tried to dispel the silence with the Manta. Trying to get a tornado off, but now they're also going to get info that Aegis has been picked up for Dodd. And Miracle quite deep in the lane. He's done these baits multiple times already. Stoikov with the chase, these big hits, but a couple misses flying through. The lasso comes out. Nefrit tornadoed into the air, or Yule's
around left to
into
right.
the tornado as well. Now going to be a bit of a difficult fight here. 5 versus 4. Nefrit getting zoned out a bit, but oh, Noob ended up way too deep in and didn't even get the Rolling Thunder off. And now Dodd sees his opportunity arisen and tries to finish off GH. He's forced away with the Icarus dive, and Sumail, he picks up a double at least, taking down Pablo and LeBron. But that's a T1 tower and 3 costly losses for Nigma Galaxy.
Yes, it was indeed, and I think the big props need to go over to Pablo there, just getting that silence off early on without Lotus Orb, without any sort of way to be able to dispel that one off. It meant, like you said, no Rolling Thunder, not even a shield crash that Noob was able to have to be able to withstand a lot of the damage coming through.
There's a couple of deaths now on this Miracle Spectre. Still keeping up the pace with the cores on Zero Tenacity, but still behind all 3 of them. Omar, Miracle, they got the play on Stoikov. This is a pretty big kill here with the Shadow Step. And for Miracle as well, a lot of money. Dodd shows himself, spots Omar. Doesn't have the lasso, so a bit of a vulnerability spotted here. Dodd gotta be scary careful here. He's just gonna give the Aegis away. No ulti for 8 seconds. Has Manta. Able to get rid of an initial CC, but looks like he won't even get the chance. He does!
Oh, Pablo,
The
what a
Manta
save.
prevents them from hitting him, and he dispels himself. And now the turn onto Miracle, trying to run away. But he's now at his normal armor, and look at these hits from Dodd.
What a
Radiance
guy.
or not, every hit feels like 2 hits in the face. Noob popped his Rolling Thunder as well in the top lane. LeBron and Nefrit going to be okay with that.
They're crumbling a little bit. You gotta say it, right? Like, it's just coming a little bit unstuck for them, despite some early game dominance. The ability to play aggressively around that Aegis meant that Dodd was able to get back. Pablo, again, though, like, what a dead shot to be able to save him. Just buy him that extra second that he needed to be able to get off that Manta and time-lapse to be able to get back to safety. And then even just getting the snipe as well on the Phoenix with the dead shot following. Crazy how.
We're certainly starting to feel the pressure
is under attack.
mounting, and oh my goodness. Is that a triple Orchid I'm seeing on the side of Nigma Galaxy coming up? Invoker? Is that either a Witchblade or an Orchid, because Spectre has an Orchid lined up for sure with that cornucopia.
Dire's middle tower is under
I think
Something else
that's
is
a
looking for
Witchblade coming through.
Yeah.
So another little bit of damage over time, which is going to be useful for the TA.
Got that 80 rune as well. Nefrit, not very tanky on this Bristleback here, and surrounded by so many enemies. Noob, 7 seconds needed for his ulti. LeBron's like, we do not want to march high ground here, especially inside that ice wall. He's going to drop. That's a kill for Miracle.
And Nefrit just unable to pop anything at that point. No pipe, no magic wand, nothing. Just perfectly controlled by Nigma Galaxy, and he's good timing from them as well to be able to take him out. Obviously, only 500 or so gold away from being able to pick up that Lotus Orb, so nice little way to be able to give you safety against all of these Orchids that are going to be coming out from Nigma Galaxy.
And also a good replacement there from LeBron. Having that Midas, he's able to queue up the Crimson Guard so the Bristleback can focus on his other items. Instead of your classic 3 building all of the auras, you have a replacement.
As an ogre, cool.
As an ogre. Yeah. Kind of like when you see like Pulse Form Maranas going for the Guardian Grief, so your 3 doesn't have to do it. Saves you money.
Do that as Snapfire. Yeah, all auras. Just give me every single one of them. I'll be like, I'll buy it.
And I mean, you think about strength gain, it's actually a lot higher on the Ogre compared to the Bristleback. That is benefit.
Might be in a little bit deep here, especially with that silence.
It's just maybe, but is it a bait? That's what we always think about, right? GH will fall, but a very good choke point fight for Sumail to throw in his abilities. Stoikov is isolated there, going to lose this TA in the back line. With all of the focus on the top, trying to focus Sumail, who's still in this fight, looking for the TP out, he's gone! And zero Tenacity, it's not going to be 2, it's going to be 3 heroes lost. Miracle gets the TP before Dodge shows up with the Weaver.
There's that weakness of having just such one way to stun, basically, right? You saw LeBron trying to do it at the very end just to even interrupt a TP, and it ends up resulting in his death as well. So it's kind of like what I'm wanting to see come through here from Zero Tenacity. Just a little bit more reliable lockdown at the very beginning of these. I don't know if you can commit onto Noob here. He's got a shield rune.
Yeah. A while to burn through that, and Bristleback once again in a world of hurt. That was nothing remaining.
Poor decision, I think, to be able to give that one up. And they had a 7k lead on Zero Tenacity that's already shrunk to basically nothing.
Creep Wave also coming in down from mid, so you get a couple kills like this, you will take an objective.
Still have
Well, thinking about maybe defending this. Ogre Bloodlust on tower is pretty good, but looks like they just want to march and chase, try to find someone here. Too much open ground in front of them, though. They've got vision. They see GH, they see Sumail, and Noob as well, found by Dodd. Omar, though, Blink Lasso. Dodd's going to have to hold his finger on top of that Manta style at all times if he wants to get a nifty play versus that bat. And I don't think that's going to happen. Omar, too quick, usually.
I think they smoked underneath that Observer Ward that was up there as well, so they know exactly what's coming. Dodd's going to be able to back off just in time.
He's going to have to clean up this Ancient Camp really quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if
he thinks he can farm it fast enough.
Well...
And into the arms of Sumail, but...
Oh, just gets away.
They thought he
will
ran
be able
down.
to secure the Wisdom Rune.
Oh, but here comes the rest of the squad. Nefrit. They already got the trap, the silence Noob, and he doesn't get his ulti off. Manta popped right away. They do throw Stoikov in the air. Dodge is going to be joining in the fight as well. They're going to choke the Nigma Galaxy into one small corner, and now they get to shine. Nefrit with the double kill, and won't be able to cancel out one of those teleports. They will be able to get their heroes out of the way, so supports will lose their lives.
Ooh. Oh, very nicely done there. Last minute dodge coming through from LeBron, and gives it the voice line as well, saying, Sumail, you're not getting any freebies out of me.
Close with that Sunstrike.
That just shows the importance of vision, though, right? Like, they just read them like a complete book. Dard knew exactly how much time he had to play with. He dodged up, which is not where you would expect to dodge if you were, seeing that one coming, which meant just a perfectly crafted team fight from Zero Tenacity.
And they got their second tower at 28 minutes.
Hold on. Just watching Sumail up here on the top side on Dard, but he doesn't really have that much control. No Orchid, like we were saying, for him just yet. honestly, it's getting to the point where do you buy like a Scythe of Vice actually for this? Something that they're not able to just instantly dispel off. As we have a look at that replay coming through here, look at the damage that they're able to get in onto the supports in such quick fashion. Great use of the side blades coming through there.
And they're like, we gotta clean these Spectre illusions. LeBron's in trouble. Save our captain. You are right. That damage, it still hurts. But now you see Pango lining up the AC. We've got Invoker building into stats with the Scotty coming up. Spectre also going for Scotty, so we're going to have double Scotty on the side of Nigma. But I don't think it hurts too much because it's still a great stat item.
Mm-hmm.
Can wear out your opponents.
What else could they potentially consider? Not really a Shiva's kind of game, although wouldn't be the worst.
Yeah, maybe for Pango. Probably not for the others.
Dire are scanning.
From the same cloth.
Radiant's
Honestly,
middle tower is under
it's
attack.
not even a proper item, but
Hold on. Noob, noob.
Mass Trickster cloaks.
True.
But the Rolling Thunder already going out. Pablo going to be the target of the Sunstrike, but he is also in Pierce the Veil. So they are going to lasso the support. Muerta has one drum charge remaining. He won't be able to use it. Buyback coming in from Pablo instantly. He's going to TP to the outpost. Egg popped in the backline. Dodd destroying the egg, and he's got that GH egg out of the way. LeBron surviving, and they are so damn slow. There's so much slot. There's so much slot on the ground. They're barely moving anywhere. Dodd's cleaning them up for the triple kill. Takes Snoop and Miracle. And he even tried to get the dead shot to hopefully connect, but gives them a bit of information. And that is a push towards the tier 2 tower, but, well, they got the catapult. That's all they need. One creep.
That's all they need. They will have the glyph, but I think they're going to be sticking around, even if they're going to use this to be able to push them back just a tiny bit. No cores for 50 seconds that they've got to have to worry about, so very nice little skirmish that's going to actually net them this, and the safety to be able to walk back and claim Roshan. They'll know that it's coming up in 20 seconds with the TA and 8.
Really powerful showing here from Zero Tenacity. Living up to their name, surely. Making Galaxy
I do
no
like the
easy
Z10
task.
tag as well. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Zero Tenacity Z10.
Yeah, their logo, very artistic.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't
It is.
necessarily look like a 10, but it is.
Perfect timing as well. Just playing with the TA means that you're never really wasting too much, and with Spectre still 15 seconds away, they're not going to be able to get here in enough time. All that summer is just so devastating.
Roche at minus 28. It's like we hear the Roche roaring, but I know we're not going to make it in time. Hoping, though, that somebody's caught off guard. Maybe LeBron's Ogre in the back line. Omar goes for the straight-up lasso. And looks like they're not interested in taking that fight, as Ogre was too far away. They keep running straight towards the west.
Yeah, it's just an Ogre. They don't really care all that much. And Noob, he's a much juicier target for Dard to potentially continue his reign of terror against. Or even look to try and chase. Wouldn't surprise me with how dominant he's been looking so far.
Well, this Weaver still has room to grow. Daedalus and the Shard. Those two things.
Dire's top tower.
And they've even got a way to be able to deal with the supports now on the Weaver with that Nullifier, right? We've seen Yule Scepter save GH a couple of times, and you've got the Ghost Scepter on Omar. Not anymore. No Force Staffs, no defensive tools. This Weaver is just going to be coming for you.
Miracle has been a bit on edge with this Spectre. Hasn't really been his game. Hoping that he can still contribute that victory for the team. But this aggressive scouting here from Pablo Dodd. They don't really want... They actually do have the gem on Nephrit. I was about to say, do they want to buy it? Because they have the Weaver in the team. But if they are ahead,
Omar
might
wants
just
a
give
quick
them enough
yoink.
comfort. Dodd. They go for the instant silence on GH. He wanted to go for that teleport, but that's not the play.
Wait, was that his teleport? The GH teleport?
That was his that was his
I thought it
teleport
was
on his own
Omar.
outpost.
I think Omar might have misclicked. Maybe. Unless I'm completely wrong. Because he's just not holding on to one right now.
It was GH's that's on cooldown. They teleported straight into the outpost, got insta-silenced by the calling, and just died. That was
Two
that.
Flappy Boys. They look similar to me.
The Flappy Birds draft.
Mm-hmm.
Pablo's out of drum charges, so he's got the Boots of Bearing recipe queued up, almost has it. Cheeky little Dagon in the quick buy instead of a TP scroll.
Sure. I mean, against all these Mantas, it's actually not the worst way to instantly clear out a Spectre one. And with all the spell lifesteal that he's going to be getting, he's already got
I do wonder how often he actually buys Dagon in his pubs.
Dagon 1 is underrated, I think. I think too many people like try and max it out. As quick fingers there by Noob.
They are on the low ground. Sumail does get the tornado on 2. Noob's thinking, is this the fight to go for? He's going to roll in. Nice connection. Omar, Miracle. They're going to stack right on top of the Weaver, hoping to get the kill, but he gets his ulti off once again, and he's able to reposition himself. He goes straight for GH's Phoenix, hoping to pop the egg on the sidelines of the fight, as Noob's going to be dropping low. He will drop the gem down on the ground, too. Sumail, he might get the disarm on all of the heroes, but his life is forfeited as that duration runs out. 3 losses again for Nigma, and they fought into the Aegis, unable to clean up the Weaver at the start of the fight, and Aegis still intact for the TA.
It wasn't the worst start to the fight, right? They had corralled them around a small area. They, were able to position them back well enough. Really nice spell usage coming out from Sumail, getting the double tornado, but they're just too far ahead. Again, like you said, playing into that Aegis, you can't afford to slowly filter into a lot of these team fights. You need to heavily commit. And, if you commit one by one, you're going to get picked off by Stoikov and the Weaver. If you commit as a team, Nephra doesn't deal an insignificant amount of damage either.
This is pretty much the time where they've hit critical mass on this lineup. Time to look towards ending potentially the game, or at least getting a decisive chokehold over Nigma. Need a strong. 2 lanes of racks will be secured.
It's just so fast that they're able to take everything. They might even yoink the Tormentor away. Why not? You already went for a really early purchase of the Aghanim Shard on Nephrit and Stoikov. LeBron's already got his. Pablo's already got his. So just
That was so fast. That was so fast.
Yep.
That was one meld strike.
I mean,
God also getting the shard. Now you got the Shukuchi coming out with.
Yep.
You go for your enemies. You got an instant right click with the Daedalus in his inventory. Those hits can crit, plus his own attacks. Oh.
This game could have gone too much better for Zero Tenacity, right? Like, everything's going to expectation. They're hitting all the item timings that they want. They're just... Map vision has been so immaculate that they're able to catch people out. They're playing around the gem a little bit better. And I hate seeing TA drafts that don't, literally take it at 0 seconds. So the fact that they were able to get that one so quickly is such a big plus for them, right? It meant that they could just keep their foot on the gas the entire time.
Yeah. Well, the Aegis has been reclaimed, so Nigma was hoping to smoke on top. Trying to find themselves a kill. Now tier of 4 neutrals are spawning, so let's see if my prediction was anything close to 4 Trickster Cloaks for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
I was actually having a look when they were at their tier 2 items, and I was expecting to see some... Yeah, and there was 0. They only had, I think they had 3 of the Dragon Scales instead.
Gossamer actually really good in a game like this.
Oh, yeah. Anytime I see Ember Spirit, Shaker, TA, Gossamer Cape is an instant. I have to have it.
Yeah. Very underrated. Especially for, from the off lane, you have a Blink Dagger.
Sumail.
Very deep in, but I don't think they saw him in time. However,
they see he died. He's got that fire shield on him, though.
He's just a bait. He's very far away from the rest of his team.
Can they lock him down?
Yes, they can. Oh, that's a mistake from Dodd. And instantly, Zero Tenacity might have to pay the price for it as LeBron. I don't think he's going to be able to get away. The egg was used at the backline by GH. It was probably suspecting that he's going to get jumped on next. So, bit of a panic egg maybe there from the Phoenix, but still a very big kill getting the Weaver.
Is that a diffusibly? Okay, Disperser coming out for the Spectral. I'm like, hold on, what's going on here? But, just to be able to have that basic Dispel feels really nice against the Silence in particular coming through from the Muerta. Even just the Ignite, it's not dealing an insignificant amount of damage either. And just mana burn on the Bristleback. I wonder if that's going to be one of the main priorities for Miracle. Just get onto him.
On him and I would have said the Weaver, but that was 6 levels ago, 7 levels ago. Pablo gets the deny on the tower. No more games. Time to serious up, Pablo. I mean, he's been playing a great game. Can't take it away from him. You've been highlighting it yourself, some really clutch dead shots.
Mm-hmm. Ripple was taking that right on top of a TA trap as well, so they know that it's actually the Spectre that's here, and I can't think of too many better targets to be going on. Do they have the Silver Edge finished up? No, they actually pivoted away from it on the TA. Stoikov had chosen to queue that one up, but chose to go Daedalus into the MKB instead, so I wonder if that's going to be Pablo's next item. It was pretty fitting to me.
A lot of information war going on. Noob is under vision.
He's their control. They need him.
Not the double dead shots. The first one to interrupt his spell usage. The second one to bring him straight back into the silence. Pablo is just playing an insanely good game in Huerta. The moment you get to talk good about him, he does deliver.
Mm-hmm.
And Roche, 10 seconds is a really quick Roche spawn time. I wonder if Zero Tenacity has a plan on going Roche straight away.
What made you think that they might be doing that? Is it everyone beelining towards the bottom right-hand side of the map at the exact same time?
Probably the fact that the whole we can destroy anything really quickly.
Mm-hmm. Samael's kind of set up for it, though. He's got that Trickster Cloak that you were talking about, but he's going to back off entirely.
All right, 1 out of 5 Tricksters.
He can just dart on his own, takes it in about 7 seconds.
Yeah. Effort hasn't even bothered with the tier 4 neutral. He's got the Cloak of Flames. Hasn't even looked at what he's got available. Or maybe he has and he's just like, nah. No need to activate that.
So I guess they're just waiting for BKB on Weaver, and then it's all systems go. There's really not much else that they have to wait for.
Would sound like it, yeah.
No butterflies yet on the Nigma Galaxy side.
Yeah. Omar has a 9-second BKB on the Spat Rider. Just to make sure
Pretty
he can
good.
get the Weaver.
But is that the right choice now, though? Now that he's got the Aegis? Like, I believe you can get through him once, but with their lack of control, you cannot kill him twice. And the Refresher.
Not an easy task.
Stoikov, he's just waiting by that Wisdom Rune as well, wanting to make sure that he can get into his level 25 as quickly as possible. Wouldn't even be surprised to see him go the Meld Hit Bash, to be honest, just to provide that little bit of extra control for the team.
That is a pretty cheeky talent. And he's gone for it.
They need it. They just want to make sure that they're guaranteed.
There's a lasso. It's onto the Ogre. They decide to target LeBron. He's going to be brought all the way into the arms of Nigma Galaxy under the tier 2 tower. Miracle also pretty deep in here, targeting Pablo. Must get silenced and slowed up, but with the Disperser, very, very fast on his feet. Noob did use his Rolling Thunder.
I think that was the big thing that they were waiting for. As soon as that popped, you see the buyback come out from LeBron, just saying, you know what, let's go, boys. You know, we don't have to deal about Rolling Thunder. It's going to be on cooldown for a minute. Let's just try and run these lanes down. They've got the damage to be able to explode these towers. Look at that.
Oh,
it
absolutely.
is just melting like butter.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
They've got 2 Roshan's banners available. Or he's being very mindful of, I don't want to get lassoed again. I don't want to die back at this point. Lasso's off cooldown in 1.
Good attempt onto the banner, but these Tango Illusions might be the ones to clean it up. All right, they got themselves that out of the way. And an egg by GH.
Or they were thinking of getting a Blink Lasso back into the Supernova explosion, but not going to be successful.
Another banner.
Number 2. Yeah.
How many more?
Being able to pull him out of the range, though.
Is that all you can muster? As they do get the lassos out from Omar. Stoikov dropping dangerously low, gets the cheese heal. And the Aegis is also popped. The Nefrit is all the way behind enemy lines. Look at the man. He's spitting in their faces, trying to slow them down as much as possible. Sunstrike will not connect. And Dodd right-clicks away on Noob, forces him away. Another Rolling Thunder used. The lift popped as well. Second lane, sorry, that's going to be Mega Creeps. If they get this lane, Nigma Galaxy, they've been able to hold, but how much do you still have left in the tank? Almost all of your ultis are on cooldown. Dot pops the refresher as well, has another time lapse, goes for the chase. GH sent down with the nullifier, down, and Miracle also pushed away. He's tag team. It's a 1v5. He's gone. 100 seconds without the Spectre. Maybe the Weaver falls this time around as he's low on HP. Dodges the Sunstrike, moves away to safety. He lives. And that's Mega Creeps and towards ending the game. 2 versus 5. Sumail, gotta get your whole arsenal of abilities, but I think this is too much even for you. As the Ancient is just melting and dropping, and Zero Tenacity, they take the lead in this series.
They do indeed, and I think we saw even Dart at the very end there showing that, you know what, he's felt like he's dived a little bit too deep a few too many times. This time around, they were just going all in onto that throne. They were saying we needed to look to try and take it out. No questions, no funny business. Let's just end the game.
Yeah, this whole physical damage output from Zero Tenacity, I think with a couple good team fights here and there, very smart decision making as well in fights, who they need to focus on, what are the heroes that are going to be a bit of an issue for them, because Nigma has actually, with the lack of control, have more control than Zero Tenacity has, but with so few abilities in their arsenal. Pablo, with his silences, with his dead shots, just crystal clean. I mean, I have to say this is probably one of the best Muerta support performances I've seen in a while, and when it really mattered against a team that was probably going to beat them, but no, they proved them different.
They prove them different, absolutely, and it just goes to show, like, target prioritization. Every single chance that they got, if they found Noob, they were like, let's go. They saw how important the Rolling Thunder was. If they kill him, they can just run completely rampant over these team fights. And you even saw at the very end there, we highlighted it, right? As soon as Rolling Thunder was used to not too much effect, that spurred on the LeBron buyback, and they said, look, this is effectively like a 5v6, even a 4v6 at this point, because it really felt like towards the end, that was really all that Noob could do on his Pango, just be that rolling stun.
And so many comfortable heroes too for Zero Tenacity, like just looking at Dot Weaver, basically watching him throughout this entire year, probably his most played carry hero as well. You've got Pablo with his Muerta, LeBron with his Ogre, even though it doesn't necessarily show all of the time that he's making big moves, but it's him pretty much commanding the team and his presence that makes his team understand how strong they actually are, and especially with a minus armor draft that they pulled off here. I don't think we're going to see this one happen again. Maybe the Weaver or the TA ends up being banned pretty much permanently against them, but you do see the leadership shining from his voice.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it was a little bit of lack of respect with the Weaver being let through to the very end of the draft, right? Just something that, like you said, has been a complete dud staple for quite some time now. So I think that in particular is going to be focused on. I love the fact that they do have that potential to run the TA 1 and 2, and it really punished the fact that Sumail was running that Invoker as the Nigma Galaxy first pick of their entire draft, right? You could just do it from the very beginning, look to try and make it a bit of a counter for yourself while still having that set minus armor strategy that you were going for from the very beginning anyway.
Well, that is game number 1, but we're going to keep you guys in a bit of anticipation because game 2 is right behind the corner. That after the break.
The dreams. I remember my dreams.
All right, welcome back, folks. Time to head over to game number 2 of our second best-of-3 series here at the West Europe and MENA combined qualifier with Nigma Galaxy versus Zero Tenacity. And would you believe it? If you're only just tuning into the stream, it is Zero Tenacity that is leading 1-0 currently with a very strong performance into game number 1. Smart drafting, smart execution, and you can really see that the boys are here to play. But Danog, what does that talk about Nigma Galaxy? Were they not quite ready for the challenge? What really went down in game number 1 that made it so difficult for them?
I mean, it was kind of a insulated avenue that they were trying to take team fights. Basically, only if Noob hit an amazing Rolling Thunder could they take team fights. And then even that got more challenging once the BKBs started to come out on Zero Tenacity. So I know it's anti-Nigma to want to go down this route, but just pick a few more stuns, a few more ways to, start team fights, find a lot of these pickoffs, because yes, Noob is great on his Pangolier, and I think he did a lot, especially in the laning phase, multiple jukes. He got that early triple kill in the first team fight, but he can't do it alone, and there are weaknesses to drafting around that, and it really felt like you didn't have anyone that really could enable Miracle all that much, right? Like, you're playing with the Spectre for that pickoff potential. He went the Urn for the pickoff potential, but they were kind of waiting for Zero Tenacity to just run at them and make a mistake rather than play their own game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like net worth at 10 minutes. Everybody had a pretty good lane in terms of the cores. Maybe the Spectre slightly behind the rest, but not too far away. Everybody above 4K, which is usually a good sign of like nobody really got stomped in the laning stage. But what happens from the laning stage exit was some really crucial fights for Zero Tenacity. And Nigma Galaxy also getting a couple going their way too. So they were able to fight back, really put Zero Tenacity in their place. We saw Noob getting a triple kill. We saw some early kills on the Spectre as well for Miracle, but not just quite enough, especially when you're looking at like these crazy early timings on some of these cores. Nigma Galaxy playing for the late game. Well, see if they get their hands on their heroes, because, Zero Tenacity, they got to... You got the victor of the coin toss.
And they chose second pick. So clearly, like, people have different mentalities around first and second pick, right? Some people like to play a little bit more reactionary Dota, which second pick is better for. Some people like to set in motion, like, this is what we're going to do, and then up to the enemy team to counter it, basically. We saw there, the game-winning pick was that Weaver with the last pick of the entire draft, right? It tied together the minus armor strategy. You could avoid the Rolling Thunder very effectively. He just farmed up and became an absolute beast. The second Tormentor that they claimed gave him his Aghanim Shard. It was just a really solid pick all around. So I wonder if that's something that they can now take as a team for Nigma Galaxy and put a little bit more respect onto Dard himself.
And maybe also bamboozled us in the caster desk as well, because when we saw that Weaver come out, we were hoping for some control. But when we added up, both teams are actually lacking quite a lot on that control. And maybe you can get away with heroes that have more maneuverability and more damage. So that Weaver definitely found its place. And as this draft is going for game number 2, my, is this a rapid one? So the moment you're going to get to see it on your screens, we have lost 0 seconds of reserve time.
Oh, wow. I would say, like, you can get away with it by picking a Weaver, a hero that's going to obviously, have a great time against a lack of control, and B, gotta say it again, like, despite Dard playing an insane game, I think Pablo probably played an even better one. Like, those dead shots were so good, that silence was so good against the Phoenix consistently as well, able to stop the Icarus dives away. It just made GH's life that much more challenging. So we'll see how it all pans out. They're taking away LeBron's Ogre Magi, though, going for the first pick of the entire draft to be able to pick this one up. So maybe just a little bit more emphasis being given over to Miracle's hero as opposed to the rest of the draft. I'm not quite sure.
They did ban out the Gyrocopter again, not letting Zero Tenacity open up their draft with that hero. It also means that one of the classic pair-ups with an Ogre Magi is gone. They're banning out the Shadow Demon while the DK is also out. So there could be still a couple heroes. You think about, like, necessarily maybe put Shadow Fiend in that pool, but who are kind of vulnerable to chase and stun. And SD would be another one of those that just straight up counters them because they can't do much in fights. DK especially is like, he's just stuck. Like, he's a powerhouse in damage and HP, but you don't get to use any of that.
I wonder if, like, Morphling could be something that they're considering as well, just for a little bit of that extra burst damage, something that combos together quite well with the Ogre Magi, both for the lane as well as the later stages. Yep, Bloodseeker, certainly. Anything that could just build into a Silver Edge, wouldn't hate. Like, Slark might have a bit of a rough time in the lane just because you've already got an Ogre Magi, but it feels like a pretty decent... I like that ban, actually, the Sniper. Talk about Silver Edge purchases, and Samael specialty, Sniper would have to be towards the top of the list.
Get their hands on the Muerta once again. Now Nigma Galaxy, what is their bread and butter? We're looking at Omar's and Noob's picks coming up next.
You would assume so, right? And then just give Samael the best, or whichever lane is fully revealed is what Nigma are going to use with this last pick of the this current phase. So right now, like you said, probably just going to look to combine together their offlane in terms of what they're going to. Wow, using reserve time, unprepared. Is it going to be that backline dive that they're really needing? Right? Is it going to be a little bit more variable forms of damage? Is it going to be something as simple as just a stun or 2 stuns that they're able to look to try and play around? I don't know, but better make up their mind fast because they're looking at going up against 2-0 Tenacity at this point. Oh no, the support Razor. Kuro's done it again.
The Razor, all right. Interesting one here.
Can work well
Dominator.
as a 1 against the Bristle, and there's a break for the Bristleback as well. So not the worst, for sure. Certainly looking to just try chasing him down and maybe banking off Pablo missing a few of the dead shots, or even just body blocking the dead shot away from the Razor so that he could just look to consistently run at you instead. Could be an option.
Oh, they got a sizable amount of control now. I'm thinking, is there room for Zero Tenacity to think about that? Marcy, for example.
It's a possibility. What else could... I mean, is there anything holding them back from just Weavering again? It seems like a pretty decent Weaver game against a Razor. You just want to try and stay as far away as possible. You can look to try and punish the Hoodwink in the laning stage if, she gets a little bit too greedy, which it is the style for Omar to try and get a little bit greedier. So I could see it as a possibility.
It's just that I don't think the Clockwork is necessarily an option for LeBron to pick up, especially against the Razor. I don't think it's that good of a pick. I maybe rather like him picking like the 5 Willow, for example, which he has also played quite a lot. Okay, he's going to go for the Clockwork instead. So, I mean, it's not a bad Clockwork game. I'm not saying that, but I feel like it's not the best Clockwork game on board right now. But it does pair him nicely with a TA if this were to be your safe lane duo. Again, TA flex. It could be Stoikov, it could be Dodd.
Trying to think what they even do against this. Like, could you... No, there's too much physical damage to think about even going like a Huskar route against this, because you don't care about the cogs at all. You are able to deal with a TA if that is the lane that it's going to be, dealing up against you. But I think it's probably still a little bit too early for that. I think they need...
Tinker.
I think we saw like one Tinker recently, right? I want to say was it Kiyotaka that played it? And don't know what the result of that game was, but less Tinker.
I believe in it.
Yeah.
I believe in the core Tinker. I think it's still a decent pick.
Okay. What about it's still a lot of physical damage. I just keep thinking back to, is this the Viper game? Because, break against the Bristles, damage over time against the TA, not terrible, but I'm just a little bit worried of them running you down with the Clockwork.
I think if you have both Viper and Razor in the same draft, they both do the same thing, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
It could be a bit too much, but if you want to pair up the tempo versus Zero Tenacity, sure, you could pick Viper, maybe even play offlane Viper, carry Razor, and you still have your mid option.
I mean, can they just Mars here? Something that keeps people locked in place so that you can get off the static link, a way to turn Bristle back towards you, decent lane combination together with the Hoodwink. You can spear people into cogs as well. Doesn't feel terrible.
It's not a bad idea. I don't think it's almost ever a bad Mars game, just because how much impact the hero provides.
That's how I feel about Beastmaster. There's never a bad Beastmaster game. You could just flex it to make it work. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. That's a solid pick. Nothing against it. I like this one for Nigma, especially when you think about now they have 3 stuns.
Yep. It's triple what they had previously, so I'll take it. And the Razor as well. I mean, we've seen Samael play a reasonable amount of mid-Razor as well, so it's not necessarily locked into being like a 1 Razor paired together with the Ogre Magi, which would still be a pretty strong lane, don't get me wrong, but a lot of Bristleback's damage doesn't necessarily come from his right clicks, it's just from the Quill Spray, so he doesn't really care that much about being drained.
It's a bit about you're kind of sitting and guessing, where is this TA going? You've just seen Stoikov play it in the mid lane. Are you happy putting the Razor against it? And it's going to be an unknown carry pick that's going to be coming out from Zero Tenacity in 24th, which Miracle's going to have to reply in the next pick. Or do they think this TA is still a flex and they don't necessarily know where to put the Razor? Do they paired up against the Bristleback? Probably not. I mean, you could Razor versus Bristleback, sure, but I'd still see maybe Razor is a higher priority hero to shut somebody down, and it's always better in a 1v1 compared to the side lane.
I don't know about that.
Depends, of course, who you're going against.
Like that Spectre band, they already have 2 cores that don't really like do anything. Like they can't do anything on their own, and I feel like Spectre is kind of a similar sort of thing where, you know, they need someone that's actually able to make fights happen. You can't rely on Clockwork to be able to do it on its own. So I wouldn't hate seeing they still do pan out the Razor, because why not? It still feels like a pretty good Razor game, right? Sorry, a Viper game. Can they get away with Puck on Zero Tenacity? Like, yes, you would. It's obviously going to depend on what Nigma Galaxy's last pick is as to what lane.
What's a scary versus Puck?
No. So with the Puck, like I want the Puck on Zero Tenacity's side.
Right. Yeah, I was like, Nigma shouldn't pick Puck at least versus Muerta.
No. I mean, if they did that, then they would just run TA mid into the Puck, and it's a pretty free lane.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just trying to think about the Nigma pick here. Like, where are they reading this TA? Where are they reading the Muerta? This could still be a support 24th pick. This could be like Pablo last picking his hero, because Muerta TA both are flex.
True. They're just going to go the Monkey King. Okay. Probably going to be for that mid lane. So now, I mean, either something that just stays at range of the Monkey King, something that buys a BKB Phoenix. Okay, yeah. So it's going to be the Muerta core, huh?
So I was... No, Dodd, Phoenix, hello.
Okay, yep. I've seen my pubs in recent times, and I love it. It's just...
Let's cook.
It's an irresistible amount of damage, but the thing is, you've got to play for that early-ish style of game. The good thing is, of course, you've got a TA and a Bristleback that are going to carry you into those later stages of the game, so you're not really that concerned. And it is a ton of damage. You could stay at range from the Monkey King. You take away one of his best aspects, which is, of course, the trading potential that you can get with a Jingu. Not only can he not hit you a lot of the time, but also he's really slow with attack speed because of the fiery spirits.
Yeah. Can I go on a small monologue tangent about Dot Phoenix? All right, so he's played 4 games of Phoenix in the last week. His net worth average is 5,000 gold at 10 minutes, and at the best, it's been almost 12,000 at 20 minutes. The build is Tranquil Boots, Midas, Teleport Boots in some occasions. Otherwise, he's had boots of, Tranquil Boots. Shivas, Vessel, Veil. These all sound pretty standard items, right? And then you have BKBs. You have Lincoln's Scythe options. You can always go for these big, greedy items if you want, sure. But he's won the majority of these games, and he has played some pretty crazy stats as well, like 8-16 on a carry Phoenix. So I for one, am interested to see how this one pans out.
I could see it working. I can see it being one of these games where, to me, out of all those items that you listed, it's the Scythe of Vice that's really standing out for me as the one that they need. Because while Nigma have a lot more stuns, this is now 4 that they have, with the Monkey King being picked up. You've really only got 1, let's call it 1.5, considering, screw it, let's call it 2, because Pablo's hitting a ton of these dead shots. But, Phoenix is the one that needs to be able to quickly join into the team fight, to be able to blow a target up, alongside Stoikov on his TA. So that's really what I'm looking for, just that extra layer of control, whether it be the Scythe, maybe even an Orchid is a possibility, but I think you've got to kind of future-proof for yourself a little bit against like BKBs that might be coming down the line that just make your Orchid kind of useless.
What are the weaknesses of this hero, though? Because it feels like sometimes, like when I'm playing against the Phoenix core, I'm like, how does this hero die? It's like, we are dying to this hero.
I mean, do they have many ways to hit the egg? Not really. Like, maybe the Monkey King, they've got a Bloodlust on the Ogre Magi, which does help, of course, providing that attack speed over. But, I mean, if you've got a pretty heavily physical damage-oriented draft, something like the Phoenix is really good, not just because of the Fiery Spirits, the damage over time, the attack speed slow, but even just the mischance that you get from his innate ability, too.
Yeah, the mischance can be, I think, one of the biggest factors for him, because it feels like sometimes you don't even get to pop the egg off of this hero because he's just so hard to get to. And how many blinks do you have in this team? At least you have, we have the Simeon Stride, at least, so Monkey King can get close in. You have the blink on Mars at some stage of the game. Razor, a lot of mobility, and Hoodwink doesn't necessarily need to be around because it just generally has long cast range. So I think they have some answers to this Phoenix. I don't think it's like the worst. I don't think it's the best either. Maybe the egg is the one that we're mostly highlighting here. But I honestly, this is the first time I'm seeing a carry Phoenix. I've seen mid Phoenixes, I've seen offlane Phoenixes, so I can't really tell much.
I've seen plenty of the carry Phoenix before, and it works. I'm telling you, like you can just get crazy out of control. I prefer it mid, but certainly I think there is the possibility to be able to make it work. And this is the sort of thing that you want to have that second pick for, right? To be able to throw something completely out of left field against them.
Yeah.
When this could be the game that secures you that upper bracket semifinal and a date against Maus coming up. What next? That's the next series.
Yeah, back-to-back series for either one of these two teams. And also highlight worthy of the facets. Nefrit, no snot rocket. It's seeing red this time. So he's going to be packing his own source of damage.
Makes a lot more sense this time around, especially when you've got that Phoenix, right? It's not all about the minus armor. A lot of the damage coming through is going to be magical outside of the TA, so makes a lot of sense to me.
There's a quick D-board there. Sumail going to be able to get...
got the full experience. I had a look at GH and saw, like, did he move out of space in time just to make sure that he was securing all of that XP for himself? The answer was yes. So, you know, a big component to success for Nigma Galaxy is Sumail having a fantastic time in lane. So keen to see what he's able to do with that early experience lead, plus his signature Monkey King.
I love how, like, I have a friend of mine who in mid, he always says he will buy the sentry, he will D-ward, you are not touching it. It's like always so greedy for it, but you can see why. That's so much experience. That's what, almost a third of your level, 70 out of 240. So,
yep, value indeed. Was GH that bought it though, so at least he gets the money for it. Don't get me started about cores, especially Slark said, guys, D-ward this? And I'm like, bro, you're a Slark. You do it. It gives money. Have you never D-warded in your life before?
Yeah. Still living in 2016.
Mm-hmm. God, imagine if we went back to one career for the whole team.
Oh, boy. The amount of fighting we're going to get, like, people just, you know, destroying their items because they're not getting their courier.
Mm-hmm. My career.
But hey, how do you think the lanes are going to go? Who's going to win what? Because I feel like mid's going to be somewhat tied, I would almost say. I think Sumail's really good on the Monkey King, but Stoikov, he's already got one game of TA under his belt.
I don't know how this top lane's going to go, to be honest, right? Like, you're going up against a... I mean, if Omar's on point with his Hoodwink, or even just Noob, you can stop that Icarus dive in its tracks just with a well-timed bulwark.
Hey, well, that's a first blood. That's for Miracle. And another one to follow as they get Nefrits out of the way, too.
And I was expecting a strong lane, but not for them to be diving into an Ogre Magi who had hit level 2. You know, that's the sort of bit of a questionable move coming through Shore, and it just goes to show the importance of making sure you're securing at least that first lane's worth of experience, because if you're not, you're just going to be behind the 8-ball. Instantly just going for another dive in. Pablo already down at about a quarter health.
Power the level 2 versus level 1. They got nothing. Oh, and Nefrit just going to have to sit in there. Suck it up. LeBron also dropped quite low by the Hoodwink. This 3-bounce trick shot is really not a joke.
I have to say, Hoodwink is probably my least favorite core support to lane against as a position 5. You just do everything so well. You've got good move speed. You've got a way to just annihilate me in terms of health if I end up isolated. You got control. It's really good.
Scalability into a possible core if your team is lacking damage. Even better than the Dark Willow supports that are going into Ags. I was like, yeah. Feels great, right? But you're not actually doing anything.
Still level 1 on LeBron, though. I wonder if that's going to hold them back from maybe looking to make a play. Should be able to get it after this creep wave, and I wonder if that'll be the impetus for them to make a move of their own, because Dard hasn't hit up onto that level 3 just yet.
Yeah, I think getting the level 3 on this Phoenix could just be the way to play the lane. Now you got your 2 on LeBron, too, so Battery Assault enables you to go in. 2 points in Fire Spirits.
This could be it. Although they're clearing out the creep wave fairly well, so you don't want to be walking into like a 4-man creep wave. Nice little Korea snipe.
Solid. Starting your lane with Windlace. Kind of needed. He really wants to grab that Hoodwink.
I'm just looking at this mid lane. Look at Stoikov. He's having to run the creep wave away from Sumail. Just this is the power of Monkey King, man. Like early on, TA doesn't have a lot of attack range, right? It actually has less than a lot of melee heroes at level 1, so kind of nice. But Sumail is still just going to bully.
I thought he was going to do a little bit better, like in this matchup. Of course, the matchup is kind of rough in a way. Oh, Phoenix actually getting caught in the top lane, just the early burst, but blood grenaded up too.
Ooh, oh,
Close call. If that
to
bounced
creep.
back in, that could have killed him.
Yeah. If he stayed there solo, he was just dead, right? He would have been bouncing just between a tree and himself. So, this little movement coming there from Dart. I'm watching Noob, just seeing if he's aiming that spear, lining it up to see if he can look to get a quick kill onto this Phoenix.
It really comes down to small margins, right? Like being too close to a tree. Hit by a bushwhack from a million miles away, and suddenly you get hit by the last pixel of a spear and you're dead.
Even just Hoodwink having base 310, like, well, LeBron, he just ends up getting half of his HP taken away from a single Hoodwink Q, and with that movement speed that you just have naturally.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Actually cuts down the tree nicely there. Able to survive for a little bit longer, but
Dart.
by the looks of it, Dot gets the kill, but the attack speed slows.
Oh, the miss.
Enough, but
He
the
missed.
spear is ready. The spear's ready, and he's got it. There's the double for Noob. And that also means that when you look at the last hits and denies, and not only just that, net worth, it's a triple core lead for Nigma over Zero Tenacity. 5 minutes in, 2K lead already.
Have they gotten a little bit too cocky off the back of a Game 1 victory that not a lot of people were expecting?
Let them cook.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting. Not expecting to see too many.
Gonna have to wait for the Midas to really cook things on this race.
Wasn't able to finish up the urn, unfortunately, before that last fight. He's missed like 2 or 3 last hits just in a row, uncontested up on this top
Oh,
side.
Omar trying to snipe Stoikov all by himself. Oh, look at that. He was not expecting 2 supports to show up next to his tier 2 tower at 6 minutes in the game. And Noob, that might be a kill for Zero
Surely.
Tenacity. Dodge should be getting this one with a right click. There we go.
Structures are fortified.
Small miracles coming back in little ways. No pun intended.
Small miracles. Don't say that in a game like this. Pablo gets himself denied with the stack, but that also means Nigma knows about the stacks there.
What about that observer ward?
Up here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The one behind the T1.
No, the one in the river. It's like on low ground.
Ah. That's
Never see that.
That's a very hasty ward. LeBron almost dies, but Stoikov's there to protect.
I have seen more healing salves purchased in this game than I have in like the last 5 combined. If you're talking about the laning stage, these teams are just intent on brawling constantly. And Sumail once again just showing what a dominant lane performance can do off the back of the Bloodlust, off the back of that first blood, already taking a tower, keeping his siege creep alive. 6.5 minutes in, just to not have to worry about your mid lane anymore. It feels amazing.
I guess how many denies fits into that. There's 44 denies from Nigma Galaxy in 7 minutes.
Will Pablo be able to get a kill on Miracle, though? Ooh, the Calling Spirits were just in the wrong place.
So Pablo's the one to get killed for his transgressions, and now there's a 4K lead. I think there's Tenacity. They might have taken a bit too much, more than that they can bite.
Oh, that's clever.
It new, but the cogs are not quite connecting. The tower's almost killing LeBron. God going for the dive, but
He's got
using it
supernova.
as well. There's a Monkey King, and Sumail smacks him with the bat, the spear, and he pops the Fire Spirit and the egg.
Will Noob die to this?
Like, he's going to survive at the end, as Sumail's going to be fast enough to take the egg down. So they have lost every lane.
Handedly. Not even close. Like, this is a demolition in terms of the laning stage, which is not what you want to see as this Phoenix, right? At least I'm gonna you know, talk in the language of Cope as we get another death for Stoikov. But they've got an earn charge now on the Phoenix, right? Because of that death. So maybe now he can look to make another play, but he doesn't have his ult, and he doesn't have his level 7 either, so the Fire Spirits aren't maxed out. I think that's the sort of thing that you're really needing to be able to, you know, try and get that little bit more aggressive.
Miracle was just able to get a solo kill.
Oh, this is a huge stack that they're stealing as well. Holy.
All of the money that they were placing in the bank, their investments have been told that they're empty.
Miracle might die.
Been taken away by Nigma Galaxy. Miracle might actually, yeah, he will die. Can they get anything else? Sumail jumps away. Stack is lost. And it's the Ignite again.
It's strong. I can't think of any stronger support I would rather play at this stage of the game. Stoikov will need to be a little bit careful, though, as actually he was just stacking 4 Nephrit, so not the worst. Level 5 on this Bristleback at this stage of the game, and barely more net worth than the Ogre Magi. Sumail might be going down.
Actually time for GH to do some CSing, but
Maybe
while that
not.
is happening, Sumail will not have enough. Monkey King will live. The arena zones him out. Nicely, protectively placed there by Noob.
Just back to full health off the back of that Jingu. Because of course he is.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I wonder how much they're going to keep up, keep playing this game on the side of Sir Tenacity. Feels like nothing's going right, and this fight has to work out.
Braun.
They're bringing in the Phoenix in as well. LeBron taking the full attention. Omar burns down. The bat almost takes down the Muerta. They will lose him in the end, and the egg is placed down, but versus 3, that's a bit too much. And that's a 4th casualty.
I don't want to be overly dramatic, T, but when are they calling GG this game? Because
I mean, I literally said the same thing a moment ago as well. Like, how much can they take?
yeah,
How far do they want to see this game in? I
How
guess
many
you have some
giant
kind of a game for
stacks?
Stoikov.
are they going to give up as well?
I mean, this is really literally like you're putting the game difficulty to insane.
I mean, maybe Pablo can yoink it away with a dead shot. Okay, we're not going to get the whole thing, but still enough. Did they even? They might have helped Nephrit out a little bit by just softening that stack up for him, because it's taken him a while to get any semblance of farm.
He's getting level 6 maybe out of this. Finally, can start seeing red. GH Sumail Miracle positioned to the bottom lane, suspecting another attack from Zero Tenacity that will just protect their own side of the map.
Good ward setup. Oh, actually, it just expired on the top side, just as they're about to go through the twin gates. So, they're not going to be able to see on Dard this rotation coming through from Sumail. Jump into the... Oh, actually, he'll see that. He found the strike, though. I'm surprised he didn't jump into the tree line.
Sumail also to steal all of that CS as well. Has the Diffusal Blade.
Great against the Bristle.
Another issue. Yeah, the last time we had the Disperser on the Spectre, Bristle had like 1,300 mana. Now he's got a little bit less than that, but it looks like Miracle's like, yeah, I can do the job myself. That's a missed hook shot from 2 meters away, 3 meters past.
Do they still choose to commit to this? I would say the answer is probably no. Maybe with Pierce the Veil available, they might consider it. You know, you can
Egg's
actually
ready.
fight into the Monkey King even if he pops the Wukongs with that Muerta.
Egg is ready, but Noob takes down a tower. Sumail's picked up the Arcane Rune. Doubling their net worth lead in the last 5 minutes from 4 to 8,000 gold now. Sumail on the hunt. Hoping to find Stoikov. I mean, they found him the first time here in 5 minutes. That sentry was placed down there when he was killed here the last time. That's going to expire now. Kind of a reminder, kind of like when you're placing statues to commemorate something. That was a Sentry Ward statue to commemorate the loss of a TA in his own jungle.
Mm-hmm. And just their non-stop movement. That's what I'm loving about Nigma Galaxy this game. They play their best when they play fast. I don't want to see like some sit back and farm sort of draft. I want to see, honestly, Sumail playing this this Monkey King like he plays his Storm Spirit, just constantly on the move. And he's in against the Clockwork.
Oh, he's gone. Doesn't take too long for that. Dot does get the egg placed down, and a bit of Dot's placed as well. Noob, again, very good protective Arena of Blood. He honestly doesn't need to use this arena offensively because, you know, Zero Tenacity, they're tempted to just go and chase. So you can just place these defensive choke point arenas down.
Yeah, again, one of the...
Nefrit. Greed is good. Greed is good.
Greed is bad.
Greed is bad.
Pablo able to just get away, but he has to pop to pierce the veil to be able to do so, and they're going to give up their Wisdom Rune as well. So for a team that is struggling to even get a tiny amount of farm across the map, that was Nefrit's sixth death, excuse me. It's not looking good at all.
Only they had that Midas on the Phoenix.
But he's gone all in into this Spirit Vessel beforehand. It's coming out on the Courier now. Will he end up dying?
Finds the burb. Burb. Sumail doesn't care about the burb.
Burb is not the word, apparently.
Brought in, but
Oh, they missed again on LeBron.
That was a close one. But still too far away. Just nothing is going the way of Zero Tenacity this game.
I mean, it's kind of what happens when you don't draft that many stuns, right? Things become so much harder to be able to initiate. I mean, it's true, isn't it?
It is true. Oh, what a bat from Sumail. But also bat chest from Pablo with that dead shot pushing him away. It looks like he's still going to drop. There's a sharpshooter flying in right on top of LeBron. And he's the one inside the arena. Sumail will get the courtesy, taking down Cage.
So close. Nearly able to get the spear onto Pablo as well while he was inside the base. Honestly, them getting away with just LeBron on his Clockwork dying is not the worst, considering, you know, you use the Arena of Blood to be able to make that happen. Sharpshooter, yeah, you don't really care about that much. It's got quite a low cooldown, but does give you that little bit more time to potentially get darts starting to scale. Loving the game score, by the way.
Pretty solid.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Not that time, though. TA. Get dumped on GH will secure this kill pretty much.
It's got a
Ignite. It's the Ignite. He doesn't get his refraction off cooldown. I needed one more second, but it's not going to get it. And another missed hook shot indeed. But Omar, he's not missing the bushwhack.
Boy.
As this Sean Connery, man.
Boy.
Jobs the back line. And how much can you take? How much can you take?
They're already dead. Just stop, Nigma, please.
This is a beatdown.
Yep. This is revenge. This is... I mean, we were talking about gamer hours with the the first series. Maybe Nigma Galaxy were feeling that a little bit, still wiping the sleep out of their eyes, but they have well and truly woken up in this one.
Oh, yeah. Something stirred up the beast known as Nigma Galaxy, definitely. Zero Tenacity, they were not ready for it. I think when game one, Nigma may be slightly, I forgot the English word for it, underestimated their opponents, maybe in the draft. I think Zero Tenacity really underestimated Nigma Galaxy's performance capability, because I think we might be looking at a potential last fight. Potential, because it looks like they do not want to commit fully into this one and just lose LeBron. Pablo moving in. Stoikov right next to him. Doesn't have his Mithril Hammer yet. Might be able to kill GH, dropping low. Pablo drops his ult. Oh, he needed a little bit more, but the Pavas is in the way. Now going to get caught in Bushwhack, speared away. And GH, that's his fourth Ignite kill. 4-0-12 Ogre.
You love to see it. I don't know, this just feels like, and it seems so crazy to say right after a performance like that we just saw in game one, but it seems like Zero Tenacity are just on completely different pages, right? Like, all they needed to do there was come back a little bit and pick up some farm, wait for the Clockwork to be back up, wait for the hook shot to be available again. It's up in 5 seconds. Noob didn't have Arena for like a minute and a half. Then they could have looked to maybe make a play, you know, try and get this TA involved in a few more of these engagements. Instead, they kind of go for a half-assed gank attempt where they're, you know, maybe going to be able to kill someone. They don't, and they just get a kill turned back onto them.
Under attack.
And now they just walk on forward again because, I mean, that Arena, yeah, it's about...
And another missed hook shot.
Oh, boy. You were right, it's not the clockwork game.
Yeah, just kidding. I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding.
Coming around from the north side. A quick ignite towards Stoikov. Don't really want to go for the straight up tier 2 dive with their teammates on the other side of the map. We do have a Razor chasing Nefret. We've seen this movie before. The sequel's still the same.
And the thing is, it's not like net worth is staying the same either. It's continuing to grow in favor of Nigma Galaxy. So, I mean, they're just doing so much to try and make space for Dart to finally get into this Midas so that he's got 2 points in the Supernova.
Could really use a kill right now to get themselves at least a vessel charge, but
Where's the
Omar
follow-up?
gets away, GH gets away. They got a blood grenade.
And they got Noob coming in.
Now Noob is here. Blink is up. He's got that big healing Lotus for himself too, so he can just heal up if required. But they don't have to make the play if they don't want to. They're the ones dictating the pace. Zero Tenacity losing another 1,000 gold without anybody actually dying because they have that Razor farming the whole time. There's the hook shot, but is it enough? Oh, what a beautiful bat. Connects on both Pablo and the clock. Noob simultaneously arenas the backline onto Stoikov. And if this TA were to lose her life, I think that's pretty much going to be Zero Tenacity saying we're done with this game. We'll see. Dodd wants to see this one through. Noob dies under the tower. The burn is a bit too much. As Nefret's being chased, broken, stunned. Another kill for GH. He's on a mega kill streak now.
I think the only thing holding them back from calling GG right now is that they want to take one fight where they've got like their first key item. So Bristleback still 450 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter, TA 200 gold away from Desolator. Midas might be coming out now on the Courier, so probably going to be level 12 fairly shortly on Dard. Atos 100 gold away for Pablo, so you ask for like a second stun, any form of control, that's it. So I feel like if they lose the next fight, once they've got all these things, that's when they're going to be saying, all right, let's give it another try, another time. LeBron's got the classic. Was it Snake King that did it first? The Observer Ward called Sentry Ward?
Is under attack.
That is
I think so, yeah. That was a while back. Became very trendy.
Yeah, he's going for a bit of a yoink on the Wisdom Room, but he's not going to be lucky. With Noob already standing there, and yep, there's the Rocket Flare just to be able to scout that one out.
So level 2 egg for Dodd, so about that. Just had a cat jump in front of my monitor, so I can't really see what's going on, but looks like nothing to see here. It's just Stoikov in
Another missed
trouble.
shot.
Sumail actually
Scored.
stuck inside the cogs for now, but the arena
Oh, he
plays
didn't
down
net.
as well. Muerza dropping low. Stoikov will go down, and Pablo running around in circles. Sumail will finish his life. Tree cut down from beneath his feet. Dodd is on the escape, trying to get away. GH and Omar looking for him with the bushwhack. Another ignite will connect. There's the spear, jumping straight on top of him. Nefret also found by Sumail. He does not hesitate to drop the Wukong's command on top of the Bristleback. A buyback from LeBron. Dodd already down.
Didn't hit
Nefret
at
the
all
Ags
with that
didn't-
Ags.
Yeah, that was a complete miss, and he's
Omar's
lost his
gonna
life,
get
and
up here.
LeBron, he's going to die back
Hold
as
it.
well. And is that going to be it? 22 minutes in?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to wait for a little bit. There we
There
go.
we go.
GG well played is called. This game is it's going to be a very convincing Nigma Galaxy. It's a stop. Let's just agree. It's a stop.
It is a complete stop, not even close, and maybe just getting a little bit too confident there. Were the Zero Tenacity boys, the one Phoenix, maybe put that in the back pocket and, you know, bring it out again in another scrim. Let's see if it can work, because it really feels like if the laning phase goes bad, there's no way back from it. They just didn't have enough control. Nigma identified what they were lacking in the previous game, and they addressed it pretty damn well.
Yeah, they had all the answers in the world for this game. And, you know, it all starts with just the early minutes. They're already balling ahead in terms of CS. They start to build that net worth lead. 4 minutes, it looks like, well, they're getting away with this game. 8 minutes in, oh boy, they have like a huge net worth lead already. Like, how are they going to turn this game around? I don't see it happening. Ogre unkilled, Sumail unkilled. Those are problematic stats to look at when you're zero tenacity.
Sumail went absolutely bonkers this game, right? Like, he crushed his lane, and this is, I guess you still had the decision to run like let's say you wanted to pick Phoenix, right? You could have run Phoenix mid, and you could have had the TA1, and I think things would have gone a lot better, to be honest. But TA just, you talk about keeping range against the Monkey King, it doesn't. You know, like that's the main concern, right? And Sumail is way too individually skilled to be able to let a miss sight like that go unpunished. So I think this really did come down to a drafting issue. I don't have an issue with the Phoenix as a core. I have an issue with it as a position 1 in this game in particular. But I had faith. Clearly, it was misplaced, at least this time around. But we get a game 3. That is the positive side.
That is the positive side. And of course, looking forward to what happens in game 3. Will it be a much more tighter affair? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go for a break, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. You're watching the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE, and our second best of 3 has gone the full distance. We're going into game number 3 with Nigma Galaxy and Zero Tenacity to see which one of these two is going to be advancing to the upper brackets next round. Going to be playing a back-to-back series. The other one, they get a rest, but they're going to have to continue from the lower bracket. So this game is the one to win. Zero Tenacity maybe having a bit of too much fun with the draft in game number 2. They paid the price for it, so Danog, game 3 time.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few things that went wrong that game. I think the laning stage for Nigma just went incredibly well. Just the choices of how to set up the lanes was a little odd for mine, for Zero Tenacity. I thought Miracle and GH, they switched on. They got way too much out of that lane. For some reason, they tried to play into an Ogre that just hit level 2 and got punished repeatedly for it. And of course, the... what was that hook shot hit rate? Like 5%? I know I love LeBron as well, but that was not it that game. It was kind of off the mark a lot, and Dard, less said the better. He had an amazing game 1, game 2 pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, some of those skill shot heroes, you have your on days, you have your off days, and this was definitely one. I did say I didn't like the clockwork for a different reason, but like you said, execution-wise, was not the game for LeBron. But game 3, let's see what Zero Tenacity has up in store, because, you know, Nigma Galaxy, I think they looked good in game 1. They looked way better in game number 2. I feel like maybe if that's the tempo, they have the momentum and they've got the good feel that they can take this series by storm. So Zero Tenacity, they got to come rocking already at those level 1s. You got to get your opponent under your heel.
You know what I'm going to say here, T? Reliable stunts. Just give me reliable stunts. Something that makes the game easier to play. I'm not asking for 5, but like 2, you know, because they had 0 in that previous game. We saw that from pretty much 0 hook shots hitting. The occasional dead shot came through, but you were just playing from a deficit of so much that it really wasn't relevant at all, you know? I just want to see something that's going to be a little bit more reliable for them to get every single time, even if it's a Bat Rider, you know? It's a bit of a block.
So that's Pudge 3, we've got Marana 4, we got Dark Willow 5. Yeah, absolutely, that's the one.
Earth Spirit as well, he's in there too. Clockwork 1, because why not? We can run a Phoenix 1. So it could apparently work.
The thing is, are we going to get 3 for 3 Bristleback? We've seen 2 of the facets. I don't think we're going to see the 3rd facet option on this Bristle.
But we will see the Bristle. I think it's still fine. I think they just misjudged how to play the lane, basically. I mean, maybe even just going something like a position 4 that wants to buy boots early on and just pull the lane. Don't fight into the Ogre Magi once he's level 2. You can, contest first wave, but second wave, you got to go yoink it away as quickly as possible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Though, still about the facet, how bad is the Berserk facet on the Bristleback, which changes damage to attack speed?
Very. That's all I'm going to say about it. Not worth considering is something. It's like if you were picking a Dragon Knight and went the Frost facet. You just don't do it, right? There's so many better options. I did like it when the Poison facet was like the go-to because it made it a lot more go style, which I do enjoy. Yeah. But I don't know, red facet feels a little OP to me. I mean, it's been banned out in the first phase of every single game that we've watched today so far, T, and for pretty damn good reason.
Oh, yeah, certainly. All right, well, going into the second phase, 1 second spent of the reserve time. That is also from the side of Zero Tenacity. Gonna have to think about, are we looking at Dod's hero early on? Do we lock in one of the supports right away? Because you do get to reveal Nigma Galaxy's potential support pair up here. You'll get some information on the side lanes.
Okay.
Take the Lich. I think this is a good choice. I think this is a good answer in terms of Ogre is usually paired with a physical damage dealer. So they're already anticipating that Lich could reduce some of that damage dealt.
Sure. I'm just wondering if this is the time to pick it. When I see an Ogre Magi, I'm probably not expecting a Lich to come as well for that team. It very much feels a little bit more oriented towards the position 5 role. And, I mean, Nigma are just going down the exact same route that they did previously, right? 2 fairly reliable lockdowns, 1 a little bit less so with the Ogre Magi having such a small cast range. And Razor, again, it's flex. You can put it 2, 3, 3, or 1, and it's going to work in every single one of those most of the time, depending on the lane matchups. And Nigma are going to be the ones to be on top of, let's say, 2 lanes coming out of this second phase of the draft. So I don't hate the Lich pick. I just think they could have potentially taken the Hoodwink themselves instead for that speedy position 4 hero that can buy boots and pull the wave away to make sure Bristle has a much better game than last time.
Oh, yeah. The Razor definitely already shown how strong that is in the lane versus the Bristleback. Multiple solo kills for Miracle versus Nefret. I think they want to keep their options somewhat open. Maybe force the Razor to play against a different laning matchup. We'll see what are the types of heroes Zero Tenacity would be willing to sack. But then again, do you want to do that? I'd rather sack the Bristleback's lane than a high-value pause 2.
10 seconds
I mean, Rubik does kind of fulfill the criteria that I was saying, and you do have some form of control with it, right? You're looking at your cat? Yeah, I thought so. It's just trying to climb over the keyboard again. But yeah, you've got the telekinesis. You've got a way to be able to set up for stuff like the Chain Frost. And hell, you can steal away the Bushwhack. You can steal away the Plasma Field, which I think is pretty good. What kind of kitty is that?
That's a regular rescue cat right here. She's a bit afraid if I start raising my voice here, as I'm casting in a loud play-by-play caster. So she's just chilling. They picked a Rubik. Yeah. They picked a Rubik.
We're gonna pick what's a cat-based hero?
Cat-based hero.
Drow has the cat girl set. I know that.
Yeah, the cat.
But that's about it. I'm sure there's one of them we're missing. We're just absolute idiots. But anyway, maybe that should be what the next hero is. Something cat-based. People would buy those cosmetics like hotcakes.
Oh dear, that's an idea for the Dota squad.
For sure. I want more just stuff that locks a fight in. It doesn't matter if it's it becomes worse.
A bigger arena.
A bigger arena. I mean, you've already picked up the Bristleback, so I'm thinking from Zero Tenacity's perspective here. I think I still am kind of on board with the puck, right? Like, you should be able to dodge out a Bushwhack combination. You should be able to avoid ignites. You should be able to avoid getting hit by a Fire Blast. Instead, they're just going to go Terraplate. Okay, so this is a dart specialty. Most of the time we see TBs these days, though, it's in the position 3. I don't know if that's the avenue that they want to go this game, though, because, Ignite plus Razor, you're probably dead in lane without too much you can do about it.
Yeah, I think, even with the carry build on Terrorblade, where you go Falcon Blade, you get 150 or 200 plus HP. You can get like maybe double bracer if you feel like the laning stage feels a bit vulnerable, but you got to get to that point, right? You need a couple CS at least until you can start making tanky of yourself. But
I'm just not seeing stuns, T. I'm not seeing control. That's the biggest issue that I have with this TB.
True. That is true. It does provide them with vision, which I think is really good. Someone has to take advantage of that vision. Well, Nigma Galaxy, we're going to get Miracle Slark. So is that a Sumail Razor or a potential offlane Razor for Noob?
That's the beauty of this having first pick, right? You get to decide. You get to keep them in suspense a little bit. I'm sure Zero Tenacity's bans are probably going to be all over the place. Hell, it could even be like a mid Slark if it's the perfect game for Sumail to play it, right? Like, let's say they play some kind of melee hero mid. They probably won't because they're just going to have Razor thrown into that lane then. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, this Slark can work in a multitude of lanes.
And you kind of talked about it as well earlier on where, or then it might have been a friend, but I recall you mentioning it when talking about Kez. When Slark was first introduced, he was actually pushed as a mid hero, but then he found his place as a carry in the end. They tried their experiments, Amar with their offlane Slarks. It worked to some extent, but it was kind of short-lived.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to make it work, right? Just using the Depth Shroud to its fullest potential, like as a bit of a save. We even saw, I think, the occasional Slark Pos 4 tried to make that work, but he's a 1 in reality. Like, that's really all you should be playing it into. Maybe a Pos 2 on rare occasion. Like the Mars ban, though. Again, like, if you're going to be lacking control, don't give the enemy team a billion forms of control. And then maybe you can get away with going something a little bit more nimble yourselves. What even is there left to ban that's probably, yeah, okay, more control. It feels to me like they believe that this Razor is going to be mid, but then what hero can you actually play into the Razor in the mid lane that has a fine enough time? Sniper's already banned. You don't want a melee hero both against the Slark and against the Razor. So what actually stays at enough range? I mean, Lena's gone as well.
Here's the get out, right? Like almost every spirit except for Ember and Storm early. So Earth Spirit could roll away to break the link. That's
there for me.
The puck's still there. That's also good. Sometimes you see Viper, but Viper's problem is if you extend too far, Razor gets a lot of freedom out of that.
And it's zero control as well.
Yeah. Zero controlled, yeah.
Yeah. Feels nice.
Maybe a mid Magnus. I don't know if they want to pull that off.
Banned.
Third. Oh yeah, true banned. That was something on the likes of that. Like that would still put them in 3 melee cores. A lot of frontline, but not a whole lot of control to keep them hitting their targets.
No, definitely not. And I like, how are they actually going?
TA?
Like, this is no TA for me. Like, a Zero Tenacity just expecting Nigma Galaxy to let a Lich walk up and chain frost them. Like, that's the thing that keeps coming into my mind, right? Are they not just going to walk away? Are they not going to get a Boots of Bearing so that they're not worried about the slows that they have through the reflection and all of the iciness coming through from Lich and the nasal goo and the hairball? Like, you can get a Disperser, you can get Boots of Bearing, you can just jump away as a Slark, you're going to be bloodlusted. There's no stuns. I need stuns, T. That's all I really want out of this draft.
And there goes the puck, which could have been a really good pick, but it's a good ban from Nigma Galaxy. And with this Primal Beast and Shadow Demon also out from the pool, I think this is a very solid Primal pick coming out for Nigma Galaxy.
It's an amazing Primal pick coming out from them as well, right? Like, okay, it's not control, but at least it kind of forces them away. Even once you've got the BKBs on the Razor, you can ult and kind of waste the timing there, break the static link. So it's not horrible, and it should enable the Stoikov to at least like make some kills happen a lot of the time. I think this Primal Beast, I just want to touch on it again, is amazing, right? We've seen how great it is against the Terrorblade in lane. We've seen that it's going to have the Aghanim Scepter eventually for the break against the Bristleback. Feels really good. You have the Frost shield on the Lich. Don't care. Basically all of your damage is magical. So I think this is a fantastic pick. It fits their run at you style perfectly. This is a Nigma Galaxy victory for me.
Yeah, this is a pretty heavy outdraft, I would say. But I do want to see what Zero Tenacity has in stock because, you know, game 2, they were willing to cook. But, you know, it ends up being a bit burnt in the end. I do want to see some belief in this team why they stomp the open qualifiers, why they are ready in this particular close qualifier, because it's not too often they actually make it. Like LeBron's teams, you'd have to go all the way back to Navi days when they would like beat teams in the upper bracket, stay in the upper bracket. So I think all reasoning should say Nigma Galaxy's got this in the bag.
Anything can happen, though. That's the great thing about Dota. You know, someone could have the game of their life. You can, I was about to say you could land some hook shots, but that's not going to be happening with, again, very little control coming out here. Who knows? Maybe it's a great smoke of deceit play that leads someone to have a good early start to their laning stage. So, you know, they hit their level timings a bit sooner. They get that bottle or those boots a little bit earlier than they should be expecting.
You can steal, as a Rubik, a non-multicast Fire Blast. Bushwhack cast range is actually pretty huge, and I think that could be very useful for Pablo. And this is a Grandmaster Rubik, so I think you should really live off of what Pablo sees as the ability to get and start to play around specifics. I think you can get some really good stuff happening with the comfort of their heroes that they have. They just got to make that laning stage work better than Game 2, because the heroes are still somewhat the same. It is a melee core paired up with a range support, and Nefrit didn't do really good in that particular matchup. At least the change-up is his matchup.
Yes, for sure.
Going up against.
And I mean, LeBron's no slouch at the Rubik either, right? So if he feels like it's a good Rubik game, then by all means. And I do think it is a good Rubik game. It's actually something that I've been hoping to see them pick up a little bit earlier. As LeBron.
A lot of pinging. GH has found, but that's the tankiest target out of the whole team to try and kill, but it looks like it's going to work out in the end, and Dodd for the first blood on the TB before the game has properly even started.
Bit of a freebie for them there. I mean, it does mean that Pablo has to put the first point into the telekinesis, so the laning stage isn't going to be quite as good for them, but just getting Dart off with that first blood is going to be such a key tool for them. Little surprised, honestly, that Miracle wasn't playing around the high ground. It's still nighttime for the next 5 seconds, and one of the advantages that Slark has is his night vision. So, you know, just not being in the right position to be able to scout out effectively is a pretty big blunder.
Pablo, I think he gave that information away about that ward. He doesn't actually even have the time to de-ward it himself. So GH, did they see him destroy the ward? They're pinging it. And I think they know about it, and they're going to ignore it for now. Also,
Bit of a surprise, to be honest. I would take that. I would take that solo XP as quickly as possible. Okay?
Yeah. Probably they thought that maybe he did destroy it because he was right-clicking into it and then started walking away. But they would have seen the destroyed ward on the ground.
Yep.
So they're just going to suspect it being there. While we were talking about that, Noob and Omar were trying to cut the creep wave. They got one last hit.
Seems about right. Speaking of Omar, he's getting a bit of a battle against LeBron here, as well as the mid lane. A lot of action happening there, as Omar might be able to, with that tree bounce trick shot, get that solo kill. God, I hate Hoodwink as a hero, just to be able to do that much damage early on.
Yeah, it's a bit silly, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. The right focus as well, making sure that it's onto the Lich at this stage of the game with 11 armor on the TB. That tree bounce isn't really going to do all that much.
And the fact that you get base damage, 75% bonus on top of the bonus damage that you get for the Acorn Shot, just makes the scaling of this ability insanely good. That's why we see Daedalus on this hero.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Daedalus or Daedali?
Daedali, yeah.
Daedali. Like, octopi.
Well, Daedalus is a... I don't know why it's called Daedalus, because Daedalus is a guy. He was Icarus's dad, I think. So... we should
Didn't fly too close to the sun, though.
No, definitely not. The Phoenix in the last game was, though.
He certainly was. Icarus. Yeah, evening up the kills here. Looking at the early CS. Stoikov has a bit of catching up to do to Sumail. Hope this is not a repeat of game number 2. He got
it's just
destroyed.
It's just the creep wave that he hasn't yet claimed. He's just wanting to have it in a advantageous position. Really nice usage of the plasma field, though, by Sumail to interrupt some of the bottle sips, get some harass off.
Both are good rotating heroes, too. Like the Queen of Pain, naturally, with that pure damage from Sonic Wave, not a lot of protection against it. And then you have this Razor who can, if he does show up in the lane, usually has a lot of movement speed to go with, and now with an Ogre in the team. Those ganks should be a guarantee. Like, you see him TP in, you bloodlust him up. GH, though, talking about the Ogre, gonna get sent straight back in for Nefrit to get his first kill of the game.
All right, nicely done. Miracle, he's gonna go walk over to claim the Lotus at least, so they've got that one picked up for themselves. Means that Nefrit, he's gonna take a little bit. You might need to like ferry more than just the one Mango down to enable him to get the kill. And I was about to say, I wonder if Miracle continues this dive moving forward. Doesn't seem like he's that keen just yet.
Also waiting for their timing down in the bottom lane as well, with Dodd's Metamorph running out. Omar with Noob, they have all of their spells ready, just not the Onslaught, which hasn't been leveled up yet. Noob holding onto a value point, actually put the second point into Trample.
Against a TB, I can see totally why. Again, not really much point in putting a point into the Frost Shield here. Your job is to make sure that the Sinister Gaze is used onto the Primal Beast when he's trying to trample in.
Yeah. And I like the fact that when you load up your Uproar stacks and Dodd tries to deal damage with Reflection, he just pops Uproar and suddenly he's not really taking any damage. Or any real damage. And extra armor definitely goes a long way.
You can also get the Dispel when he's level 15 with the talent.
Yeah. Stoikov, no blink available, so Sumail, just a level 2 static link, but starts to hurt the Quap. That's 50% of Quap's right-click damage gone.
Sumail's not exactly in the best spot either, and I wonder if this rotation from Pablo is going to pay dividends. He's going to walk past the bounty rune, yoink that one away. I think he's being very mindful on Stoikov of just not getting this wave pushed too heavily under the tower just yet. I think it just did, so it's not really worth continuing to commit towards that mid lane.
Wants to keep an eye open on the stacks. GH instantly gives the info, seeing the direction Pablo's walking in from, that there's very likely some wards in the top side of the map. Maybe even some deep wards potentially for Sumail to see. And also running rotations get cut down by that. But Pablo being chased in the river, slowed up by the Ignite and the Blood Grenade. He's less than 200 movement speed. Miracle walks in, dispels the Fate Bolt damage reduction, and Pablo's going to look for the deny off of these two Mr. Mustachios, a.k.a. the Warpine Raiders, but Miracle hits harder.
Nefra's very happy with that situation, though. He's like, sure, go for my Rubik. I don't care. I get some uncontested CS. I can finally start to have a better start to the game than I did previously. Don't think they built up any stacks at that point just yet, so I'm sure that's going to be next on the agenda for Nefrit, just to say.
And especially not for their opponent to farm them, because that's what happened last game. They took all of those quad stacks away.
Even just a little bonus to the death there from the Rubik means that you get a free bottle refill for Stoikov, and Pablo's going to be in the vicinity as well for these power runes. So, like the rotation coming through from Omar, just wonder
what... I
mean, yeah, you can't really commit to any of these power runes. Pablo, his job basically just needs to be to try and deny it away. Won't be able to
shield for Sumail, but Stoikov, if he goes for that one, just to blink in and take it away, Omar could just lock him down. So that would mean his death. He's going to have to let that one slide.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
God will lose this courier to Noob hitting from behind. He's got Metamorph ready, but feels like they just want to soften them up until they use that Metamorph to secure the kill. You know he can always just run away. Now the 7-minute bounty, the Wisdom Rune challenge is GH is already trying to make his way towards and through Pablo. Winter Bear earlier on, they brought 4 heroes to protect their Wisdom Runes from their opponents.
I'm just keeping an eye on this bottom side. Like Omar, he's backing up to, yeah, there we go. That's what happens.
Is that enough? A couple right clicks flying in, but the uproar of the Sonic Wave, and that is calculated to the final tick. Stoikov will take him down. Now Nefrit running down GH, going a bit too deep in. 4 stacks of nasal goo already on top of him. A couple more spikes should do it. One more is needed, but HP from GH. Well, the damage dealt to the Bristleback actually reflects another spike, but that is a Sumail kill. And knowing that the Quap already rotated, that's a free one for the Razor.
Sure, but there was a TP coming through from the Razor, though. He's looking to try and get another kill onto Pablo here, who I don't even necessarily think he was that deep. He was in a really defensive position, but just with how Samael has been able to play with that shield rune, committing into the fight, he's very, very happy to make that sort of movement.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Worthy tribute.
Efficient core kills there for Nigma Galaxy, but at least it's not a 4K lead like Game 2. It's much more even. TB getting quite a lot of farm. They've been able to push the Primal Beast back once or twice.
He was getting a decent amount of farm, though, inside the jungle, realizing that, you know what, he doesn't necessarily need to be in lane this entire time, as he's got the Pulverize available as well. TP coming in.
With the Invis rune. He surprised the Queen of Pain. LeBron is also here. GH is low. LeBron leading the charge with the Frost Shield with the slow. Stoikov will get this one, but he blinked in very deep, and they need to get the Samael link away from the Queen of Pain. Stoikov, he's surviving, but not living for long enough. And here comes Noob, the cleanup crew. They will take all of them with them.
Got a little bit greedy there for the Ogre Magi. Yes, it's important to take him out at this early stage of the game, but it's going a little bit too deep, expending that blink, even going to a really conservative position on the left-hand side. Still not enough to keep his life. And what is this again? We're seeing some potential stacks being scouted out.
Not again. At least they're not quads this time around.
Still farm that this Bristleback absolutely needs.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to get that Ags up ASAP. Try to get the biggest out of that timing. It's kind of like with most of these offlaners that have Aghanims as their priority #1 item. Beastmaster, the Bristleback, most notoriously those two. They need to find a good timing with it too. They cannot fall behind too much with those. Ogre having to fight versus 3, but if they can get this core kill, which they definitely can with a sharpshooter flying in, Sonic Blade used on the Razor. Stoikov, he went aggressive for it, and now they need this miracle kill. Has ulti, he's going to be able to regenerate. Fighting versus LeBron, looking for the support kill, and targeting Pablo. He ignores this Terrorblade completely. The teleport away. Dodd does not have the damage to kill the Slark. That was just insanely good by Miracle.
Yeah, just keeping a mental timer of that that telekinesis coming through as well, realizing that there was no way for Pablo to be able to stop that TP away.
After teleported bottom, to challenge GH once again.
It's getting
this time he is a bit stronger than last time around. I'm gonna let him go. Noob shows up.
Getting to that point
on another target.
They need to prioritize his farm though, right? Dart is taking a few more of these more dangerous stacks, you would say, around the areas that Nigma Galaxy have been playing around a whole lot more frequently, but with this tier 1 tower down bottom, it's just so much easier for Radiant to fight in this sort of area. That's why there's this constant battle around the high ground. Literally just, it's only sentry wards for now. Battle consistently. And he's stolen the Bushwhack as well on Pablo.
He has, but does he ever get to use it a second time? Nice Sinister Gaze lift combo, but it's not enough to prevent the kill from still happening. And Dodd does get a very big reflection at the back, but this magical damage might end up being the life of him. For Nigma Galaxy, not really interested in continuing the fight. They'll sack Noob. Get their way out.
And another courier ends up getting sniped. Stoikov didn't even have the Aghanim Scepter there. It wasn't part of the kill, unfortunately, for himself as well. I think he might have gotten assist, but would have absolutely loved the kill involvement there, just so he can get into that Dagon, right? Be that one that's playing along the front lines. That's kind of the role that he's been relegated to, I could say. Just because they have no one else that realistically can get in there.
Yeah. Bristleback dropping dangerously low there, but Plasma Field still on cooldown on the Razor.
Miracle just went and took a tier 1 tower on his own with all of the attention that the rest of his team were putting around the other sides of the map. Not too often that you see a Slark do that.
Yeah, Arbor Corrosion in his inventory. Help makes the job easy, but you are right. Quite often do we see that happen. The 12-minute rune bait. Stoikov needs some help. Instant shockwave. Miracle's dead. And his ulti used as well. GH will be taken down by Pablo. He's running away from Samael, but Samael should be able to get this kill going his way. Stoikov has nothing left in the tank.
Wasn't expecting the stolen sharpshooter there coming through. That was the real difference maker. Getting Slark down low enough that the Sonic Wave was enough to be able to take him out.
Is the Grandmaster Rubik at work? I don't even see that sharpshooter. That's good. That's how good it was.
Maybe it was green.
Arsenal next to Stoikov with barely 200 mana. Like, doesn't really want to go that deep.
Even just giving Omar a nice little bottle refill there was Sumail. Making them move down towards the bottom side of the map, trying to catch out Dard, but well, GH is going to be the one that runs into him and throws a reflection into his face.
Dire's middle tower.
But he's certainly having a much better game than he did in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to play this one. So it's going to be a T1 tower trade by the looks of it.
Dire's structures are
If I'm Zero Tenacity, I'm very happy with this sort of trade. If you're actually able to get it, you know, they're a little bit behind in terms of the damage, but you needed to open up the map somewhat for yourselves. You can't just have Nigma Galaxy easily TPing and then running into your triangle. You're the one that needs to be enabling your team to take stacks. They don't really have great stack takers on Nigma. Sure, Primal Beast can do it. I guess the Razor can a little bit, but not to the extent of a Bristleback.
Yeah, it's like they can try to take stacks. They might be able to do so, but it's not like they can consistently do it on the fly compared to like Bristleback. Inbuilt abilities, TB, naturally high damage.
Going to be praying for a power rune on the top side of the river here. Omar going to try and maybe snipe this one away, which he will. Doesn't even get rid of it.
LeBron could get a pretty good Lich ulti in between all of this. He drops in the shield, but that tower just melts. The inits on the Primal Beast does do 40% extra damage to buildings when he right-clicks.
It's a nice steal from
Careful.
Rubik.
Sure if it's enough, though. He's gonna get targeted. Both supports are in trouble. Efrit be a bit late for the party, but Stoikov comes in from the other direction, but him using his burst, that's all he has. He has a Dagon ready, but not gonna recover from the stun. This is not Zero Tenacity's fight whatsoever.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, T, but this is what happens when you don't have lockdown, when you don't have stuns. You just saw Nigma Galaxy Delta split every single different way from the team fight, and it just creates chaos. You can't find that obvious answer of who to go on, and even if you have the answer, you might not even get the kill because you don't have a way to be able to catch up to them.
Yeah. All of this damage, but so many things need to click before you can properly utilize it. Nope. Very interesting curve onslaught there.
You just look at the people that are kind of playing on the front lines, right? It's Sumail, who has plenty of movement speed, buffed up by a Bloodlust. And it's Noob, Primal Beast, 2.5k health with an Eternal Shroud, and Slark with Shadow Dance, and he's nearly got a Mage Slayer as well. So lots of ways to be able to withstand. You can even throw Ogre Magi into that one too, right? Just tons of HP, big beefy body. Never hoodwink on the front lines, and they're all pretty mobile as well. So it's just about how they take the team fights that make this so much more effective than what Zero Tenacity have to be able to throw back at them.
Also, I like the scaling that they have on this lineup for Zero Tenacity, but you got to get to that point where Miracle, with a deep ops ward, he scouts the movements of Stoikov, and with that blink, is it going to be enough to follow up with the stun from GH? They got the pound, saved it up nicely to get the connection. No hesitation there, waiting with the pounce, calculating in his head how many seconds does he need for another blink.
And using the nighttime to his full advantage, right? This is, again, what I was talking about at that pre-horn timing. It's nighttime again for the next 3.5 minutes, and you could just see Miracles on the hunt. He's got his Diffusal Blade, he's got his Mage Slayer. There's nothing really that's going to be holding
They're all
him
grouping
back.
up. This is good for Nigma, but this is not good for Zero Tenacity. They're going to lose maybe more than just one hero, as Pablo's already out. LeBron trying to save Nefrit's life. But team going down, and a follow-up with the Bristol. That's a triple for Mr. Miracle. And maybe even an Ultra potentially. He's contesting this Terrorblade. The one thing about using a Thunder is if you can't see your target.
I mean, this is... You have to be so scared of playing up against a Miracle Slark when he's in this element, right? Like, he's just moving across the map without any fear, basically. I mean, you just have to have a look at the warding situation that Zero Tenacity have. They've got one that's actually stood pretty well along the top side of the river, but nothing else, basically. Like, the bottom side, where there's that Observer Ward on the high ground, doesn't really provide much of anything because you don't want to be playing in this area anyway because you've lost your tower. So it's not safe.
Yeah. Now that you're playing from behind, also some of these heroes on Zero Tenacity just feel very awkward to play, especially the Rubik.
Very awkward to play for sure, and he doesn't have that same luxury of having, you know, a bunch of beefy heroes that can play on the front line to take away attention from him. You know, Hoodwink has that luxury. That's the reason why Omar hasn't died yet. And damage rune as well.
Pablo
Pablo.
steals the bushwhack and maybe a kill for himself over the Hoodwink, but has to battle versus GH, and here comes Sumail and Miracle.
Yoink.
Of course, Miracle just yoinks it with a Dark Pact.
Yeah.
So I guess we're playing a game of let's wait for TV to get online.
Sure, but by that point, Miracle's going to have his axe. I mean, he might even have it after this fight. That's how confident he's feeling. He was about to say might die if Stoikov launched that Sonic Wave coming through. It's level 2.
Demon Zeal Terrorblade coming in. He's very fast with his moves and might be able to deal a sizable amount of damage onto Sumail, and it's not enough. It's just not enough, and now you're going to get stun locked as well. They needed maybe 1 or 2 extra hits, but they kind of let go halfway, thinking that that damage was enough to get out.
Not sure where Pablo was in that one either. I mean, had he just maybe respawned and TP'd into that bottom tower, but again, it just means that they're taking a team fight where in an area that they probably shouldn't. They didn't have any vision at the time, and if you have a look at the map again, Nigma Galaxy's Observer Wards are flooding the Zero Tenacity side of the map. There's 4 of them on the Radiant side of the river. Just, there's nowhere they can go where they're not going to get scouted out, and so Nigma have punished this to its full effect. Now you've got the Aghanim Scepter on the Slark coming up pre-20 minutes, so even though you don't have that vision advantage, as they get rid of another one of their wards that they had on the map, you're going to have that double jump, so even more ways to be able to punish this lack of stuns.
Yeah. Also a very minor detail, but it's 20 minutes into the game where Nigma Galaxy, they've already picked up all of the tier 2 tokens, and they only have 2 on the side of Zero Tenacity because nobody has the luxury of jungling.
Nope. That's where all the vision is, right? Like, not really obvious spots in the lanes. They just need to provide some vision. It now doesn't need to be the perfect vision. It just needs to be something that's going to give them some value. And there we go. They'll be able to get rid of this Observer Ward that, honestly, it's done its job. It had 5 seconds left on it. And they're a little weak, but they do get the Tormentor, and it's a free one for Pablo.
Saving Telekinesis Shard as well. I think that can pay off very handy for the Terrorblade, especially. Move him slightly into safety. Yeah. Have another chance of getting the Sunder off.
Doesn't really buff up any of the dire spells at all in a big way. Yes, the Static Link a little bit, but that's not the spell you're looking to steal. LeBron's dead.
And he was also just charging straight at him. Full speed ahead. Catching Nefrit as well. Stoikov does get a good Sonic Wave.
There's the follow-up.
But that's it. That's the follow-up. That's pretty much it. That's all you throw in. And now Dodd, they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Let's take it into a fist fight. Noob already lost Nefrit, and we'll maybe lose Noob here. And Miracle's inside the base now. It's a moment to pop the Metamorph, but he instantly pounces himself back to safety thanks to the Aghanims.
And there's nothing to stop them from running at them. Like, that's the main issue that we've had in both of these. Maybe it's a little early to call it a losing draft, but, you know, a game that hasn't gone that well for Zero Tenacity just yet. And all they need to do now is just wait out this Metamorphosis and do it all again. Push down these lanes. They don't have Sonic Wave for the next 50 seconds, so why not?
There's a nice buff-up aura coming out as well from GH, which is the Vladimir's. The Vlad's aura.
Why not? More damage, more lifesteal, more ways to just run at them. They can't stop you. Stoikov's doing his best. Just with
Miracle soloing another tower as well in the top tower. How can Slark be able to do these kind of things? And he's hammering through the backdoor protection as well to finish off the kill. And maybe even a kill as well. Catching Nefrit. There we go. 1 more hit required, and Miracle's got it. But is he going to lose his life for this one? Yes, he will. So Stoikov, much needed gold, but it is at the cost of their tier 2 tower, so it's not a free Slark kill.
No. Well, it's a lot of gold from that kill streak coming through, you gotta say. Like, nearly 900 for Stoikov. So it's going to get him into that Shiva's guard, which is going to provide a lot of assistance in enabling him to be that one that jumps into the middle of a lot of these team fights. Oh, no. This would be another big pickoff. It's only a killing spree, but it's something. Just trying to keep Samael away from Stoikov, and LeBron will probably be giving up his life for this.
Couple level 1 Dagon kills, something. Also, the Depth Shroud placed down, so they couldn't really target Samael at all. Drawn out of play. Now catching Pablo as well. The Rubik's the next one to drop. Dot, though, feeling a bit strong here with Nefrit as there are 2 heroes gone, and Samael just feels like he melts inside that fight, but they cannot quite close in the kill. Stoikov big Sunder there from Dodd to heal up the Queen of Pain. Now Noob slowed up, but he does have the Dispel on the Uproar, and Dodd, without that Sunder, he's just vulnerable to a Miracle attack.
Speaking of Miracle, he wasn't even in that one, but just the fight went on long enough. They were too beefy on Nigma Galaxy's side that he ran out of mana. Would have been able to clean up the kill onto probably 2 heroes if he had enough for the Sonic Wave on Stoikov, but just left lacking.
Oh, looking at this pace, Nigma Galaxy, they're not going to let go of the pace. Because in Game 1, they weren't quite able to build up that momentum and that tempo, but this Game 3, and especially Game 2, like they finally found their form.
Really into a Satanic as well. Samael just about 400 or 500 gold away as he looks to take a Tormentor on his own. Provide even more assistance to the rest of the team.
Careful diving that tier 2 tower, hammering the tower away and hitting multiple targets, forcing out the Sonic Wave.
Mission accomplished. Like, now they just have no displacement, no movement, impairing effects.
Yep.
Just look to run down this lane with the fresh fire shield that GH has now given over to Miracles, so just enabling even more of those dives. He's only about 200 gold away from that full Vlad's as well.
We are still quite far away from the butterfly on this TD.
Sorry, GH is just like missed the last hit on a creep by about 1 HP twice, and he just stood there still for a second, like, really?
It's not his main job. We can probably forgive him.
Yeah, no, I know. It was just his reaction to it that made me laugh. It was like a 1,000-yard stare. But here we go. Seems like they want to close this one out. Once again, deadly, deadly nighttime. Courier coming out with the Vlads. Once again, Vision just...
Miracle already cutting the back line here. Pablo teeping in on the stairs. And Miracle just wants to go straight in. No respect at all given for Pablo's Rubik, and he will finish him off. Nefrit also gone. Pablo coming with the buyback. LeBron trying to run away from Noob. Stoikov wishing he had more damage, but
they kept the chain cross going.
He was tickling this Primal Beast with 49 armor at the moment of him right-clicking him. Maximum Uproar stacks up.
2 buybacks.
Thank you, boy. Nigma get out. I think they can. I mean, we can always say there's a bit of lack of control. Try and prevent this escape. Swap has to go all in on this one, and Miracle bounces away. He's going to regenerate. He'll be back in a moment. All they need to do is to survive a little bit longer. GH, he also survives. And Dodds popped his Metamorph a while ago. As soon as that runs out, Miracle's back for round number 2. He's hitting the back line, going straight for Stoikov's Queen of Pain. And Quap will fall. Rubik down for 70 seconds. That's a dieback on him. Nefrit also another dieback. And Dodd being stomped by Noob gets the Pulverize off. And he will clean up the entire Zero Tenacity roster. And Nigma Galaxy, I could pretty much safe to say, well, now with the GGs on the board at 26 minutes, they have made their way to the next round in the upper bracket.
They have, and it's not too long away as well with that big 3-game series. It's going to be a bit of a shorter break for them and our viewers as well, for those wanting to watch more of this sort of gameplay, because this is the Nigma Galaxy that a lot of people come to see, right? This is the one that, you know, you play fast, you play aggressive, you play to dominate the lanes, and you just suffocate, foot on the throat, don't give them an inch to be able to make some plays. And yeah, I gotta say, Zero Tenacity kind of made it easy for them to play their plan A, let's call it, with just the lack of control that they had to stop Nigma from just go, go, go.
Yeah, yep. They basically they found their form. It just required that one wake up game really for Nigma Galaxy to understand where are we, boys? Oh, we're playing an important qualifier. Okay, let's go full steam ahead, like you said, and bringing in the results. But you look at the opposing side, Zero Tenacity. What happened after game one, which looked so good? They pulled off the upset. It wasn't even an upset game. They played it really well. They made Nigma look a bit silly. We're like, are these guys even ready for the qualifier? Zero Tenacity sure are. But that ran out with, a bit of a cooking draft in tier two. In game two. And in here, it felt like, well, they have an okay draft, but Nigma just has a better one.
Yeah, and I don't know. I didn't like Zero Tenacity's draft. You and I both after that draft were like, yeah, this probably isn't the one. I think the thing that you are going to be happy about is that this is 3 for 3 Ogre Magi wins coming through here as, the big beefy man coming in. Oh, men? Is that what we're calling it? Is he 1 or 2? I don't know. But it's really going to show that you can even just open up the draft with it, just because it gives you a lot of different possibilities. You're not necessarily telegraphing exactly what core you're going to be pairing together with it. The one that used his Bloodlust the most, yeah, Miracle did in lane, but Samael, you can just get so much work done with a lack of stuns, with a Razor who can just run at you.
Run at you, indeed, and that was the tempo and the pace that the MENA region teams can still show in the West European region and be very dominating. But we are going to be going on a bit of a break, not as long as the previous one, because this going 3 games. The next series is scheduled to start in about 40-ish minutes. And it is going to be Nigma Galaxy again, going up against Mouse, who won their 2-0 series versus Winter Bear earlier on today. I want to thank Danok for tuning in for the first 2 casts. We're going to be bringing in Harry Freak to finish off the evening. And since Aries is away, I'm going to be staying here in the casting booth for the next 2 series as well. But thank you, Danok, for tuning in. We'll see and hear more about you from tomorrow. Quick thoughts and then to the break of Nigma Galaxy versus Mouse. Who's going to win that one?
Let's say Nigma. I think they're on a bit of a hot streak, but I don't think Mouse are going to give them the same sort of draft issues. One last thing as well, I really wish I could have put in a "Who's Your Daddy" pun in that cast, but maybe after game 1, but
we'll
not the case. Yeah,
we'll have to wait a bit longer. But hey, we're going to go on a break, and after that, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy versus Mouse.
dreams. I remember my dreams. dreams. I remember my dreams.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to go for the third series here on our first opening day of the closed qualifiers for FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by FISSURE. And now, instead of Danog, we've got Harry Freak to take over for the evening shift. And as I mentioned before, Aries being absent today, I will be covering all four series. So, Harry, happy to have you on board with the broadcast. And we are looking at our second round of the upper bracket. So Mouse 2-0'd and Nigma Galaxy 2-1'd their way to this spot. So you win this one, you're already in the top three.
Yep, it's a big deal. It is a bit of an issue though that only one team is going to be making it through, considering that we have so many good contenders. But it is what it is. But I'm kind of glad we already today are going to be seeing a match like this. I know Secret and Greece probably couldn't make it today, so that this is why this match is happening, and maybe a little bit of a problem for Nigma Galaxy if they didn't didn't get time to rest after the previous series because it really wasn't all that easy.
You're right about that. I mean, they turned the course around from game 2 and onwards, and made that game 2 look a bit silly, maybe in the eyes of Zero Tenacity and their weird drafting style, but didn't work out. But for Nigma, it definitely did, because that was a reverse sweep in the end. And as you can see from the upper side of the bracket, we still have one more series later on today with Avulus and Dragon Esports. And you said Team Secret, Team Greece. We'll see them in action tomorrow. So we'll be looking for an upper bracket finalist pair up from one of these two teams. Mao's repeating 2 game drafts with just their offlaner changing slightly, while Nigma, they've been experimenting with slightly this and that. You know, Ogre won all 3 games in that series. Zero, Z10, like they like to say, did get one of those on the board, but pretty sure there's other heroes than just the Ogre and the Gyrocopters that we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, Nigma Galaxy recently in a tournament, they were all around the place with their drafts, and even throughout the throughout the years with this team, even when they were looking good, back when they were liquid, right, or some of their players were liquid, even when they were not looking that great, one thing that was pretty much apparent with this team is that they had flexibility. They maybe had a straight up idea of how they want to play the game, but they would approach it in many different ways. So that's something I always liked about Nigma Galaxy. That's why I want them back in the scene, because when they're there, they're a true tier 1 team that across metas can do really well.
Absolutely. Like, they have years of experience with different types of metas, and maybe something that changes that is the draft. As you can see, the coin toss results right below our webcams right there. It is Nigma Galaxy winning and picking. So we're continuing with the first pick Radiant. I don't think this is going to change too much, to be honest.
No, the only time it changes is if teams really, for a reason, practice to be good on the Dire. But as years have gone by, the difference between Radiant and Dire it has narrowed quite a lot, right? So now if you would want to pick for Radiant or for Dire, you would have to think about when it's nighttime, when it's daytime, when you're gonna go for Roche, stuff like that. I think teams are still farther away from approaching it that way. That would be probably next level of drafting.
Yeah, no, I think maybe 2 heroes to add into the mix that maybe touch the side where you're playing from. Probably Alchemist carry on the Dire side, having access to those 2 close camps next to the T1, being able to stack them efficiently. And then you have the Radiant Coddle, which is not really in the meta right now, but being able to stack those 2 camps and farm them more efficiently compared to the Dire side Coddle played from the mid lane. But we'll see if that hero ever comes back into the pro meta. It's been a while now, and I think we're going to need a patch for that, right? And probably one that doesn't even touch the Coddle too much to get the hero back in, because I think the hero's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it's usually nowadays, considering how many things there are in Dota, indirect buffs are more what changes the meta than direct buffs to the hero. A direct buff hero to a hero would maybe put some eyes onto it, force people to try it out, but it will be the map changes and the way that the game is played that will actually change which heroes are going to be popular and which are not.
But to talk about this particular matchup more, I think Mouse is the one that is going into a bit of untested waters. They're going to see how far this new roster of theirs can prove to be. Can they stomp their way? Do they have to grind their way through the qualifier? This could be the moment where your fresh new roster has to start their lower bracket run. Positive side, we could be in the top 3 and just 2 series away from qualifying directly from this close qualifier with a pretty stacked bunch of teams. So I'm just excited to see how well Mouse clicks and connects in just a matter of few days. You don't have like weeks to prepare and practice. You kind of need to show the results right now, what this team is up to.
I mean, last time it was Mouse that qualified to the FISSURE event, to the LAN in Belgrade, right? There was Nigma Galaxy and OG that everybody was hyping up that both of the teams are back. And then Mouse, who on day 1 lost to like a random stack, came back and smashed both of them. So you never know. You never know. It is a different roster right now, but the core of the team is still there. So I'm hopeful that Mouse can put up a fight and can be definitely one of the contenders to go through. I mean, Nigma Galaxy and Avulus, obviously, like the probably the top 2 contenders, but Mouse, I wouldn't write him off.
I do want to ask just before we jump into the draft. I think we should maybe discuss some particular individuals because me and Danog, we talked about earlier. I mentioned Nigma Galaxy probably has the best offlane duo, Noob and Omar, compared to any other duo. You've got Toby, Theolicor, very capable, very good, but I wouldn't probably put them as high as Noob and Omar. But is there a particular lane that you're interested in? Sumail Supreme, Miracle Nande?
I would say that Miracle Nande, I would look at them. Of course, it is not a laning matchup. It's the matchup of carries that we're going to be, we're going to be looking at because both of them are very flexible. Both of them are like individualistic players that then get implemented into the team that they get brought into. So with Miracle, you know, the old guard, some people regarding him as the greatest of all time. And then Nande, who has been slowly grinding through the years, but has always, in terms of the individual skill being, he was regarded quite highly. So I'm going to be looking at those two.
He's definitely been around for a while, and especially with that Alliance roster and a bit of quietness in the darkness, I would say dropped the roster because I was like, wait a second, Alliance Nande in the roster? Did they poach their carry player? But yeah, seems like a free agent on the market. And replacing Olnit in the process as well, who did play for quite a long time here with Mouse. But let's see what this draft tells us here. Because the matchup has changed a bit for Nigma Galaxy, they banned Gyro 3 times in a row in the first phase. Now, Beastmaster has been let through, Gyro has been let through, and Mouse is targeting the Invoker from Sumail, not letting that through. And also the Monkey King. So, very different types of drafts already.
Yeah, it's what I'm noticing lately is that teams are preparing better for specific opponents, and they're changing up their drafts in terms of that, especially teams that have a big organization behind them, a lot of people that are going to be analyzing for them, or maybe, you know, some guys who are really hard workers. There are Dota teams that don't really care about you know, spending the whole night at finding out which heroes you want to ban. But Nigma Galaxy, they have that big backing behind of them of a huge organization. So I assume that they are going to be switching some things up here versus Mouse.
Yeah, at least getting the Lina through. That's going to be the first one of the day. At least in pubs, this hero has been obnoxious to play against. The Flame Cloak build, the magical Lina, no longer the right-click Lina that we've been observing in maybe the last 1.5 years. Whenever we saw Lina, there was the Lina Major time, you know, remember that?
Yep.
Right, it was only the carry option to go for, but this guy can nuke pretty sizably too. If you ever get the chance to just freely roam around the map and look for and hunt for a kill, you'll get it.
It's insane. But again, indirect nerf, right? The Gleipnir got nerfed. People are not buying it that much any longer. Suddenly, the carry Lina is out of the window, and people are finding new ways if they can utilize the hero with the Flame Cloak being buffed throughout the months, throughout the years. It really does make sense to play it. And we are back to that mid lane dominating Lina that we used to see a couple of years back. So it definitely goes hand in hand with what Sumail would like to do.
Also getting rid of the Pugna, just with the threat of Lina using such a big mana pool to get those spells out. It'll be a pretty good ban to throw out of the way. Also maybe a comfortable pick for Mouse to look at too. They also get rid of the Bloodseeker, and now we're going to start slotting in our empty gaps. We've got the Pango to open things up with, so that doesn't really tell us a whole lot. Is this 2? Is this 3? What do you think?
Ooh, it's hard to say.
Play the lane versus Lina?
I would be okay with the with lane versus the Lina, and it's more of a Supreme hero than a Toby hero. The Toby does play it as well, but I've been seeing more Pango, and they're covering for him right now, you know, because maybe Nigma Galaxy would want to pick a Primal Beast versus a Pango, and it's one of Noob's best heroes, and then you get a Shadow Demon. This is actually quite smart.
This is good. Like just the moment you get Lina in your vision, even a late game blink on Shadow Demon just to get your purge on top of Lina prevents her from having any defensive capability, BKB or not. That hero suddenly finds herself in a very vulnerable position. So I like that SD pick coming out from Mouse.
For sure. I'm kind of hoping to see a Lion or a Shadow Shaman. A Lion has definitely been like one of the heroes nowadays, but Shadow Shaman has been appearing here and there, and I'd possibly like something to go around with Lina that can contribute a little bit in the lockdown department, and there is.
Absolutely right. it's going to be the Lion. We had the Omar Tyson just before the boxing match happen in the ESL One Bangkok qualifiers actually back then. So that one worked out pretty well for them. See what GH wants though, because I think the last time I saw this Lion support, they went for Naga 5. But with Lina mid, I think they can still consider if they want that gyrocopter for themselves. They could then combo it up. It has been a very strong combo. We brought it up earlier, the Naga gyro combo for Nigma.
I mean, they have that ogre that they've been playing today, so that is in the pool.
Also works.
Yeah, so Lina also benefits from it. You don't care much about the attack speed, but having extra movement speed with Lina able to escape is always nice. The demonic purge might dissuade you from going that route, but I like the Naga Siren that you mentioned because Lina needs protection. Naga Siren is one of the best ones.
Definitely is. Yeah, maybe a saving support. If not the Naga Siren, but Galaxy's option is going to be the Elder Titan. So yeah, that's another setup. This buffs up the Lina and also the Lion quite a lot with the changes to the Astral Spirit. No longer instantly disappearing, but instead dropping stacks per second. So there's a lingering effect, which does give a damage amplification for both of these two heroes.
You're trapped right now if you don't want to pick a gyro into this because then you're gonna get a morphling to the face. You don't want to pick a morphling because there's an Elder Titan, so that's gonna open up for a gyro on the side of Nigma Galaxy. This is very, very smart. So Mouse, they have no choice here but to go, okay guys, revert strong meta heroes, right? We cannot outsmart them any longer. The second part of the draft, Nigma Galaxy, they did it really well.
Yeah, reinforcing with a beefier hero with the Dawnbreaker, and also a way to potentially protect somebody from this Lina rotating in and trying to kill somebody. That healing pulse is no joke. And there's the clockwork as well. So very team fight heavy here for Mouse.
I'd rather maybe go for the Morphling here. Oh, it's banned out. My bad. Yeah, it's the first hero, but the Gyro then is in the pool. When you have an Elder Titan, you want the mixture of physical and magical damage on your carry. That'd be great. So I'd not hate seeing
all
it.
All you need is a frontlining offlaner then. You know, like Nigma Galaxy's draft is pretty complete at that point.
For sure.
They haven't really been heavy on the crowd control side based on their drafts today. I think they've only had like maybe a Cold Snap Invoker and maybe one some kind of single target stun in their drafts so far. So see if they want to pick up something like the Batrider. You know, Batrider itself is banned by Nigma Galaxy, but if they want to look for the offlane, they still have a couple options. If they fear the Gyrocopter, I guess you could Doom here as well.
You could, or I mean, the Beastmaster is still in the pool. Oh, they're just gonna go for a Shaker. Does that put the Lina in the carry role? It's possible. I doubt they're gonna put this on the offlane.
Carry Shaker Pog? That's always an option.
Yeah, I mean it is, but considering that there's a Pango in the mid lane, a Shaker would do really, really well versus him.
He would.
So, and Lina is a mixture of physical and magical damage if you are a carry Lina.
Interesting to see that, just because, you know, Nigma, they want to set up their own meta in a sense, because not a lot of people play the carry Lina, but if you know how to run it, there's no fault in picking a hero that is off meta, because it just works just fine. I mean, we know how carry Lina works despite the nerfs on Gleipnir. You can change your item build a bit. I've seen a lot of Shadow Blades on this Lina lately.
So they banned out the Beastmaster. They're expecting this potentially to be a carry Dawnbreaker. I know Nande can play it, so it's not out of the question. Really, in Toby's pubs, I do not see a Dawnbreaker, which is very weird. So yeah, maybe that's what Mouse are gonna be gunning for. If so, Nigma Galaxy, they're prepared.
5 seconds remaining.
They definitely are. See what other ban they're going to be thinking about on the side of Mouse. I do like the Mars ban. Seems like this is... I feel like I'm repeating myself every time I see Mars ban in phase 3 when an offlane is missing, because he's just so good. You know, what he does, like, it just fits so well with what Nigma has. Clustering up heroes. You got to follow up Echo Slam after the arena ends because you got multiple heroes stuck in there. Forcing your opponents to build BKBs, and you have mobile heroes who can disengage if they force those out. So see what they think about these offlane picks in the end.
If Nigma Galaxy want an offlaner right now, what are we expecting then? It's gonna be either a Timber or a Doom. Those are noobs heroes. I doubt you go for the Primal Beast. I'm still quite hesitant about it just because of the Shadow Demon. It's like Maus are intentionally letting you have it.
Yeah, I think Timber Doom are the ones we're looking at. I would 100% agree. Unless they have something else in their mind. Like, I don't think it's ever a bad Centaur game in a way, because you still get I think Stampede overrides Shadow Poison. Sorry, the
Yes, it does.
Demonic Purge.
It
That
does.
is what I meant.
It does.
So that would provide extra protection for the Lina. If a team fight breaks loose and Lina's out of position, Stampede is one way to save her. Because you look at the support duo, they're set up, they are stunned. They go for the Doom. All right.
Yep. So what do you have here on Mouse? So you have a gyro potential for Nande, but I kind of doubt he's gonna go that route. DB is in the pool. I wouldn't hate that.
Classic.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
Not ideal.
Kind of thinking about TA
Yeah.
could be an option, because there's still a lot of abilities you can get out from.
Probably, yeah. The only problem about the TA is maybe in the laning stage you could have a problem. Doom is a high armor hero, and him in the line can sometimes run you down. But that's where the clockwork comes in, and it's Nande's most played hero in pubs lately.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is maybe the most probable one that they would want to go for.
And you can't pick a Medusa into this either. Not because of the Lion, but because of the Elder Titan being out there. Because you have this eternal stomp. You can do as much damage to the Medusa as you want, and she will never wake up. And that also makes the Lion mana drain really efficient later on. Like, it's actually stronger in the laning stage than it is later on in the game, because you freely get to suck away. Later on, you don't get that freedom anymore. So that is not an option for them to consider.
Plus, it sucks with the Dawnbreaker, right? You have a Dawnbreaker, you want this hero to at least contribute something to saving your carry, and the Pango is going to be rolling around. That's not a carry that you're going to be saving. And probably the other one is going to be getting doomed anyways, but at least you want the potential to, when the Doom is down, be able to turn around the fight that way.
What about if they play Pango off, carry Dawnbreaker, and pick something like a Leshrac? Then you'd have 2 Doom targets, and the other gets to shine.
It's still Lesh would be the primary target. You need something that is not that susceptible to getting doomed. This is why the Galaxy lineup is so genius. Yeah, they go for the Medusa, which just isn't an ideal pick. But the thing is that you had to go for something that doesn't care much about the Doom. If you go for a hero that cares much about the Doom, that hero is gonna get doomed, and it's over, right? Because the other 2 targets are not getting doomed, and you do not really care. So you just go for the Medusa. I think Nigma Galaxy approached this draft in such a smart way. If they play it at like 80-85%, they're gonna win this. And okay, they are playing a carry shaker. I take that back. I have no idea how this is going to go.
I've seen Carry Shaker in maybe some lopsided lobbies from time to time, but I wouldn't say I was betting on it when I was saying Miracle's going to be playing the Earth Shaker. But sure, I've seen it work. But it's not going to be as XP heavy as it is from the mid lane position. And you're still kind of stuck in the lane. I think that is the good thing, considering there's a pause one, that you don't have to really move away too much. You can go from lane to jungle, camp back to lane, and do your thing, you know? And you hit your timings with your blinks and your axe. That's what you're looking for mainly on this hero, is gold. The gold is what enables this hero the most.
It's still a mixture of physical and magical damage in some way, right? So it kind of goes hand in hand with the Elder Titan, but it's 2 melee heroes versus a Shadow Demon Dawnbreaker in the offlane. And no matter how strong the Shaker is in a 1 versus 1 versus any melee hero, this is not gonna be easy. I have to say, I'm not sure how this is gonna work. I can't wait to see it. I still think Nigma Galaxy throughout the drafts have shown that they came better prepared, but just when you're unsure how this works, Nigma Galaxy, of course, they picked it for a reason. They probably tried it out, but it is not something that we're used to for sure.
Well, I have to say, if we were in Belgrade, Serbia right now, where this main event is going to be played out on the 31st of January to the 2nd of February, make sure you find yourselves there as well. a shaker pick has always been something that the crowd loves to see. And, you know, what would be even bigger is if maybe Nigma Galaxy were to make their through the qualifier to play on that main stage. Going to be played in Serbia for that $1 million prize pool. But mostly, a lot of people just want to see those friendly faces of Miracle and Sumail once again playing on LAN. That's on the minds of a lot of people for sure.
Yeah, in the previous FISSURE event in Belgrade, they were handing out a lot of those, you know, the inflatable things that you smash and then they make a sound. I have no idea what they're.
Ones.
Yeah, yep. With the shaker, it's great, especially if he's picked earlier in the draft when he's smashing onto his totem. You know, it makes sense. So I hope we do get to see him in the in the arena.
But that is for the future because we still have the qualifier on its very first day. Both of these two teams going to have to grind their way through either through the upper bracket or the lower bracket to advance onward. Let's see, we're going to get the late smoke there from the side of Mouse. Already plays down the vision down, so if they get any information, might be able to make a move. Nigma also a 3-man smoke. They're going to have to do it without Omar and Noob.
Yep, classic.
I think a pretty catchy trend in the Bangkok qualifiers when Nigma was playing. They always smoked with 4, and they always played with 4. It was Noob who was never with the team. Usually when he played a hero like Doom, it's like he has no business really being in a first blood fight.
Yeah, doesn't want to get involved. We're seeing more and more of these late smokes, people trying to go for kills, and I'm happy because early fights are always really fun.
All right, and actually, Noob is able to take away the bounty despite being pushed away by the power clog. And that's going to be a 2-for-2 instead of a 3-1 split, which could have been going in Mouse's favor.
It's one of those situations where you're going to feel pretty pissed if you're Flyer. Like, I did everything right. Why is the game not listening to me?
Pretty much.
It looked like he did it at the perfect time, but sometimes that's just not how it is.
There is another interaction I was a bit curious about, which is the Demonic Cleanse on Shadow Demon. Can you remove the Echo Stomp Sleep?
Yes.
Or it's the only
yes.
strong dispels.
Really?
Yeah, it says only strong dispels. So I was thinking maybe it's not enough.
Yeah, you can't. So I thought about the Oracle and how you can remove it with a spell, but it's not only the ult, it's the Purifying Flames with which you remove it because you go through the damage threshold. But yeah, with the Fortune's End, you can't. You're right. The Demonic Cleanse is not gonna help you with that.
Because that's what I was thinking during the draft. Like, you can pick a Medusa into Elder Titan if you have an SD in the team. But even if it isn't the cleanse, you still got Disruption Bubble you can try to save your ally with. And I think the Demonic Purge is... I think that is a save in itself because it prevents Lina from properly fighting inside. Like, going in and out is... You can do one, you can't do both.
Plus, people have gotten really good at Manta dodging, right? So, I would assume you have the Manta, you have the bubble, as you mentioned, the disruption. So you should be okay with the Medusa, but it's still not going to be an easy game. Let's make it clear. If you look at Nigma Galaxy, their ability to run around you, run circles around you inside of a fight is amazing. Clockwork and the Pango, they're gonna do some heavy work if they want her to. If they want to be able for the Medusa to do the damage.
I really like the small stutter step there from Toby. He was looking to deny the range creep, but instead he just went in with the hammer to strike on Miracle, drop him low. But at the same time, GH almost finishes off the Dawnbreaker with that insane amount of damage. The Slugger flies in too, and almost enough. And Theoliker gets killed by the Astral Spirit of all things. The creeps were doing a bit of damage, and then the Elder Titan Astral Spirit cast is what kills him in the end.
Man, that Slugger almost clipping onto the Dawnbreaker. I don't think it would have been enough damage, but you're still panicking when you're like one hit away from dying and then it's flying to you, and just before it connects, it stops. It is a problem, but Miracle finds a nice angle there. Also did get quite a lot of creeps, but Doom is falling.
Doom also dying in the bottom lane. Yeah, he's going to be in big trouble as Fly able to run him down with just the Battery Assault, and Medusa also with the Venomous Volley. You get that slow out once, you can put yourself, your opponent in a very bad position with that increased slow. All things good. 1-1 on both ends.
Well, how do you define good? Because, if you look at Supreme, he is doing really badly. Sumail is destroying him in almost every way, and you knew that this was most likely going to be your lane. You still picked it. You thought with the good turn rate and the good animation of the Pango that you're going to be able
Okay,
to
maybe
keep
the
up.
side lanes are looking.
Yeah, okay, yeah, but so many
Because they're the
things-
ones getting the kills.
Exactly.
To emphasize, be accurate about what we're saying here with the Medusa off to a good start versus the Doom. But I mean, you highlighted it. We're looking at it. Sumail is just pushing
Taking
Supreme
block.
between his T1 and Tier 2 towers, but Fly. Supreme drops the tree, but Sumail
Beautiful.
got one right click off, but not the second one. And Sumail will go down. Supreme even rolling in, looking for the swashbuckle kill. But that was clutch because Lina was about to throw a third right click, but no vision because of the tree.
And the tree save a life, sometimes your own, right? So that's beautiful from Supreme. I guess Fly TPing in, it was pretty much necessary because we're gonna lose 2 waves if you were the Pango. But this way, now it makes that mid lane close to even.
Absolutely, things are changing a little bit there. Temps up the pace and tempo because that's much needed relief here for the Pangolier from Supreme. It brings him slightly ahead in XP versus Sumail, even if Sumail has 12 more last hits and almost 10 denies.
Yep, it is a rough life either way. You're still gonna continue losing. There's no doubt about it, especially with Sumail coming back full HP, full mana. But it is a much closer lane right now, and you will get your level 6 in a decent time. So you might just be able to threaten the Lina again. This is a big deal for the potential future.
Fighting in the bottom lane once again, but just a bit of a Fly poking on Omar. It does arrive the Nande Medusa.
A lot of damage.
Pressure onto this Doom, definitely, yeah.
I didn't expect him to take that much. That is quite a lot. The Medusa right clicks are nothing to be careless about.
Yeah, and then we get the trade-off here, which is the Lion just sucking away all of Medusa's mana. Being very cautious about the usage of Mystic Snake. Does want to make sure that those casts
He's gone.
connect on the proper targets. But talking about the other lane, GH just hunts down Theolikar under the tower. Dawnbreaker without boots. No way you're catching that ET.
No, he has been...
Fly's also going mid. You've got Rolling Thunder available on the Pango with Thunderbolt, so all they
Biding time.
need is just catch Sumail in the position.
No creeps to help him.
Theolikar's here. GH is coming in from the side. Laguna's already thrown in. Another jump in is going to be enough to delete the Lina. Fly will be traded off by GH. GH does have higher damage than Supreme does, and he quickly realizes that tanking the tower and the ET is not a good idea.
And I love Dota, right? How one tree plant changes the entire pace of the game with now you being ahead. And also Miracle, a little bit of trouble. He's probably going to survive this. Nope. Look at the other side. He is sandwiched.
Yep. Nowhere to go, really.
Well,
They're not going to be quite able to catch Toby. Not enough mana on GH to get that stomp off onto the Dawnbreaker. Miracle, though, he's
Got him.
waiting in the trees, and there's the smack and the bonk in the face, and
Boom.
Toby gets smacked by the briefcase. And GH is on a dominating spree now with his ET.
it's so sad when in a lane, whenever somebody punches you, you lose a third of your HP. It is not easy to play against. And now the Search Shaker will have his level 6. A little bit of a problematic in terms of mana, but with the Healing Lotus and a couple of sticks, it's gonna be fine.
Well, that's already 7 kills up on the board, and things going accordingly here for Miracle, who did play this Shaker before. So on Bangkok, while GH goes down to Toby. There's a bit of support rotation there for the 7-minute Wisdom, but slightly late for that one. Now also the bubble used onto Miracle has
Yes,
Echo
Echo.
Slam. And a couple of illusions, not just the creep wave though, which he was hoping to get, but he's gonna drop it right on top of him, and that Slugger finishes off Fly. Theoliker, low on HP, and will dodge that Starbreaker.
He wants to kill them all.
Breaking here, and here's the ET coming out as well. And now Supreme and Sumail want a piece of this action. They got the Rolling Thunder right on top of the Shaker, and Theoliker looking to finish off the Shaker. He's gonna get him. They trade each other's. So that is, in the eyes of Miracle, a bit shocking.
Yep.
Supreme should be able to walk out.
It's almost never happens that a melee hero gets a kill post more than with the right click. That's really weird, but it just happened. Miracle still in a situation where you should definitely die and not get out. He jukes out, gets 2 kills. Sure, he loses his life, but that's pretty much the most that you were gonna get out of it.
Yeah, pretty big. He got that kill too because he got a total of 405 XP for both of those 2 kills. Pretty much lost the gold instantly that he picked up from the kill because of his unreliable gold, of course. But still, very value and clutch timing. It couldn't have been any tighter than that.
We forgot about these two, right? The Noob and Nande have been farming quite vigilantly on the bottom lane, but
Playing the
Doom is-
PvE game.
Exactly, but look at how far they're behind Noob is. So this Medusa is having a great game, which is pretty much needed. You don't have much help for the Medusa other than the disruption. Other things, the Solar Guardian, the Rolling Thunder aren't the greatest things for the Medusa because she's slow and she doesn't care about the heals. So you have to be this individual beast as a Medusa in this game, and this is a good start.
Supreme is also contesting the stacks here.
Attack.
Made on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and it looks like we have an instant disconnect pause coming out as Supreme has dropped away from the server.
What is being delivered to Supreme? I'm looking at him and he's just doesn't have anything in his inventory, but his
I
net.
thought you were looking at the webcam when he was just sitting up and standing down. It's like, did he get delivered some food or something? Quick food delivery pause.
Yeah, in all that darkness, if somebody's bringing your food, you're gonna get spooked. I would advise against it.
But you were right. Like, the Doom did not have a very enjoyable laning stage for himself, so being pushed away a couple times now. Actually, looking at mid, it's just a Lion. And I think they'll be happy to pick up any kill. I think one issue, you look at Mouse's draft, who's doing the tower pushing in this team, if not Medusa?
Well, you know, the other side has the similar problem. So I'm kind of happy because of it, because it just means that there's gonna be a lot of killing.
Oh boy, there's the Laguna right on top of Supreme, set up by GH with the
available.
stomp. And they got that other burst.
Just got it.
Another quick nuke available. There's the Dawnbreaker in it, revealing the locations of Nigma heroes, and they're pinging Noob, finding himself all alone in bottom, especially with that rotation down to mid. But Fly literally walking under a ward. This should be enough for Noob on the Doom to walk away.
It's gonna be sad in this game being a Shadow Demon because there is a good chance that a lot of the times you do not make it to use the disruption. Because if you look at it, natural order plus Laguna Finger, people are just gonna disappear, and you need to be very, very quick on your fingers.
That's when you make those real highlight plays, right? Highlights or lowlights. Somebody likes to call them that. Omar, GH. See if the smoke leads into anything.
They need
Tango is
help.
nearby.
They can't do it with the two of them, really. Especially with the Solar Guardian being available, you are better off just getting out of here. Supreme?
Still actually get the chance to cut him off. Bubble there from Theoliker, but Laguna and Finger. There's the Finger and the Laguna.
Oh, he got to the low ground!
Oh! What? That can happen. That can happen in a game of Dota. The GH
Ruiner.
unintentionally saves his life.
What a traitor. I cannot believe he did that on purpose. Toby is in trouble. Got him.
Miracle. Rotated on by Supreme. Dawnbreaker ulti coming in as well. Miracle's gonna have to dodge that one. Laguna saved because they couldn't kill the Pango earlier.
One
They
more.
just drop it on the Dawnbreaker, and the Fissure is there to help him out. That one long range stun gonna be handy enough.
Miracle is back to his old form. I haven't really analyzed his movements all that much in terms of the mid-game play, but in terms of individual plays inside of the laning phase and throughout the game in terms of understanding when you can go in, when you need to go out, when you're team fighting, Miracle is back to his full form. This is beautiful what he has been doing today. Previous game with the Slark, now with the Shaker, he's just impossible to kill.
Yeah, he was on fire in that Slark game, just unstoppable. There was no answer for Zero Tenacity against him. And Mouse, they're gonna have to figure out those options probably sooner than later, even if you are playing a Medusa lineup, because there is a 3-man gank squad close to Nande. but they're not willing to take this fight, suspecting that this is probably a trap.
Yep, and it
And
is.
they're all right about it because Fly and Supreme were on their way.
They saw the Dawnbreaker in the mid lane, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't want to be a part of this." Even though there's no Solar Guardian ready, I'm not sure if Nigma Galaxy are 100% aware of that, because in half a minute, it's gonna be back up.
That also puts Nigma now 3,000 gold ahead in the first 13 minutes of play, having their Lina and the Shaker at the top of net worth, and Toby's Dawnbreaker 2,000 gold behind the top 3 lead. So this Dawnbreaker is not feeling very healthy right now. Bottom lane, we got the hook shot. Does connect
Help is
onto
coming.
GH. Fly leading the charge. Supreme coming in to help out as well with the Rolling Thunder. Hitting the back line, preventing this Lina from getting the stun off, and Fly, he needs a little bit more to take GH down. The Earth Splitter will fly in and they delete the Olikor, but here's Toby coming in to help his team out, and they will take Sumail's life. That will be a 2-for-1 trade going to the way of Mouse.
This is what you need a lot of kills in this game to be able to open up towers from both sides. And Nigma Galaxy, I think this is one of those games where bottom lane is kind of tough to claim just because there's a Medusa. She postures aggressively and it allows Mouse to have time to bring heroes for their cooldowns to come back up and then defend it. Of course, now without the Solar Guardian, I think it's finally time for Nigma Galaxy to really push that tower and open up the map properly, because this tower has been a nuisance.
Also, the fact that Mouse was able to deal 4 times the damage Nigma did, even though they had their Earth Splitters flying in, they had their ulti setups prepared to go. They only dealt 1,000 damage to the 4,400 of Mouse, so they really got to control that fight the way that they want it.
For Nigma, it's just burst, and then chase, right? And for Mouse, it is the constant output of damage. So it's normal if a fight is long, even if you do lose a hero on Mouse, it usually happens because of like very concentrated damage onto one hero, like from the Laguna and the Finger. But Mouse, well, they do want those longer fights for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight up focus fire on a single target. Also, the first T1 tower just fell in the bottom lane just after 14 minutes of play. So that still leaves us with a ton of objectives to look at. Quick rotations are to be expected. Dire Scan also dropping right on top of Theolicar and Supreme. So Miracle's going to be all right. Getting into the safety of his trees. He's got his Ags ready.
Yep.
Shield on the Pango, though. This could be a very difficult kill, so I don't think they want to take that one. But that's the Ags now revealed by Miracle.
They were aware that it was coming anyways, so you're not gonna get much from hiding in the trees and not showing it.
And also TPing in. Nigma preparing to defend this tower.
Solar Guardian ready.
Leading the front line. The hook shot misses from Fly. Doesn't hit Omar or Sumail.
Maybe he's happy with it. No, not sure.
I think he might have just gone deleted if he did go in, but it's not that easy for Mouse to go in, because if that hook shot goes in, requires that Supreme is already channeling Rolling Thunder. So there's a big risk you're going to lose maybe some of your abilities, and Omar's going to get the sucking of his life. Or maybe Nande in this case, as Lion just freely goes away with GH putting this Medusa to sleep.
So the dives of Mouse make sense only if you catch the Lina, right? If you catch the Lina, go instant Solar Guardian and make sure that Sumail goes down, then it's fine. But let's say you catch a Lion, he just uses his spells, dies, and it is immediately a problem. So Nigma Galaxy, they do deter them for the time being, and I'm really happy that Miracle did join in on that fight.
All right, that's probably 1,000 gold worth of stacks right there. Nande sitting at 1,500 gold as he started cleaning these up, so I'm pretty sure he's going to have like 2.5k by the time he's finished cleaning this one up.
This is pure greed. He's going for Butterfly. This is definitely a game where you want a Scotty, because the mixture of physical and mostly magical on the other side does force you to need more stats. And Butterfly in this game is mostly a I'm gonna farm really fast kind of item. He hasn't still bought anything, so maybe he changes his mind, and I'd probably like for that to happen.
Looking out on your right side of the screen, you see some of those courier items being delivered. The BKB is up on the Doom, and Pango with the Blink as well. So those are 2 more playmaking items for both sides. And that net worth lead that Nigma used to have a couple of minutes ago, just almost 4,000 gold, that's pretty much gone.
Yep, it's that bottom fight. They put a lot of emphasis onto opening up the bottom tower, and that's where they lost the lead. And because Mouse were so good at defending it, they took a tower of their own. So it was just Mouse responding to everything that Nigma Galaxy were tossing towards them really well. But BKB on the Doom,
Out the Doom.
Blink on the Shaker. Oh, they got him
What can do here?
just before the BKB.
Rolling. Yeah. Going straight back and forth. Won't get it delivered in time. Rolling Thunder to scout for extra targets. They found GH, but Rolling Thunder is out, and now Supreme has to be careful. Only 1400 HP versus all of that focus fire burst that they have. But Lina shows in the top lane, so no retaliation coming out from Nigma.
Perfect time to kill him, right? If he had gotten his BKB, he probably survives long enough for Nigma Galaxy to come in and help. Oh, a mistake.
Oh boy. Well, that's a bit of an overstep there from Theolicor.
You just don't.
10-minute rune. It's a haste one. It's going to be picked up by Supreme. You have to take it right in front of the eyes of the Lina. Lina also right under a ward. I just love how we have both of these two wards here, right next to each other's.
Yep. Both of the teams think, oh, we control this area really well, but Nigma Galaxy,
Yeah.
they can't find anything. The idea behind this movement is the mid lane tower, so that is what you're going to be gunning for, and this is a great positioning to be able to claim it.
Yeah, it just talks volumes about this game, right? Like, we've seen so many smokes, and they haven't really led into anything. So maybe this is the one to break the curse. He spotted Toby, and they actually find Theolicor running in the back line. So the SD, well, Omar, gonna hold on to that finger for just a little bit longer. Right-click Theolicor down. They did drop the Purge onto Noob, so maybe that is the value kill they're looking for. Supreme also finds the Lion in the back, and Fly jumping onto GH.
Miracle
They got
waiting.
the Lion out. Miracle's just waiting for their stack up, and when's it gonna happen? They're quite close to each other.
Now.
Sumail with a quick burst on Fly forces him away.
Ooh, he didn't have the vision over them.
Back
but
to
that
Doom.
was- That's a BKB.
That's his 9-second BKB to get away. Nicely controlled fight there from Mouse, constantly being aware that Nigma Galaxy could jump at any moment. So Supreme is doing a hell of a lot of work on this Pango.
Very, very smart. If Nigma Galaxy had saved that ward that they put behind the tier 1 in the mid lane and they put it behind the tier 2 on the bottom, that would be Nigma Galaxy crushing the fight because they all got clumped up together, but they were in the fog of war at that moment where Nigma Galaxy were pulling away. So scary times for Mouse, but still good moments.
It's an item that I really like to see in the quick buy of the Shadow Demon, which is the blink after that Glimmer Cape is ready. Very big game to have a blink on your Shadow Demon.
Huge.
Fly jumping in. They actually caught Omar on the way as well. And with the Dawnbreaker jumping in, Sumail going to be dropping low down to 400 HP. Just a little bit more needed, and they've got it. They're going to take that one, and Omar also down in the river. That leaves the Laguna Blade and the Echo Slam unused. Not an opening for Miracle to drop it down either. They're trying to look for retaliation, though, only with 3 heroes, but Mouse with a very nice Delta split, able to get their way out, get the core Lina down, and trade supports.
Okay, you need those 4 staffs. Even the Lina herself maybe should buy it. This is one of those games where, sure, you're thinking about the blink on the Lina, and maybe you're going to be keeping your positioning in the back, but every single time that the Clockwork catches you, you die. That was just the Clockwork and the Dawnbreaker killing you. Nobody else getting close. So, Sumail needs a way for himself to survive, because if this continues, you can very easily lose the game. You need the Lina to be free to maneuver around the fight.
Absolutely. You need to have some kind of free reign in those fights, because right now it feels like Mouse is just taking that space away completely, and Mango is making the life of this Lion very, very difficult. It's going to be Tormentors, Fly, and GH are going to be the ones to pick up the shards. Already up by a total of 3 shards in the game. 2 Ags, both on Miracle and Sumail. None for Mouse.
Not that great
Queued it up.
of a shard for,
And Medusa queued it up.
for Nigma. They got it on GH, but the thing is, in this game, you don't care much about getting close with the Elder Titan, because your guys don't do massive amounts of physical damage.
See what Fly and Theolica are up to. They only catch tabs on Miracle. Actually, they hookshot their way into Omar. Now these smokes are starting to find some success for both teams. Like the early game smokes weren't really connecting that well, but now the last 2, both from Nigma and from Mouse, do seem to find kills with them.
That's just a pick off. They don't even get some great vision out. They are gonna be going with Nande to try and pressure that tower. Potentially,
Sean, maybe?
yeah, you go for a Roche to force out a fight. Let's see how much Nigma are gonna bite this one.
Lion does have his ulti coming back off cooldown, so if Nigma recognize this Roshan is happening and want to fight it, this would be their opportunity as they're all clustered and stacked up inside the Roche pit, but
Quick.
looks like it's going to be falling way too fast for their liking.
Yep. No blink on the Doom. He could sell the Midas and probably have it, but you are now late. This works out nicely for Mouse.
Roche steal? Ooh, that was pretty close to
Yep.
getting some extra gold in the, in the way of Nigma Galaxy.
Supreme lost his courier. Is that gonna delay his axe? Maybe by 30 seconds. So not the worst thing in the world. And finally they're gonna have 4 staffs on Nigma Galaxy. It's not the Lina, but the supports. They did invest into it. You have to save her.
And it has been about 5 minutes of gameplay now where net worth has been going plus minus 0 pretty much. Very even. So ever since that little swing Mouse was able to get while they were in a deficit, it's now been brought to a pretty much sort of stalemate situation, but maybe this Aegis turns things around. We haven't really seen a lot of Nande action as Medusas are known.
He has been farming and quite effectively at that. He went for a butterfly. Now with an Aegis, he's probably going to be finishing his Skadi. So it's really not going to be punished at all. And Mouse are the ones that are going to try to make the punishment.
Toby's TPing out. Sumail doesn't get the LSA out in time. That one hero that's not going to be in the original fight is going to be teleporting in with that Solar Guardian. And has a 9-second BKB. Miracle's also in the back, while Mouse is looking for that T1 tower with Nande leading the charge. All right, he's just going to snipe it, but Toby's going to be running into Miracle. He's going to need some backup here. Was it really worth it for that T1 tower? Miracle TPing out, but the damage might be too much, and it is! The Stomp comes out at the same time as the Dawnbreaker and Pango finish him off. And now there's an opportunity, but Fly misses the hook shot onto GH.
Yep. You can see how Mouse changed their approach. Now, when they see that there are 4 staffs, they do not just hunt the Lina. That Lina in the mid lane was a perfect opportunity to go forward, but they say, no, we have the Aegis. Taking down towers now is the best course of action, and they go for it. And because Nigma Galaxy is trying to get most out of that situation where they shouldn't be able to do much in terms of defending, they even lose a hero, but they lose their carry hero and a 9-second BKB charge on him. That is a huge deal and a huge victory for Mouse.
Absolutely. Fly is also stalking for another kill. They saw Noob push in pretty deep, and with the jetpack, 5 seconds on the hook shot, he's not feeling too afraid, but at the same time, Sumail will find Toby, and with the help of Omar, a pretty easy deletion. There's the Doom sent onto the Clockwork. Noob trying to TP away, but this time should be happy getting out. Now they just worry about, can we save Fly's life? The disruption. There's one more Doomsday coming in, and it's going to finish him off.
God. That is the the worst way to die for sure. Glimmer Cape, of course, doesn't help you versus pure damage. But yeah, Nigma Galaxy showing that this duo of heroes can do quite a lot. Once Omar has his Blink Dagger, it's gonna be even easier for the Lina and the Lion to be making plays like this.
It was a close attempt to save him, but it's going to be a flat 500 gold for Noob for getting a kill and getting himself out of harm's way. There's a 90-second cooldown though, and Aegis is only down to 1 minute and 45 seconds, which Mouse has only been able to use for T1 towers so far.
Another catch?
Oh, and actually getting themselves Toby again. Omar and Sumail, they are getting into this man's dreams and turning them into nightmares.
This is what happens when you're constantly applying pressure. Your enemies will at some point crumble, and Mouse have been keeping it together, keeping Toby alive, not getting clumped up for the Echo, but at some point when the pressure is constantly coming, you are gonna slip up, and these are 2 slip-ups that allow Nigma Galaxy to go through this Aegis quite happy with the end result.
And this one was talking about in the draft as well, that Lina is excellent at hunting heroes away from the team, and what is better than a hero that's never with the team? A Dawnbreaker. That's the target that you can just easily slap down and delete, but he needs to use the help of Omar, and they have been working it perfectly with these 2-man rotations, with their single target nukes, getting rid of Toby, and he's got his TP on cooldown, so he's going to have to run out, but let's see what Miracle and Sumail have on their minds if Toby suddenly shows up down the mid lane. Toby's not willing to exit the base. He's like, I don't want to leave, guys.
When you said Sumail and Sumail, I'm like, did he buy a Manta on the Lina? That would be pretty weird.
Spider-Man meme. Which one?
Either way, though, the Shaker is going for an Octarine Core. I really like this. You know, I used to play support Shaker, you get a shard and an Octarine Core somehow in the later portions of the game, the enemies cannot move.
Miracle.
Has been found.
I think you're getting away. As long as Fly is here, he always has the teleport cancel. So Miracle gonna have to do the old-fashioned way and try to jump his way to safety. His BKB runs off now. Theolicor drops the disruption bubble. Echo Slam to try and look for a kill, but it's not enough to even kill Fly.
Yep. Oh.
But they spotted the Dawnbreaker just so GH can steal the Wisdom Rune.
And get out. Nicely done.
And now the deletion happens. It's on Supreme this time. And this was purely Sumail's handwriting.
Yeah, beautifully done. So what Nigma Galaxy are doing right now is they're spreading the map and trying to find pickoffs. One thing that I would maybe prefer from Miracle is not to save his Echo for, oh, I'm gonna die and I'm gonna use it, or I'm gonna have a great team fight. Rather, just do what Sumail is doing. You see a target that you can burst down, just do it. Make sure that the target goes down, or go in, force out the Slower Guardian, and get yourself out. That is something that he could most definitely do in this game. I think would probably benefit his team a little bit more.
Got some plans here in the top lane with Sumail and GH. Hopefully find somebody, but the Stomp is such a big animation to spot. You'll always pretty much know where the Elder Titan's going to be. Lina, however, it's a silent killer.
Yep. She just appears and you disappear. So that's how it goes.
Worst feeling in the world when you get hit by LSA, because you kind of feel that you're going to die. GH is getting that similar feeling right now as Fly manages to walk into him, and with the rotation from the Twin Gate, Nande Theolic here, but Sumail, he already popped the Flame Cloak, hoping he would maybe be able to take down this Clockwork. And now they instantly portal down bottom, and Miracle shows himself in the lane, but do they have the firepower anymore with these two?
No hook shot, so without it, they can't even catch him. The idea was probably just to force him to use his BKB, which is not even going to be happening. But right now, there is a chance that Roche will respawn. It's going to be in the on the Radiant side, so you are trying to get that area under control once again as Mouse. Lina has a Kayasha. It's going to be so fast how people are going to disappear. I hope our observer is going to be seeing it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we caught that one on camera because Fly's already gone. Noob's popping his BKB to make a run for it, and Supreme is having a bit of a crash with his car, so won't be able to get past the stairs.
Detours in chat. So there's gonna be a lot of them.
Yep. I already feel bad, but this is gonna happen. Someone's gonna die every now and then, and we don't even have to even act surprised. We're like, oh, yep, that's Lina.
Yeah. We have to have a dedicated observer, a second one for
Lina camera.
Exactly, because that's what's gonna be happening, especially now when the Laguna Blade is just so low cooldown with the level 20 talent.
I mean, I used to do that. I did that in one tournament when I was just running it on my own channel. I had a separate player camera following him on a separate Dota client on the same PC, and just watching one player do what he does like the entire game. And we had Nyx cam. We were just watching Nyx assassin go around the map. I'm like, oh, yep, we saw that. But let's see. Do we see this one? Because a bunch of smokes down bottom, and the vision advantage is for Nigma. They see Fly running in, and they get the stun on him, and the Doom on the Shadow Demon. He's out of play, and Fly is into the graveyard. And Nande gonna get jumped on by Miracle. Gets the early damage out, and with the Lion burning that mana, Medusa in trouble. Here comes Toby to save the day, but is it enough? Echo Slap, delicious Sumail! Nande and then Toby to follow. And that's the Nigma that Mouse was afraid to unravel.
And there's the Kayasha at the end with the LSA, right? You started the Rolling Thunder. You would have been able to get it off, but because he has the Kayasha, he gets the LSA off just in time to get the stun off. And this is hesitation from Mouse. Nigma Galaxy didn't have all of their heroes there, but because they have such great burst, as soon as they see somebody, bam, bam, he dies. And then you think, oh, they're all here, but no, they're coming from the other side to kill you.
What a swing that is. I mean, this fight recap is just brutal to watch. 900 against the 9,000 damage from Nigma. It's like, was that even a fight?
We are 10 times stronger. That's how it goes.
10 times stronger. 20 seconds for Roshan, and I think somebody's going to wait in this pit for it to show.
Yep. Why not? Samael is traveling towards the top lane. He wants to shove out the top wave. That is very smart, especially while the heroes are dead. So with this, you're not gonna have to really focus on the Rochelle that much, right? Because you're gonna understand when Maus are coming if you shove out the top lane. So this is quite smart. And Nigma Galaxy, they still haven't lost this ward because they won the fight so convincingly. They still have quite good info on what's going on.
Here comes the smoke from Mouse. They know the Shaker is down bottom, and pretty much with the rest of the crew of Nigma Galaxy.
They have a good ward.
It's coming up in 10 seconds, and Earth Splitter is also available now. Are they trying to find the Lina from the behind? I think that could be an idea to just make a long wraparound instead of just charging into Nigma, and especially if they have that vision advantage. All the way to the back.
Yep, they could. You understand where Nigma Galaxy has vision this time around, so you just decide not to fight there. But for some reason, Toby's running in.
Toby charges in. He cancels some of those blinks as well, but they can't catch GH. But Supreme is coming in. Toby's going to be right on top of him. Can GH get out? I don't think the Elder is going to be as lucky. Fly going to get nuked by Samael, but he survives for long enough. And they're going to jump on Samael. And Nanda's going to be getting this kill. Noob, however, does whatever he can, and that's drop a Doom on the Shadow Demon. Miracle looking for his opportunity, but there's then Manande Illusions breaking Miracle's blink. He could never jump in for the Echo Slam. Still has it. Looks for Supreme. Hopes to get him down, but the Pango is just too nimble for Miracle to catch, and the Earth Splitter is a complete miss. Nande trying to get close enough for the Shaker, but with Toby around, I don't think they're going to have the mobility.
Okay, so
that's a 2 for 3 with a buyback off of the ET.
You could see how differently Mouse approached that fight. Without hesitation, they went in. Okay.
Oh, there we go. But what is it for? Just a Supreme kill. It's really good, but BKB teleport out. Do they have the luxury? Or does Miracle get out? Actually, can they even turn this one around? Because this one is going to hurt a lot. They're going to take another, which is Toby. And Miracle probably made the call there as well. Let's just fight this, and GH is happy to oblige. Hence the tips. Hook shot onto GH's ET. Miracle trying to provide with that long-range support. Almost going to get caught by the root and looking for another kill, but it's going to be Nande forcing him out. There is a noob on the side as well with this Doom ready to go in. The Oliker was dropped really low on HP by that, and there's the Shaker trying to hunt him down. Miracle unable to get him as a straight-up kill. And Medusa, Mana being burnt out. Miracle continues to dominate, gets another kill, finishing the SD, and Nande in big trouble. The nukes are too much, and Miracle makes this play what it truly is with the help of GH, finds one, finds another, and continues to go. That was just some S-tier class gameplay right there. You can say nothing else about that.
I told you, man. The Shard Doctoring core and the Earth Shaker support core, it doesn't matter. It's just so easy to maneuver. And when you're a core Shaker, you even bring in the damage. They cannot catch you. They cannot move if they don't have BKBs. They cannot kill you, obviously, and you do massive amounts of damage. So what are you to do when an expert like Miracle, somebody who's been playing this game on the highest level for years, is using it? You're in trouble.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mouse is starting to feel that threat as well. Nande is probably sighing a bit as well. Like, I've farmed 406 last hits, and I've been hitting creeps all game long. I don't get to play this Dota game because of this Lina Shaker.
Now the Lina is going to be hard to kill as well. He does have the 125 Laguna Blade damage into barrier. Considering that you have a Kayasha E-Blade on the Lina and, of course, the damage amp from the Elder Titan, that is going to be a really, really big shield.
get the Tormentor Shard for Theolikor. So finally, Demonic Cleanse is going to be online, but that's a very minor thing to note at this stage of the game. Roshan is the bigger objective, which Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to close out. There's another rocket flying in, and they're coming in fast, and they're coming in hot, but Roshan is already down. The Aegis banner down on the ground. Nande is in the front line. Blink on cooldown as he went straight in, but the Watcher will reveal his location, trying to move those Medusa illusions, but they also expire. Supreme going in. There's the smoke pop right on top of the Lion. Gets the first stun connection, and the Miracle's just blinking away from this Pango. They're going to isolate the Lion, look for the kill on Omar, and be able to take that one, but the fight spreads all the way to the east side. Buyback from the Lion.
Fight?
Absolutely. There's big ulti, some cooldown from Mouse. Be favoring their chances. A pretty rocky one. Theolikor gets instantly doomed by Noob. And the Laguna deletion is there. Toby out for the count. He does have buyback, but he does not have his ulti. And Fly, he's the next target. Sumail for the double.
2,000 damage, Laguna. He has a 2,000 damage barrier. Okay, a little bit less, right? Because it's 125%. But either way, yeah, I don't know how you're now going to kill this Lina because she's like double tanky because of that.
It's pretty brutal.
Also, you can see how Nigma wanna play this. Usually with the Shaker, when you have the Octarine core, you would decide to go for the minus 1.5 seconds enchant totem cooldown. But he reduces the cooldown of the Echo Slam because he wants to just delete the hero, reset, go again. And now with the Echo Slam being 40 seconds cooldown, there isn't really a window that the mouse can use when that's not available.
Is under attack.
Scary moments. Every time Mouse steps out of the base, there's always the threat. When does the killing start again? Sumail's already popped the flame cloak, and he's onto Theolikor, but he's able to blink away this time around. They also found a Pango at the same time, so it's not just one dagger. You got two daggers hitting your back at the same time. As Supreme is out and Fly, Nande has to come into the rescue to get the stun guarantee
10
on
seconds for
Doom.
Dawn.
And Miracle's in the backline looking for Fly as well, and there's the Laguna from Sumail. Fly is out as well for 50 seconds.
Yeah, right now you're just being hunted. The thing is that Nigma Galaxy aren't really that good at pushing towers, so that is why they're just going to be running for kills. You're going to be seeing them trying to operate as close as they can to your base and just search for kills. They're very rarely, if at all, gonna be trying to put some damage onto your towers. If they're doing it, it's for the reasoning of pushing you out of the base or finding out exactly where you are so they can hunt you more.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, this is going to be the prime Lina gameplay at this point, right? Just flame cloak in the trees. Somebody comes near to defend the tier 3 tower and gone.
Radiant's top tower.
Nullifier on the
Hero
Dawnbreaker, that might be a game changer, right? The Lina does not have a BKB, so the Force Staffs aren't gonna work.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a lot of things are going to work, but Toby coming into the rescue at the same time. Sumail tried to delete Toby with the Laguna Blade, and it was almost enough, but they do isolate Nande in the low ground, and Mouse, I think it's good night time. Nigma have come to play. 3 heroes gone. The base slowly turning a bit more vulnerable, but Noob might lose his life to Supreme. A Force Staff pushed in again. Sumail saving with the E-Blade, preventing any damage from the Pango. Stunned by the LSA, and he's gone looking for more. There's the Laguna ready with the finger from Omar. Supreme is out. Fly's gonna drop as well, and they're all dead.
Mouse are looking at this. Yeah, but you can't push super fast. Well, they can push fast enough with Enchant Totem when everybody is dead. The towers are still gonna be dropping. Nigma Galaxy just schooling Mouse in how Dota is done.
Yeah, this is a moment where you say, sit down, lecture is on.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, they still want to try and make something happen.
Yeah, I don't think you can extend that far from your fountain against a lineup like this. I mean, this is the result you pay. They bought back for nothing.
And we saw there.
Base is still in shambles.
Shadow Demon couldn't even raise his arms to use the disruption. Kind of the story
GG.
of this game. They held on. They held on, Mouse. Not gonna lie, considering how well Nigma Galaxy approached the draft and how well they approached the game, I am impressed with how long Mouse were able to keep it competitive. But at some point, you crumble.
Yeah, everybody has a breaking point, right? I mean, you can only take so much. Depending what kind of a mental mountain you are, playing against a deleting lineup like this from Nigma Galaxy cannot be fun when they start to get the snowball going. And I think it was a really good point that you made as well, was the moment they started to press that aggression was where MOUZ started to crumble a little bit. They couldn't keep up with it anymore, and mistakes start to occur more than just once. Toby was gone almost every time he respawned. He went straight back to the graveyard.
I think the hesitations of MOUZ were something that came to bite him back later on down the line, because you needed to be more aggressive. And it was hard with the Medusa, but that's why you needed to use Supreme a little bit more aggressively to force out some rotations. Fly maybe even to sacrifice his life a couple of times just for the information on what Nigma Galaxy were doing. Because the second they pushed you back on your side of the map and you couldn't do much, you were in trouble. And also Toby getting caught a couple of times. But I really wouldn't blame them all that much. Nigma Galaxy, this was just perfect way of approaching both the draft and the game. The chances of MOUZ were slim to none in this game.
It certainly was. And what a way to throw it into a break as well, considering Nigma Galaxy on that high rise. MOUZ, they need a little mental reset after that game. So we'll just have to wait and see what game 2 is going to bring us and give us in stock, because I'm excited to see. Nigma went 3 games in the previous series. Can they make this one a much cleaner series? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back, Harry. Welcome back, us, to the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament brought to you by Fissure. With T Panda and Harry Freak, of course. We're into Game 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus Mouse, with Nigma Galaxy taking that first one by storm in the end. So, I have to say, we saw some Prime Miracle. A lot of people had their bat chests out in Twitch chat. I'm pretty sure everybody saw that happening. But from Mouse's perspective, you know, I think when we were talking about that people, they have breaking points. There's only so much that they can take. How do you go into a game 2 after that?
I think
Because you have to.
Okay. So here's the thing. I think Nigma Galaxy, the way that they drafted is that they literally targeted Mouse, right? So they knew exactly which heroes they wanted to pick to make the picks hard for Mouse and the ones that they would want to pick up. So what do you do versus that? You do not try to ban all of the meta heroes. If you're Mouse, I know it's a hard one, but you ban out heroes that are good versus what you want to pick, and you pick those heroes. You make sure that they have a decent game, and you go from there. Because I think Nigma Galaxy, in terms of drafting right now, they're on a roll, and you are gonna have issues fighting them on that front. So yeah, that should probably be the approach, because Nigma Galaxy played that game better, but it is because throughout the draft they were slowly taking away power from Mouse, who were forced to pick a Medusa that I don't think they really wanted.
And that was some really smart drafting from Nigma Galaxy. You're on point with that. That is really difficult to get your thoughts straight when your opponent is drafting so well. You never really have an upper hand during the draft like that. So game 2 has to be a lot different. And it all starts with Mouse insta banning the SD, despite having the first pick for themselves. But you're not going to get your hands on a DK, neither an Alchemist, as that one comes out. So instant responses.
The big question is, do they maybe want to play the Primal Beast, right? Because that would maybe be smart. Ban out the Shadow Demon, pick up a Primal Beast for yourself. You've taken away something that Nigma Galaxy usually wants to play. It might be the only way, right? Because if you don't pick it up and you don't ban it, Nigma Galaxy might pick it up on the on their second pick, right? And then you are then you're in trouble.
So like every way we paint this, it sounds like you're in trouble anyway.
No. You pick up the Primal Beast or you ban him out. That's the approach. I think that would actually be smart from the Mouse side.
All right. Yeah, I've seen the Invoker opener as well before from Nigma Galaxy, but not sure if that's necessarily the hero you're looking for versus the Primal Beast if Mouse decides to pick it. So if they would ban it, I'd be happy with it. Let's see if they are listening to Harry's advice or if they're listening to their own advice and trying to maneuver around the minefield of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus is also a hero that I think could be a good opener as well. It's still in the pool, and you don't care much about the Primal Beast in that regard, because later on down the line, even if he has a BKB with the RP, you can cancel out the Pulverize. Plus, it's flexible. You are gonna have that repositioning approach, and I think considering how Nigma Galaxy are always putting themselves in these positions where you can screw up, having a repositioning tool is really good to punish that.
Taking quite a lot of time.
Yep.
This first phase ban, which should in some cases be quite obvious, but they get rid of the Magnus. They pick the Lina themselves. So small curveball thrown into the air.
Yeah, Supreme has been playing it in pubs, so it's quite nice. So now you have to be thinking about with what are you gonna be catching this Lina. You talked about the Invoker. Invoker is a good response to Lina. They've been playing a Razor. This is a good one as well. What is the only hero that outranges Lina? It's the Sniper.
Yeah. Out of range. But I do feel like Lina is pretty capable versus the Sniper, unless we're looking at like scatter shot, mid sniper. If you can just get that Lina in position for a good setup of 3 shrapnel charges and you can just take him down, but you start putting out points into headshot. I know it sounds very one-dimensional and in a way very risky, because if you don't put points into headshot, then you're not necessarily killing your opponent the traditional way. Lina has a lot of attack range, so probably you're taking quite a lot of damage while you're trying to dish some back. Do you want to put extra points in shrapnel, or would you be the headshot guy?
Both of them. You don't early on, even though you're gonna have less range with Lina without the take aim. Oh, actually, you won't, right? You take aim now is only active. You have your innate ability that increases your range, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. So
Yeah. So we're skipping take aim.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like, do you want to prioritize maxing out first shrapnel or
usually shrapnel. Usually you're gonna go for the shrapnel, right? The way that the sniper works, and I think why Nigma Galaxy probably picked it up here, it's not necessarily only because of the laning stage, but he's good there as well, is because you have nighttime vision. So you're gonna try to be kind of conservative during daytime, and then during nighttime do really well. And we saw with their Slark game how well they utilized the nighttime vision. You remember from minute 15 to 20 they stomped 0-10. That is when they got the advantage. I think that might be the timing that they're gunning for in this one.
Yeah, that would be the one that would click quite nicely together, depending what the heroes they're looking for. Nigma doesn't really sound like the late game oriented lineup, but they would like to have late game scaling in the draft if that is an option for them. They do like to hit hard. Everybody enjoys watching Nigma Galaxy's early tempo play. Mouse is gonna have to kind of match up to that speed, if that's a way you can put it. You know, I have to play as fast as Nigma does, but you don't want to do it too fast, so you just miss out on everything. Like we see a lot of teams fall for the bait that we just need to bring more heroes. We just need to be on the map more than they do, but that means we're gonna be farming less.
Are they gonna go for the Dawnbreaker again? I actually wouldn't hate it, right? If you can get something that can be aggressive with the Dawnbreaker as well. And you already have the Lina to protect. This game would immediately be a better Dawnbreaker game than the previous one, just because you have the Lina rather than the Pango, who just runs away from your Solar Guardian.
Yeah, it's an option. I'm still pondering between, is Nyx Assassin too slow for Mouse?
If you go Nyx, you need something that's gonna take down the tier 1s, right? Beastmaster is out. I'm not sure what Toby would want to play in that regard. So maybe you just wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah, maybe he ends up playing something like the Doom instead, most likely in a game like this. But we've got the Ogre Magi. So with a lot of those right clickers still out in the pool, that could be another pair up with a full physical pause 1. Lina could be the mix from mid. And they do go for the Nyx Assassin, so.
Okay.
I think you're right. They do need something that pushes and maybe even hits objectives.
This is also in preparation for the potential Dawnbreaker on the other side, right? If you if you don't get it, it's gonna be a problem. And also, you know what you could do. You might not need tower pushers. The rotation towards the mid lane between these two supports is really good. If the Lina gets any kind of an advantage early on, you are gonna have to use smokes because it's gonna be nighttime from 5 minutes on. But you do move to the mid lane. You kill the sniper and you apply pressure to the mid lane tower. If that tower falls, Nyx Assassin is golden. He can move anywhere, and no amount of sentries is going to cover for that.
Yeah, the one thing that really hurts the Nyx Assassin, having sentries all over the map and preventing him from playing his game, which is hunting people down, getting kills, and already got a kill setup going with the Ogre and the Lina. Well, Nigma Galaxy, your Batrider might be targeted with this Nyx, but we have seen GH also play the 5 Batrider before, so that could leave their offlane duo completely open to be picked up now if Noob doesn't want, or sorry, if Omar doesn't want to play the Batrider, for example.
Yeah, I'm thinking what you would get if it's not a 4 bat. I mean, you could still go for a Lion. That's not out of the question, considering that you're gonna have the nighttime vision. It's quite nice, but okay.
That's one piece of the pair up. Pretty early Centaur pick too.
Maybe we get to see that Rubik. It's a good Rubik game. I know the Omar does play it, so it would be a good combo, pretty much versus anything.
What about the 2-headed dragon?
Sure, but I guess you are.
I'm guessing that's a no.
No, it's just that it's okay. And this is this a support
Centaur and a core Mars?
Does look that way.
Okay, I can see work. I've seen plenty of 4 Centaurs and 5 Centaurs. Could also be mid Mars.
10 seconds remaining.
So they're preparing.
Mel hasn't really been playing it in pubs lately, though.
5 seconds remaining.
I think this is a good no, Morphling is banned out. Yeah, it would be a perfect Morphling game, but it's just not there, right? You would want a range hero that can move in and out of the arena, but now you're maybe just better off getting a gyro and getting an early BKB.
Oh, we got ourselves an Enigma on the board. Even with the crowd control on the enemy side, none of them really cancel this Enigma's black hole, but the one good thing they have is one of the ways Enigma plays these days is a lane pusher with, say, drums, tranquils. Vlad's, for example, is another good pickup if you have some physical damage in your team. He goes up against Centaur that deletes, Mars that deletes, Batrider that, okay, kind of destroys Eidolons, kind of pushes waves. Not at least the controllable ones. And then you got Sniper that also kind of deletes waves. So how do you feel about this Enigma? Because I'm feeling it like it looks good, but at the same time, it doesn't really look that amazing.
It's a solid one. You open up the map with the Enigma, you're probably going to be trying to rotate to the mid lane. If you get the good bans out right now, you are going to be quite happy in the laning phase, and I like it. Plus, Toby has been playing this for a very long time. I think this opens up a potential Monkey King on the side of Mouse. You have the Ogre with you. You might not have to go for a range hero. A Monkey King here works pretty well for Mouse.
Monkey King is also something that Nigma Galaxy could even consider. Some really good performances from Sumail playing that hero. I'm going to go back to the Dawnbreaker for Mouse. Let's see which one's going to be the core in the end. Is it the carry Dawnbreaker with mid Lina, off lane Enigma? Very likely that's what Mouse is playing here.
Yeah, most likely. I don't think Supreme would be playing a mid lane Dawn. He's a Lina player, and Nande, he always plays these weird heroes, right? He has the Clinks, the Dawnbreakers, you know, these types that he can pull out from time to time.
Yeah, that's our man. He has made a trend out of that. The most untraditional heroes being brought up in the carry position. And sure, the Dawnbreaker works. There's no problem in that. Nigma Galaxy, though, going to bring out the Tiny. So now let's see what the Centaur and the Mars go. So Omar for the 4 Centaur and a 3 Mars for Noob.
Are we gonna see a
very tanky lineup?
Carry Tiny? For some reason, we're gonna see a carry Tiny. So I don't know if you remember the not the carry Tiny meta of TI 10 where Spirit won, but the carry Tiny meta before that. I think it was 2016. He got brought into the meta that much because there was maybe 2017, not sure, but because the Enigma was being played a lot, right? And then people were playing the Tiny. So on paper, this should be a good one for him. I just don't know if as a carry Tiny you are fine with maxing your tree grab nowadays. I just haven't seen it in quite some time. This is actually quite smart, right? Because you have multiple jumpers in Nigma Galaxy.
Exactly. I mean, you don't have to. You have crash landing facet these days. So we had the insurmountable Tiny for quite some time. People saw the small nerf in it and were like, well, it's no longer min-maxy enough. Crash landing versus Enigma is really good. Like, you do so much damage by maxing out your toss. It's the way to play. You go for the 1-4-1 build. Or 1-3-1 even to be fully exact.
Yeah,
you max out your toss.
You are the Enigma player, Panda, and you know that you would be able to delta split those Eidolons and the crash landing would do nothing to you. So
yeah, exactly. Just bind your Eidolons, your ones and twos and threes, and you see the toss come out. Yeah, it's not the AoE is too big. It's not a super fun matchup for the Enigma to play. But if he had insurmountable, I'd be very happy to play this lane. But because of crash landing being so stupidly strong, I hope Toby does better than what he did with that Dawnbreaker, because that was not an easy game for him, and it wasn't really even down to him. It was just Sumail looking so damn good with that Lina.
Panda, I know that you're doing bad in pubs when you are sad when you see your own hero, right? Because I can see in your eyes that you are reliving some.
You've been looking at my match history, haven't you?
No. I read your expressions because we're such good friends and we can do it. But overall, if there was ever a game that I'd want to play a Tiny, this is the one. You have somebody to bail you out with the Stampede. You have extra vision for the Sniper, and you're gonna have so much farm, dude. Miracle is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be a problem. And the space that he can probably get with this hero, too. They have a very tanky lineup. That's the one that I was pointing out, and I'm still looking at it because, you know, Lino wants to delete easy kills, but all of these heroes that Nigma Galaxy has easily scale over 2.5k to almost 3k HP easily. And above that.
Let's look if there's anything weird in terms of these facets. Doesn't. Oh, we got the
One thing-
Counter Strike.
One thing is slightly weird is Noob is with the team and Omar is not there, and they're running in for the first blood to run straight to Theolicor. It's a bit of a tiny Ravage out, but the
Slows.
shrapnel, the flame break into it, and Noob for the first blood. That's a bonk in the face.
I really like how Samael played there. He instantly goes for all of the scatter shots, right? Just get them all out so that you slow him enough so that the flame break or the God's Rebuke can come out. It was just beautiful. And you could see how close that flame break was. There was a good chance it just pushes him away.
Yeah. That's what we call calculated. As it is exactly that. Nigma first on the board. Also bounties going 2 for 1. Toby denying one of those bounties.
Up, nicely done with the Eidolons. I can't wait.
Dolans.
I can't wait to see how this mid lane goes.
Oh, I'm going to tease you forever with that. They are the Dolans.
Okay, okay.
The Uncle Dolan's 3 kids. That's what that's what Enigma's about, bro.
I can't. I cast with so many different people, and all of you guys have various names for various things, and I can't keep tabs.
Dewey, Huey, and Louie.
Yeah, exactly. What happens when there's 6 of them? Well, there's not gonna be 6 of them because Nigma Galaxy. The only reason why there would be 6 of them because they can farm them more easy.
I mean, then you also have April, May, and June, right?
Exactly. That is though. It's
Anyway, onward. We're gonna get stuck with this forever as Toby first death for
One
him
more.
potentially. GH needs one more right click on top of the one more right click, and he's got it. And with the splitting image, he's gonna spawn more Eidolons, so potentially a turnaround kill. But Theolicor, GH is gonna be okay. Those are still level 1s. Don't do enough damage.
Ooh, nice stun. He is getting a lot of those nice impales off. The thing is that Tiny has so much HP that magical damage doesn't do anything to him. No. Please don't kill him. This would be too much.
That's what we usually see from the carry position, right? That he just gets ganked right away, but it's happening to your pause 3, so very not happy with that. GH trying to run away while those Eidolons are at work.
Dolans. He's gone.
Thank you, Harry. And Theolicor finishes off GH.
Up. He got his level 2, gets the Mind Flare, and gets the kill. Now the Nyx Assassin is gonna fight this one, right? You, as a Nyx Assassin, you are scared of dying from 100 to 0. But if you're trading because of the very high regen and you having low HP in general, you are gonna be healing up quite quickly. But oh boy, look at what Samael is doing to Supreme in the mid lane. What the hell?
I'm not sure if I want to see. I really don't know if I want to see this, because this is sometimes what happens in Sniper Arena matchups, but this bottom lane is the place of action. Toby gets the kill on Miracle and has to fight versus GH with those level 2, sorry, those are still actually level 1 Eidolons, so it's not enough to kill him, and he will die to this Batrider, and his TP is coming off cooldown now, so Enigma's going to be able to get back into the lane. But yeah, mid lane is it's a butchery.
And not only that, we talked about the rotations towards the Lina, and you usually do want to do that, but now there's going to be rotations towards the Sniper. Meanwhile, on top, the action...
nice damage from Supreme. We've got 2 separate fights going on at the same time. That mid fight looking like it's going to be over. Top, bit of trading going here and there on the fly. Supreme's hunting in the trees as well in mid.
Yep.
Can't get close to Sumail. He knows. He knows. He knows too much.
I mean, you're a sniper, have a scope, you can see. He's doing really well on Samael. Even with 0 HP, basically, here in this lane, he is still CSing and denying everything away from Supreme. Finally! Okay, Supreme is now maybe going to be feeling a little bit better about himself.
Much needed relief, I guess. Where do you see the... You want to go Blink before Echo on this tiny carry?
I don't think so. but he did queue it up earlier. I guess because you do have the sniper, you're okay with taking a more of a sacrificial role.
Yeah.
Don't be sacrificed again.
That's
Oh,
one toss.
is he?
Not quite enough damage. GH is the one to fall first, and now Miracle, as Lotus has a magic wand, uses both of them. It's not enough. He will get run down by the Enigma. So yeah, before that toss becomes a real problem. Supreme is in trouble, by the way. Trying to juke around as much as possible, but you've got your limits.
For sure, but still, Nigma Galaxy getting ahead of themselves in the bottom lane, and now the Tiny is behind the Enigma. This Enigma that you killed twice basically made Toby's lane a catastrophe, and then you gave him so many kills. This is great for Mouse. This is something that Nigma Galaxy just brought to them. It really shouldn't go this way, and this can have huge implications of the on the early mid game. Oh, not again.
It might just be the big lifeline that they also need. But down in the mid lane also, running down the Lina right under the T1 tower. They're going to bring in the Dawnbreaker, but it's going to be too late. That TP duration is way too long. And now you've got a 3 versus 2 in the bottom lane as well. They will take down Miracle. Looking for GH. Toby will lose his life. If they can just get that Batrider, could be all worth it in the end.
You don't have to.
GH is going to be able to get out.
Yeah, you killed the Tiny. The lane is still going well for the Enigma. He's 700 gold ahead of the Tiny, and maybe you should have maxed out that tree grab and made sure that you just farm in this lane, because it seems that the crash landing isn't working.
He needs levels. You really need some levels on this Tiny. Gonna have to take the walk of shame back to the
GH
lane.
found is gonna pay.
Oh. Took a while, but I guess the kill is worth more. And sticking around in the lane, make sure that this Batrider is cleaned out of sight. Nigma's second in net worth, 200 gold behind the sniper on Sumail, who, by the way, is 2-0 with 35
Look at
blast
Alina
hits.
behind the Nyx. Just send Theo to the mid lane and go and play position.
He might drop even lower than the Nyx at this. Maybe the Batrider gets past him with this kill, only gets the LSA stun. And that's about it. So Sumail pushes himself forward. Omar assisting with it.
It's pretty much bullying at this point, right? You're not gonna have Alina. This is a huge problem. And now it's nighttime. You should have been able to get the advantage with Alina early on, but because Sumail crushed him so much, it's a problem. I think those first few waves could have been good for Lina, but he blocked and Sumail didn't. Creeps went to the tower, and now you have this. This is too much.
All right, going straight down for Miracle here.
He needs help.
They're coming in as he is tanky enough to survive the initial burst, and Theolikar getting burnt down, but that is after Miracle has fallen. Noob gonna put the pressure a bit to force Toby away from the lane. The arena's gonna be dropped without mercy. In the spear and into the assassinate. Sumail's sniper is getting out of hands, but everybody else seems to be barely, they take 2 steps forward, they take 1 step back, but I don't know, Sumail's just playing hop and squash or something.
Let's see if GH can get the skill. Most definitely. Oh boy.
Nice little solo kill effort there with the wisdom battle. And did that get denied? Oh, actually, it got picked up by GH, so he even got the wisdom himself.
Yep, earlier. So the Dawnbreaker is finally level 6, and Mouse, they needed this Dawnbreaker level 6 earlier. Because the Mars got level 6 before him, and Nande was kind of lacking in that one, you missed out on a potential good fight for yourself on the bottom. And look at now, Nigma Galaxy, what they're trying to do. They're trying to force out the Solar Guardian, because now they know it's up.
They are. And they did the lane swap, right? They put Miracle to farm in the top lane, which I think is a pretty good idea at this point, because Noob seems to be like, hey, I want a piece of that action too. You're getting all the kills. I want some of that.
We talked about Mouse needing to take down towers, but it's Enigma Galaxy that take down the mid lane tower. And Lina is just not a good hero. Usually you're like, okay, they took down my tower, now I can farm. Lina is not that type of a hero. You're just going to have more ways of getting on top of him, and you need to de-ward that ward in the mid lane. If you don't, you're going to be in so much trouble.
Oh, that's a nicely scouted Nyx Assassin level 6.
Going
right
in.
under the sentry, but prove a bit problematic because Omar is going to die for this one. Sumail's trying his best. He's got the Arcane Rune and Assassinate. We'll just harass Supreme just a little bit more with one more poke. Bottom lane also a big fight with the arena placed down. It's Toby inside. Poor old Enigma does get some help from Fly with the Ignite burn. There's fire on top of fire. The lasso comes out. The spear's not enough because the raindrops are out there. The shrapnel. And Sumail for kill number 6 in 9 minutes with this mid sniper.
It was the edge.
Now top lane. Trying to catch Miracle in the top lane, but not quite on point with the TPs. And still the Vendetta cooldown for another 25 seconds.
It's so sad, right? The shrapnel didn't even give them vision. It's just the damage that that finished him off. It's insane how much it does.
A level 3 toss, you can feel the impact. And now Tiny, maxed out toss ready.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a whole bunch of damage that you can now deal with that toss.
He's trying to get his blink, right? It's the problem is you're gonna get it and it's gonna be daytime, so only from like minute 15 is Nigma Galaxy really gonna be pushing it with that one. But still, it's fine. We talked about it. The way that they overtook the game versus 0-10 from minute 15 to 20, I can't help but feel that Nigma Galaxy are gunning for it in this one as well.
Well, let's see what they can do with this one. Stampeding right on top of Fly, preventing this Ogre from ever getting to level 5 at 10 minutes. The most XP-deprived hero. Everyone else has level 6. Poor Ogre.
You could see how Sumail there allowed Miracle to get the kill. They understand that this is gonna be their big thing, the blink dagger on the Tiny, not only for the entirety of the team, but Miracle himself, because he needs a way to get back into it, and it's gonna be through kills.
Radiant are scanning.
Bunch of scans down bottom.
Dire's top
And they
That's the
connected.
Nyx Assassin, and again with the instant sentry. How do you know? How do you know this well? That's unfair.
Because they know what Mouse needs to do. Mouse needs to open up this tower, so it's natural that the
Exactly.
next assassin is going to be there. And as we mentioned, until you get at least one tier 1 down, it's so hard to maneuver around the map as the next assassin because 1 or 2 sentries can cover for potential
tower is under
places that you're going to be at. And Nigma Galaxy are a smart, experienced team that are going to be able to know where you're at.
Now truly showing that now. Toby, he's got the drum charges and the bloodlust, trying to run towards Sumail with the black hole. He's going to get it off with the Dawnbreaker coming into the assistance, and Supreme to clean that streak with the Laguna Blade. Still going to be 4 versus 4 here down in the mid lane, and now finally the next assassin shows up as well. Fly's going to be the one to drop first. Omar's going to be dropping low on HP. They're going to find themselves a second kill, and now Nande going to be keeping up the chase onto Noob as well. The Mars is going to be found in a pretty awkward position, and Supreme for the triple kill. Nigma Galaxy forced and pushed back, but at least with this tower, they should be able to hold it. People are going to be respawning, and Mouse do not quite have the tower damage. They're happy with these 3 kills.
No, Lina has been found.
Does he get away?
Should
Nande?
no.
Oh, the Stampede. Yeah, I don't think you should be able to run away from that. The Assassinate will take him down. Sumail straight back. You know, you wake up in the morning, you put your boots on, and straight back to work.
Yep, the Nigma Galaxy are really playing this well. You know, some people would look at that mid lane and like, why are they throwing heroes? They could have just ran away. The thing is, you want to keep that tower alive, not only alive, but healthy. And you give away 2 kills for that, you lose some of your gold lead because you know that the time is coming when you're going to completely overwhelm Mouse if you don't give them that tower. And Mouse, you have 2 more minutes to make something happen because that nighttime is going to be here. You're not going to be able to get on top of the sniper, and he's going to give so much vision for Miracle to go hunting.
GH and
They
Sumail
found him
also
again.
smoked down from the mid lane, but you already got your traffic down here. Yolik are trying to scout the backline, see if anybody else is around. Can Mouse take this fight? He's so afraid of these sentries. These Omar sentries have screwed the Olikar's game so hard the last 5 minutes.
Nande's low on mana. He can use his one
On
shot.
the edge of vision. He's in vision
Found
right
him.
now, and they spot him again, but he got the carapace off, but that's all he does, and he is out. There's the Dawn
This is
ulti. They
not
will
good.
dodge it, but that puts Omar quite alone. However, they will get some damage
What
on
an
Supreme.
arena.
GH is trying to get there as soon as possible. Nande is down. The shrapnel on 3. The lasso to take down Supreme. And Toby will be also put on the back foot as this Enigma will die a horrible, painful death as he lands right on top of the Ogre. The avalanche is there, and a spear almost takes him out. Miracle could throw another tree or just a creep and toss him off, and there goes Fly. It's a full team wipe.
Yep. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they've been preparing for this for the past 5 minutes, and it finally clicked, and it's not even nighttime. Imagine what happens when you get extra vision, and another Wisdom Rune will be stolen. This is a straight up stomp. Nigma Galaxy are on fire today.
They are. They're giving no mercy to Mouse whatsoever. Ogre was able to hit level 6 in that last fight, but that's really not going to change a whole lot of things here.
Yeah, like I'm level 6, guys. You know, maybe some blowhorns for
something
parties.
you probably shouldn't mention out loud.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how bad it is.
It's pretty bad right now for a Mouse, and in 20 seconds it's gonna become worse. They do have a black hole, but you know what the worst part is? I don't think they have the strength to focus on the bottom tower. Maybe once they get the pipe, but right now the thing is forcing things for Mouse almost impossible. You have to hunt, and then it is gonna be better night vision for Nigma Galaxy, and they have all of the towers. So how do you hunt? That is the real question.
Oh, yeah. I'm just thinking, do you have any words of comfort for Mouse? Because what would you say in a moment like this? I think the comms are pretty silent if they can't build a game plan.
It's still, you have burst. That is still one thing that you have. As long as you have burst, you can make something happen. Uncharacteristic movements from the next assassin and from the Lina are what's gonna be getting you back into this game. So you probably just wait for the Aghanim Scepter on the Lina to increase that damage, and then go for pickoffs. Try to make sure there's minimal casualties before that happens.
Yeah. Next assassin now finally shows up in top, right next to Miracle. He did pop the scan, but that was for an Ogre, actually. Just gonna spot the next assassin. There we go. The spells have been baited. Nice avalanche timing. Prevents the Impale from going off in time. And that Dawn ulti goes straight down the drain. And there's the lasso catching Nande. Bring him straight into the arms of Miracle and Sumail.
Yeah, okay. So before you get the Lina strong, the way that you play this game is that you force out rotations rather than commit. And with them committing right now, it is a problem. So now even if the Lina gets an Aghanim Scepter, you are further behind, and you're not gonna have a Solar Guardian.
All right. 9,000 gold ahead at 16 minutes. Probably not what Mouse had in their books, in their plans. Hoping for a somewhat, I wouldn't even say exhausted, but maybe a slightly tired Nigma after 3 games of play, but instead they got a really infuriated MENA region dominator in the West European MENA combined qualifier, and it's like, well, Nigma's definitely come to play here today.
For sure.
What a first day for these guys. Honestly, yeah. I just have to highlight the fact that they have come in with a storm in day number 1.
For sure, for sure. And the way that they're playing, the way that they're drafting is giving me great confidence that they're taking all the way. Avulus might be the only team that can really fight these guys. And of course, we still haven't seen Secret. I think that is the new Secret lineup is a bit of a question mark for us.
Yeah, maybe the Dark Horse potentially for this qualifier that we don't really know too much about. But there's no mercy in this game. They thought they'd have a good time playing a similar Lina. Sumail was able to pull off in game number 1, but there's no such thing. Nuke just blinks right on top the Assassinate vision, and he can jump and find Toby. I'm not sure how much longer Mouse can take this beating.
Well, it's gonna be daytime in 2 minutes, so it's not gonna be that easy to hunt people. But right now, you're getting beat up.
Omar lives. Omar lives versus that full burst thrown by that Lina. Nande coming in with the
Look
ulti.
at the bat coming from the side.
Oh, GH is hungry with the blink, with the lasso.
Mars is there.
Still level 6, by the way.
They don't know. They're gonna go into their triangle thinking that it's safe. Okay, now you don't. Now you don't. When the tower falls, you're gonna understand that part is.
Nande would like to take this lane though, but he is cautious.
He should be. The thing is, there's no stampede, so GH cannot pull him that far away with the lasso. You're seeing how every single time that the lasso is used, there's a stampede just to be able to get the hero even further out of position.
Yeah. 12,000 net worth up on the sniper, 18 minutes in. Just an insanely good game. Sumail at 21 KDA. You've got the Tiny. Also, that lane was going back and forth, right, for a while. But there's one clear victor, and one certain be on the receiving end, which is the Enigma.
Yeah, this is with Mao's kind of being given that bottom lane. I think Nigma Galaxy got ahead of themselves because GH was having such a great time. They did find Miracle right now, but who has found who?
Yeah, who's found who, really? Viola, of course, just scuttling about there with his Vendetta. And no Vendetta to be delivered.
He's giving
that Vendettas go down to the grave with him.
Info to this mid laner. Yo, Supreme, I see the Tiny. You can still farm. It's fine. The thing is, there's 4 jumpers on the side of Nigma Galaxy and one guy with
just
with
a little bit
lot of range, right? Yeah, so you cannot think that you're safe just because you see one of them.
So what are the next steps forward? Mao's burst damage, items needed, XP needed, but Nigma Galaxy finish 1-2 items, take Roshan, start pushing tier 2s, go high ground, end the game.
Yeah, for Nigma Galaxy, it's pretty straightforward, right? Because of your Blink Daggers, you're still gonna continue hunting. You don't really have great sieging capabilities. It's hunting, push towers, hunting, push down towers, right? It is about splitting around the map and going for pickoffs. When it comes to Mao's, it's still the same. Getting the Aghanim Scepter and the Lina, try to get back into it with pickoffs. It just has to be straight up burst that you're gunning for. Once you get to a point where you see that you cannot burst down a target, that if you try, that you're always gonna die, even if Nigma Galaxy aren't ready, that is where you call GG. That is where you have nothing left. But until that point, you still have this idea that you can actually fight.
Not a whole lot of mistakes made by Nigma as this day has progressed. I think I have to go all the way back to game 1, which they lost to 0 Tenacity. They truly weren't ready for the challenge at hand. 0 Tenacity also played pretty perfectly that game to their capabilities versus these previous TI winners. But ever since that, Nigma has barely made many mistakes.
Focus 100%, and
yep.
I would like to
know they win this game, the day's done. Simple as that.
Even tomorrow's day is done, right?
Yeah, they have a day off. And the Olikor, under that Sentry Ward, Miracle was just waiting for his time to abide. Yeah, level 16 versus a level 11. Not really fair. The Arena Spear connects onto Supreme, and they're waiting for backup. TPS is still coming in. And GH is going to cross the entire map. Look at the mini-map. Where is that yellow dot? That bat is going to take a moment to reach his team.
Omar.
He does. He could be the surprise element. Omar with a blink stun. They're closing in the gap even closer. Tossing in the Centaur. They burst fly down. And now GH is here. Just waiting. Just needs a little bit of info on Nande. And there it is. He's caught him. And Toby is looking for a black hole. But he's interrupted by Omar. He was looking for the black hole. He canceled the TP, hoping for a chance, but that is instantly taken away by Omar.
That is a true friend. I'm not gonna escape while my carry is being murdered by multiple heroes. I have to say, I'm kind of surprised that they gave the Aegis to Samael with the way that they're playing right now, because he is being the most conservative of them all. But with that, I'm kind of getting the a vibe that they're thinking about maybe sieging these tier 2 towers a bit.
Well, with that Aegis in hand, I don't think the sniper is going to be an easy catch anymore if it wasn't already really hard.
It is a problem.
He's got Axe on Lina, but
he just got it. That's the sad part. I mean, maybe a couple of minutes ago. Usually we see Lina's at like 11, 12 minutes have an Aghanim Scepter ready.
Took a while to get to that point, but it is there. Nande, almost surprised there by Noob, throwing in the bonk, misses the spear. There's the toss from Miracle, dropping Dawnbreaker down to half HP.
They're just poking to allow Samael to go for this one. Now they're gonna maybe even poke at the high ground. First to steal the Tormentor, because that's certain for you. And then maybe you can poke at the high ground just to force Mouse to come back. And then, you know, once nighttime comes, you're just gonna hunt them.
That's a Conda dead. That is Miracle's Conda dropping to Theolikor, who's been sniping couriers at the back. They instantly pinged his location the moment that courier got killed. And yeah, Nyx is here. But it will not stop Nigma Galaxy from marching to the high ground. And this is where we start to deal some permanent damage.
Yeah, they still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis. So now we see that they were actually looking to end this game. They're not going to be waiting for no nighttime to hunt you down. They want to show you who's boss. This game is very, very close to over, Panda.
It certainly is. The win probability, the gaming graphs
Is coming.
are agreeing with you.
Has been killed.
It's another courier snipe. That is Sumail's courier taken. So that is the day gone for the
Look
Nyx
at
assassin.
GH.
Not a huge relief, but something. And GH is already into action, grabbing that Nyx assassin. Out for 30 seconds as the racks are falling in the bottom lane.
They were cutting the creep wave, but one melee creep made it through.
They do have the Enigma Black Hole, but is this the setup? They want the sniper in it, and they also need to worry about that
blade.
Aegis, but Noob has already located the Enigma, and he will just arena him inside. And Enigma's going to be stuck there.
Oh, nice smoke. Nice smoke by from Nande there to dodge the assassinate.
Nina tries to go in, but Supreme takes a huge beating from Sumail. And that sniper just shoots a bunch of holes through that Lena's body. And nothing remains. We do have buyback in 40 seconds. Omar gets another stun out. Miracle coming to the rescue, dropping low on HP. And there's Toby. Blink stun.
Sumail
No
just
black
killing
hole,
him.
though. And they will take him down. Miracle will fall. But Sumail, look at this guy. I gotta shoot this. It's like a zombie apocalypse. Mao's heroes keep coming from every direction. And he seems to have an endless clip of bullets.
And they're dead.
He's 14 kills up now.
That's a good analogy because they're just constantly dead on the side of Mao's. It's very rough. He will get himself to the low ground just before the Aegis does expire, but this is a little bit of a disrespect from Nigma Galaxy. If they really wanted to play conservatively, they could have. But Mao's are coming with the smoke. It's now or never.
Hail Mary smoke.
Oh,
This
let's
is
go.
the Hail Mary smoke. If this doesn't work, nothing will work. Aegis
have a
has
black hole.
expired. Sumail's maybe a bit alone here, but GH is
Beautiful.
nearby. Nice grenade usage there. And they've isolated Fly. That was the follow-up stun they needed to secure this kill. Toby still walking back
Oh
in,
my
but
God.
Omar interrupts their entry to the high ground. Toby will fall, and there goes the black hole with him. Omar will drop the Nande,
They're
but
already
with that
dead.
carry out of position. Godbreaker doing 2,000 damage to Centaur. That's Omar's greetings. And Mao's, I think the lower bracket is where you're going to have to continue the run. Noob jumping on Theolicor. Gets the arena down, has the spear ready. The spear will miss, but still, it's just Nyx.
I think Noob missed like the last 5 spears, and it just doesn't really matter because you have so many stuns that can connect that even if you're missing one of them, it's not that big of a deal.
The worst thing as an Enigma spammer is I feel the pain Toby has. Almost everything has an interrupt against him, and Nigma's, Noob, Omar, GH. This is not a game where you use your ult. You don't get to use your ult.
Well, you're gonna have to, at least to feel a little bit better about yourself because you
I don't
only
think
use
he
it
will.
once.
I don't think he will because they're just playing so well on the side of Nigma. All these 3 guys, Omar is either blinking on him, there's either Mars dropping an arena on top of him, threatening him to blink away instead of in, and then, like,
I don't say he's gonna use it well. He's just gonna use it because you feel badly about not at least trying. So go Toby. Use the black hole.
Another smoke attempt potential. They don't actually even have smokes left. They have none in shop and none of the heroes. They're gonna have to do it the old school way, which is Nyx showing the way with his Vendetta. There's an 80 rune under their vision, which they probably want to secure, have a bit of a fighting chance. That for Nande can do some serious damage.
They got 1 wisdom rune on Mouse in this game. Oh, they see Omar.
Omar is keeping them in check very nicely, and he finally spots into him. They get the information that there are wards here.
Let's see at what cost.
Doesn't look like Mouse can actually fight. Nigma can actually fight this one. They are spreading.
They're waiting on their own vision. Look at that. They are, but very smart from Toby, sending the Eidolons. Okay, this is just showing that Mouse, they're a pretty decent
Tiny.
team. Found them.
There we go. Got to jump on him. Meanwhile, in the back line, it is the Mars catching two heroes with the spear, and Sumail has already joined in. Supreme is dead. Toby is dead. Miracle's still fighting versus Nanda and Theola. Of course, Fly has dropped as well, and this is the time to clean things up. Miracle, 30 HP.
No way.
No way. No way he lives with 30 HP, but he does.
This is soul crushing right now.
The Oligor is going to go and snipe him, right?
him.
I mean, that's the one thing he could do is just get his vendetta at least once. At least once. Under sentry vision. Sniper shows up and he dies to it. He doesn't even get that one satisfying kill off of Miracle. That is also taken. All of the joy in this world has been taken away from his life.
The toss didn't even do the damage to Miracle through the spike carapace because he died in the air. That is how sad it was for the next assassin there. Come on, Toby, use the black hole. Use it on the ground. No, they're just gonna call GG. Yeah, you know Enigma players better than me, it seems.
30 minutes of gameplay, and Nigma will close out this game 2 and the series with it. And what can I say? Like, what else can I say here, Harry? Honestly, we use so many school references. I'm like, I'm out. I have nothing left to say. This was just so emptying, watching Nigma Galaxy one-sidedly take this game. Not even the tiniest shred of luck going from out.
Yeah, but this is a big deal for Nigma Galaxy fans, right? Because you're not gonna say, oh, they did well in one qualifier, they did well in one tournament. They've been doing pretty well in a lot of qualifiers, getting better gradually as well. It's not like they got together, there was the honeymoon period, and that's it. No, they've been getting better, they've been grinding, and the most impressive part for me is their drafting. If they level up their gameplay a little bit more, and you're gonna do that, especially if you get to more lands, so this is why this qualifier is so important for them. If you level up your gameplay even more versus some higher tier teams, this team could take the distance. I could see Nigma Galaxy in a couple of months winning lands. It's not out of the question. That is how well they're drafting, and their gameplay is close to perfect versus the teams that you expect them to win against. But versus the better ones, that is when they need to be tested.
Yeah, we already saw a bit of a change in Nigma Galaxy being able to tie up some of the top teams of the world, basically, in the previous tournament. So this is only just showing positive signs to this roster. However, on the other end, there's always a loser. In this case, Mouse dropping into the lower bracket. In this case, it's going to be a second round start for them. So it's not going to be a first round exit for Mouse and this fresh roster of theirs. But I think we've seen some good things of this team when they replicated their drafts, but against a team like Nigma, who's on a high momentum streak, I feel like Mouse, we didn't feel that same type of energy going into this series.
It's hard to have energy when you have somebody's foot in your backside. You know, that's how it goes. The thing is that they were never allowed to play the game. It was always Nigma controlling the tempo, and you could see signs of brilliance from Mouse, but their speed compared to Nigma Galaxy speed in the mid game, where basically the main Dota is being played, is not close, right? Because Nigma Galaxy, they made a move, they lost 2 heroes, they're already on the other side of the map. Mouse is still kind of happy that they won the previous fight. So that is the current gap between these two teams.
All right, but hey, folks, Harry, all of you people watching right now, we got one more series to go. It's going to be a bit of a break, however, because we are ahead of schedule. You can thank Nigma Galaxy for that. It's going to be in about 1.5 hours with Avulus versus Dragon Esports Club, the final best of 3 for the day, that after a long break. So make sure you tune in to listen to us and watch this lovely, lovely tournament of ours with the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament, brought to you by FISSURE. We'll see you guys after the break.
dreams. dreams. I remember my dreams. The dreams. I remember my dreams. The dreams. I remember my dreams. I remember my dreams.
Welcome back, folks. We've got one more best of 3 coming right your way here at the Fissure Playground 1 Dota tournament, brought to you by Fissure. T-Panda and Harry Freak as your trusty servants. Once again, we're going to be going through one more best of 3. But a quick recap of the day. We've had two 2-0s, and then we also had that tight, well, I wouldn't say really a tight series. You would say it based on 3 games, 2-1 for Nigma Galaxy, but let's be honest here. Zero Tenacity looked great in game 1, and ever since this whole day script has been Nigma, they looked so damn good in their back-to-back series.
Yeah, maybe Nigma entered the day not feeling 100%, and 0-10 they did utilize it. But we did notice something weird here, Panda. We throughout the day it was always first pick Radiant. Those were the choices. But Dragon Esports Club, they decided to take Dire, so switching it up a bit.
Probably a misclick. I mean, honestly, maybe they prefer the Dire side. I don't know. Probably something that Mr. Lil Pleb, aka Muha, is probably cooking. But yeah, they decided to pick the Dire side for themselves. Maybe add a bit of difficulty. It is against Avulus. I don't think you need to add any extra difficulty when you're playing against a team that has been doing so well in the last few months.
Maybe you are doing this to surprise them, right? Oh, you thought you were going to be playing Dire after you got the first pick. Well, not really. Usually, I would expect teams to practice the Dire side and then take first pick and then have first pick in Dire. Let's say that would be a smart one. But when you're the one that is choosing second, you usually take Radiant. But it shouldn't really make that big of a difference. Avulus is coming in as the favorites. We expect them to win. Dragon Esports, the challengers. So it is going to be rough either way.
It's going to be seeds 1 versus 8. Avulus Dragon Esports Club, DEC or DEC or Dragons have been playing some third-party tournaments on the side with this one, and only a couple games here and there has been looking pretty victorious. They were able to beat Zero Tenacity in their previous matchup 2-0. But then you look at Avulus, they came back from ESL1 Bangkok the day before. So they're actually playing online instead of boot camping right now. Maybe a bit different from Zero Tenacity, where LeBron and Dot are both staying in the same country, so having their SA carry in Europe. Of course, Avulus full European roster, but not boot camping currently, as I was talking with Mag. And he also mentioned something interesting, so I want to hear your take on this. I asked them, do you feel like the qualifier feels a bit different with MENA combined with West Europe? And his main point was it's probably even better because there's no OG in this qualifier for some reason. He's saying, like, just curious why OG isn't playing this one. He's saying, like, maybe this qualifier is, where it probably should be. It doesn't really change too much that Nigma and Winterbear are playing here. But the lack of OG was the one that he really highlighted there.
Yeah. I guess. Well, maybe he's afraid of the current OG. Maybe they've been scrimming. You never know. But overall, this was the same last time as well. Nigma Galaxy were in the Western European. I think Fissure has never held tournaments with MENA region being separate. So I'm okay with this. The MENA region being separate. It's a new concept with some TOs, not here. Here, they're like, you have to battle through the thick and thin if you want to make it to the land.
5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, one also big note he said was, I hope they will not be too relaxed and going to show some good Dota. So all I could say was, well, good luck with your qualifier run. So let's see if they are relaxed or if they're going to be super try-hard from start to finish, because they are probably considered one of the top 3 teams, and confident enough to start with a Monkey King pick.
Yeah, that is something that they play on Smiling Knight. They play it on Stormer. So I haven't seen Eki play it lately, but that is an interesting first pick. I guess a lot of people have been banning it in the first phase anyways, and there's just so many good heroes right now in the meta that the Monkey King deals well against.
Yeah, I was wondering if Soneko plays it, but it's in his unplayed heroes list, which is actually quite sizable. Soneko has quite a ton on his like Phoenix, his Clockwork, the more notable heroes. Probably something that we might even expect to see here, especially with this Lina coming out. You're gonna have to look at some sort of control on the hero. SD's in the pool. Do they want to pick the Nyx Assassin and the Dawnbreaker Nyx handle basically go hand in hand? One goes banned, the other might get picked up. So this again, Lil Pleb hero could be carry Lina.
It could, but people are still leaning more towards the
Everyone's playing mid lane.
yeah, basically, right? And Lil Pleb hasn't been playing it in pubs lately, so I would assume that you're not first picking it for him. That's just the case. But you're mentioning the Nyx Assassin for Avulus. It could be a ban of the Nyx, pick a Dawnbreaker on the side of Dragon Esports if Avulus are looking to let that one through. That wouldn't be a bad approach to the start of the second pick phase.
Maybe if you want that global presence, Nyx Spectre is something to watch out for. Dawnbreaker Spectre, also another good idea. But I think when we're looking at the carries here, I think Bloodseeker might just also be a contested hero.
I mean, who have you seen playing it lately? Because
Quite a lot of people have actually been playing the Bloodseeker.
yeah, but in between these two carries, because I think they haven't done it. Right?
Smiling Knight probably not that much, but with Lil Pleb, I've seen him play it a couple times.
Would be cool.
Like if he wants to bring that one up, but we'll see. I mean, the Lina looks more like a Lil Pleb hero. Looking at the pubs he's been playing, he hasn't lately been playing that Bloodseeker. He's got a variety of heroes, right? You know, his Ursas, his Gyrocopters. Also seeing some carry Shaker as well. Just like we saw earlier on with Miracle.
Yeah, but most of the games that I looked at for Dragon Esports, they've been playing pretty standard Dota. Nothing out of the ordinary, you know, what we've been seeing from Nigma or Avulus here opening up with the Monkey King. It just doesn't happen all that much with them. So I'm kind of expecting them to just go straight for
But I can say, when the so Lil Pleb's Bulgarian was casting the Bulgarian Dota League, the Dota Masters Bulgaria, for a couple of weeks since we finished our LAN in Serbia before. They did some, of course, you know, maybe smaller MMR teams, local pride and all that. Lil Pleb can pick some interesting heroes, right? He tried Beastmaster Carry in one game and won with it, and then he started playing it again, and it looked horrible. I was like, why are you doing this? But it feels like he feels like playing the hero. So wonder if he's playing relaxed in this qualifier as well, the same way he's been playing the previous tournaments as well. So just throwing it out there, but we might see something unexpected. Expect the unexpected.
That is what we want to see. This is a very smart approach as well, right? They didn't ban out the Nyx, pick the Dawnbreaker. They banned out the Clockwork and pick the Nyx. Clockwork is probably like the best hero in the laning phase to deal with the Nyx Assassin. What is left is, I guess, a Tusk if you want to target the Nyx, but they're not targeting the Nyx. I think Avulus, they just came in with the idea what they want to play and they're picking it, because generally Pugna versus the Nyx, you wouldn't want to pick it because you're just going to get hunted down. But overall, it doesn't, and also not that great versus the Lina either. But it just comes down to it that Avulus are thinking about opening up the map. That is their goal, and they're not really looking at what Dragon Esports want to do.
So Nico comforts both of these two heroes out here. Got the Lion and the Pugna. So we might be looking at potentially Eki with the Pugna, or actually Eki Lion is also really good. So wonder if Soneko is the one to play the Pugna instead. That looks like our support duo, and the Monkey 1-2 flex is still open.
Yep, for sure. So I guess you might not want to play it versus Alina. So there is a good chance that it is in the in the safe lane. So I'm kind of thinking if Dragon Esports want to get a hero that would generally do well versus the Monkey King, do you want to pull out like nope, no, they're just gonna go for a straight up Dawnbreaker. Okay, I guess now, yep. I thought that we are maybe gonna see a Viper or something along those lines would be quite interesting, but no, they're just gonna be going safe, and it's the best one. You need something to protect the Lina.
Yeah, absolutely. Protect the Lina. This is what I've seen the Dawnbreaker be really good at. Is if Lina ever needs a little bit of backup, the Dawnbreaker is perfect to combine with this Lina. So with all that burst damage that Avulus has, that healing pulse might even overdo some of that quick burst that Avulus has. So I do like what they're bringing in here. But if this is our laning duo, that leaves us with Lina potentially going into mid. Our safe lane's completely open. So potentially you could bring up a support now, or you could leave your pause 4 for the 23rd pick, but they will release the Lich.
Yeah, but I was thinking that considering that this is a hero that Mary does play a lot, that they were gonna go for it. But then you look at the line and the Pugna and you think, is it really great to have the Frost Shield versus this? But overall, when you look at Dragon Esports, they already have a ton of lockdown. They have a decent amount of damage. The only thing that they're missing is physical damage. So that means that there is a chance that there might be a melee carry hero coming into play, and Lich is probably the best one to protect those kind in the laning phase.
Yeah, you are right about that. I mean, Lich is still one of those scarier, easier combinations to play when it comes to the first levels, like level 1, level 2. It's not like CM where you have to wait for level 3 to really get a kicker. You just have a Frost Shield with you, or just a high-level nuke of, or high-damage nuke of the Frost Blast, which enables your lane partner to get even more harass in. Maybe you're getting better trades than your opponent is, so I do like the Lich already in case of the laning stage, even if it doesn't really answer Pugna or Lion in terms of the damage sources that they use. But yeah, I do like what they have. However, the Beastmaster, how do you feel about this? Is Danog always says there's never a bad Beastmaster game.
Yeah, pretty much it is that way, right? Especially in this meta. There were some metas maybe when it was not that great, but now with the flexibility where you can go for both the Aghanim Scepter or the Helm of the Overlord, or both, it's just yeah, it's just perfect for him. But you know what this does open up a path to the Bloodseeker that you were talking about. If there's a hero that kind of crushes the Beastmaster in the lane, it is the Seeker. Even though in this one Roar and Burst is quite possible, you have a solid amount of AoE, a solid amount of burst, a solid amount of protection as well for the Bloodseeker to make him a pretty viable pick. So I'm kind of hoping to see it.
I'm also kind of reading the Terrorblade a bit here for Avulus, which is what the Dragon Esports Club is also considering because of the Drow ban coming instantly. So let's see if Avulus wants to lock in Monkey King into mid versus the Lina and pick the TB as a carry. Drow would instantly point to that direction. There are a couple other heroes that maybe also suffer from Drow's existence. We'll see.
Well, I think when you look at it, you just are thinking that Dragon Esports need heavy physical damage, and Drow definitely brings that to the table. Plus, it lanes relatively well versus the Beast, and you don't have great catch other than the Monkey King. So I think that's what they were gunning for. Maybe if you are going that route, you're going to be banning out the TA here as Avulus. That wouldn't be half bad.
Yeah, but also with the idea, if they wanted TB, they just wanted to ban the Drow for it. If they picked Drow for Dragon Esports Club, who's frontlining in this team? It's just a Dawnbreaker showing up to help out, and then the Nyx maybe catches somebody. Lina has to roam free, and then you have this range carry that feels kind of unprotected to some sort because you don't really have big presence if this Dawnbreaker is not around.
The thing with the Drow, the frontliners don't really help you. The thing with the Drow is that you want to frontline and you want the counter initiation.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, so you have the Lich, which is counter initiation. You have the Solar Guardian and the Nyx Assassin AoE stuns on top of the Lina as well. So you would be fine. But the thing is that the Drow just needs to constantly scale. If the Drow in these kind of lineups starts falling behind, it's a problem. So to be honest, Avulus, when you're playing versus a worse team, I think I've never seen an underdog win with a Drow Ranger. It's just a hard hero to pull off as a team in general. So I would have let him have it, not gonna lie.
All right, well, only 20 seconds left with the ban. Avulus taking their time considering what is Dragon Esports Club really looking for into their carry pool. They got rid of the Slark, and it's going to be an Ember Spirit, meaning we are looking at Smiling Knight with the Monkey King unless we're going to see something wild like the Carry Ember Spirit, but I highly doubt that, though it is a possibility.
So what did we talk about? TA, Morphling could be a way to go. Is the Gyro in the pool? No, he's not. And what is the last one? The Bloodseeker that we were kind of highlighting. That's my top 3.
I'm falling to the Bloodseeker / Morphling. Morphling, it seems like a pretty solid game, even if there's the Hex on the Lion. You've got a lot of single target stuns, but by the time you've already picked up the Shard, you're not too worried about what Avulus has.
Hex is a problem, though.
Hex is a problem, but you got Dawnbreaker, which keeps you alive, and Lich.
Yep. I'm still leaning towards the TA because I think having growth taking potential early on is a big deal. So that's kind of where I would be leaning to. And you do have enough magical damage to kill through the Decrep, so it's not like that's gonna be an issue. But okay, it's gonna be a different assassin.
Almost there. Got it half correct. Muha for the Phantom Assassin. And you already got Lich versus the Beastmaster, so Beast creeps are going to be in peril with Mary's Lich pick, but a very strong lane, Lich PA. This is meant to kill people.
It is meant to spam, though, right? And then on the other side, when you have a Lion and the Beastmaster who love the idea of having a lot of sticks, it's not going to be the easiest, but this is a solid PA pick, right? Not a hero that we see too often, but with a good Battle Fury timing, it is the one that can overtake the game. Still, I would say pretty risky, but it is one of Muha's or Lil Pleb's best heroes, or it used to be his best hero, one of his best heroes back in the day, right? This guy has been in the scene for quite some time.
He sure has. There's a there's a reason why the Bulgarian scene call him the chieftain or the shaman. So Mr. Muha is definitely respected in his country, alongside with other legends like BCM, Mind Control. We're going to bring up Nico Baby and stuff. So Muha belonging to that elite guard of the Bulgarian Dota scene.
Yep. He has and do I remember correctly that he played like for Level Up for some time? So he was here. Oh, he played for Spider Pigs. So he was definitely played with a lot of Serbian players as well. So he did come here too. So it would be quite nice if his team can make it. But overall, as you mentioned, they are the 8th seed. So it is definitely not going to be easy for him to make it to the tournament.
Quite a bit different from their roster back in 22-23 when they played for Ancient Tribe. That was with my countryman MTD. And boys like Heaven, Illusion, Melees was in the team back then. Also, I think Mixa was also part of that roster, which Lil Pleb then played with. And that was the later iteration of the Ancient Tribe roster. But that's quite some time ago already, as we have an instant DC by the Pugna. So Soneko's going to be out for the time being. But hey, Avulus versus Dragon Esports Club. Easy to say, Avulus looking like the favorites, but based on these two teams' drafts, give me a power ranking of 50-50.
Ooh, okay, just based on the drafts. Okay,
Just theory.
Yeah, just theory. So in theory, let's look at the lanes first. So PA generally does well versus the Beastmaster.
And Lich.
Yep. Then you have a mid lane Lina versus the Ember, so that's where so the advantage of the laning phase is slightly in favor of Dragon Esports. Maybe a little bit more than slightly, 60-40. Early mid game, you don't have tower push on Dragon Esports Club, so that is a problem. So your Nyx is gonna suffer a little bit. So early mid game definitely towards Avulus because they do have tower pushing potential and mobility that, from their heroes. So that goes towards them, and then mid game to late game, I would say I would give a little bit of an advantage to Avulus because they have heroes to force out the Solar Guardian and then get back into it. So this is maybe 55-45 in terms of Avulus because the ultra late game definitely the PA takes it, right?
All right, that is a mouthful, but I'll take it.
I mean,
55-45, it is.
You wanted to get a thorough analysis here. They just provide.
We're in a pause. We got time for
exactly. So I can go and rant. It's
rant all you want, Harry. I'm here to listen, and so are people watching as well. It is the final series of the day, so I think a lot of these drafts we're going to be seeing. Do teams want to reveal all of their cards in the first phase? Probably not, but I think when you're looking at Dragon Esports Club's perspective, They got to get every win under their belts, and they don't have time to think about the future. It's in the now. It's in every single game that they play to try and push them as far as possible, because you don't want to end up like what happened with Winter Bear, that they just couldn't really put up a fight. It just falls directly into the lower bracket.
What I would like to see the most in this qualifier is Secret versus Zero Tenacity, because Mixa was initially the part of that team. I'm gonna assume he left for Secret, that they contacted him, but I was looking forward to
Org makes
seeing.
an offer.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing like 0-10 two Serbian players. Like, let's go. They can maybe qualify. I mean, it's not easy, but maybe they can do it. And then I look at the 0-10 roster a couple of days ago, and I'm like, where the hell is Mixa, right? So he's not part of the team, and he's with Secret. So I would hope to get that grudge match, but it's probably not super likely to happen.
All right, well, the players are giving the go and ready sign, and looks like we are unpausing, so we can also throw ourselves into the game of Avulus versus Dragon Esports Club, game number 1. And this one, I mean, I've been watching Avulus' progress. We were casting the LAN finals they played for the West Regional Champions. They took that victory as well, and that was a really hard-fought one, because they had to face quite a heavy amount of adversaries in their path towards the RAN finals. Won that one, then ESL won Bangkok right after, and now here into the FISSURE Playground 1 Dota tournament.
And
Left to get into that land. There's
Eki?
only a limited amount of spots available. Eki in dangerous waters,
Nice.
not even in the water. As Muha, Mary, and Panda able to get some damage in.
a nice stun from Eki. He knew who he needed to stun, because both the Lina and the PA already used their spells. So it was the Lich. The Lich gets the Frost Blast off, and you probably die. So very smart approach. Muha? No, don't go there. Don't go there.
Aggressive Muha. Finds Soneko, Eki, and Shibe now this time around, but I have to give that ground away. Getting hit by the Blightstone. So Soneko, Blightstone, Pugna? Is this like a standard build for him, by the way?
It's not a standard build, but you look at the Nyx and the Dawnbreaker, and you want to soften him up for the Monkey. He's 2 melee heroes, so why not? This is him coming up with something quite fun. Also, I like that you mentioned that Avulus did win a LAN in Belgrade, and it was at the same time, being played at the same time as Dacha was, right? So the FISSURE last LAN, the same place, and they won it, right? So Avulus now, they are elevating it to a stronger tournament, and they want to get to Belgrade once again. Pretty much similar in spot as well, and be the victors once more. Boy, would that be a story.
Yeah, I mean, you could talk about home field advantage at that point. It's like, yep, we've been here before not too long ago. If they can make it all the way to the main event played in January. And, of course, the finals event from the 31st of January to the 2nd of February. A tight-knit weekend, $1 million on the line. So a lot of teams expecting the prestige here. This tournament brought to you by FISSURE.
Oh, Stormer is gonna have to wait in the trees. I think he has one of those glasses that like reduce the light that gets to your eyes. At least it looks like that. So he is keeping himself healthy, though the Lina is gonna try to make it not so much. Still doing a pretty decent job thus far on the Ember.
Yeah, also pretty heavy trading in the bottom lane too, with X's Vampire Infernal already below 50%, just like Soneko. A lot of brawling going on in this early laning stage, and hey, that's what we're hoping for. We were looking for a very tight-knit, blood-hungry, packed game between these two, and you really have made 2 drafts that are capable of brawling a lot, low cooldowns, and heavy action.
For sure. XS Vampire, you know, known as the Kazakhstani Jerax in pubs, even like
yes,
6,
my
7 years.
favorite Earth Spirit player.
Yep.
I say that quite a lot, and I'm not saying it's Jerax. I'm saying it is XS Vampire.
It is
Well,
the
remember
Kazakhstani
6
Jerax.
years. Yeah, he is the Kazakhstani Jerax. 6 years ago, when I was casting his first games, like the first time I was casting his games, I was like, yeah, this guy looks pretty good. And unfortunately, never really rose to the highest level, had a quick visit to Tier 2, and hasn't really pushed through to the next level. But he's been around, and a lot of players are capable of holding that standing, of always having teams interested in picking you up in the roster. Now, unfortunately, he is the suffering the fate of the first blood.
Yeah, we're like telling stories about him and how he hasn't made it big and then he just dies on the bottom lane. This Blightstone coming in handy. I mean, the amount of damage that Saneko is putting out in this bottom lane is insane. And you do expect that from the Pugna. That is the highest movement speed hero in the game. And then you're getting so many attacks off. And you can't do it pretty much safely versus two heroes that are good at killing. So it makes sense.
You have high movement speed. You have pretty high damage. Good attack range. I think Pugna has everything that is sorted out for him being a good trader in the lane. So yeah, I can easily get myself behind this Blightstone.
A 630 attack range, right? That is quite huge. Then you have the Lina with 680, of course. She's the goddess of range. Look at Saneko laughing.
If you're not playing Techie's range facet.
Exactly.
Have you played that one before? That's pretty fun.
Do I look like a Techies player? Like, even though the Techies nowadays is not the dirty hero that it used to be, when I look at it, it just feels dirty to play it. I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, are you a Nest of Thorns enjoyer?
No.
All right, because I can see the pathetic spam in chat coming from all of the Avulus members, which is an Echelon 7 unlock. So the boys have definitely spent their free time playing Nest of Thorns.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know what that is.
You haven't played Crownfall?
No, that I play Dota, right? I play no other maps. I don't play anything.
Missing out on a lot of fun. It's been a really good, I have to say, Crownfall Act 4 has been amazingly fun. It has added so much cool extra content into Dota outside of the Dota game. You can play Bomberman.
Distractions from the game. And
you can play Spoonman.
I don't know. Maybe we can play Spoonman and then watch that as an esports. Well, we're not gonna do it because Dota is much better. That's how it goes. But
maybe at the FISSURE LAN we can do some, off-stream content or something like that of us playing Minesweeper and me raging because I hate that game so much. I hate Minesweeper.
Yeah, that's I learned to love it at some point as a kid, but when there was no Dota. But either way, I'm still impressed with how well the Ember is doing in the mid lane. I mean, Stormstormer picked it into the Lina. He kind of knew what he was getting himself into, but this is impressive.
Yeah, he knows that he doesn't really have benefits of the change, so mixing out the Slight and the Flame Guard. We're going to be fighting for that Water Rune. I think for the very first time we have mid support rotations at 4 minutes.
Yeah, quite a lot of them at that, right? But Lina and the Ember, kind of both of these heroes can kill each other. Nyx Assassin is in trouble, and these creeps, they're definitely not helping.
A flash of inspiration.
Looking at the CS on Lich, Mary has been able to eat a couple of those Shibe boars with the Sinister Gaze, hence why it is sometimes very enjoyable to play a Lich into a Beastmaster.
Yep. People tend to forget that you do so much damage when you're pulling them in. You just instantly kill any unit.
250 DPS.
Yep, and it lasts 2 times longer. So more than 500 damage to a boar that really doesn't have that much HP.
Yep. Boar's max HP is only above 500 at rank 3. So quite the investment. Have to put 3 points into a spell before you can actually use it in the lane.
I have to say, Avulus, they did really well in this laning stage, and it mostly comes down to that mid lane, right? Because the one lane that they should have won, the bottom lane, they crushed it. The lane that they should lose, top lane, they didn't lose it all that, or mid lane and top lane, they didn't lose it all that much. So they're the victors of the laning stage for sure, which I'd say is a problem for Dragon Esports.
Mm-hmm. Dragon Esports looking pretty good. Eki dropping pretty low in the top lane, and looks like the Lion maybe drops down. Gets the stun off onto Mary. Shibe throwing in some axes. Muha is gonna go straight in to kill Eki. And it's a close call, but not quite enough. Excess Vampire makes himself known as well. Shibe getting to keep his life, his support's life. Nobody dying here. By the way, did you know the meaning of Muha?
I didn't. You told me, but yeah, it's.
But it means housefly in Bulgarian.
Yeah, I mean, similar here in Serbia, right? Muva is for us, so
Yeah. Pretty similar languages. I did learn a couple of words of Bulgarian while casting their tournament, so I can say hello friends, which is, I think, Zdravейте, приятели.
Are scanning.
I don't know if that's
Pretty-
anywhere near your language.
pretty much the same. Pretty much the same, just pronounced differently. I mean, we are neighbors, right? So it's
Yeah, yeah.
quite normal. Muga might get
Oh.
slapped right now.
Oh, doesn't almost get the boundless strike off, but it's into the frost shield. However, Eki lives long enough to see his allies come to the rescue. And that's Muha and Mary both down. 2 kills for Avulus from the top lane. And also, the 7-minute Wisdom Rune contested by Stormer, making a move towards X's
It's Arcane
Vampire,
Rune.
putting the fear. Infernal is also here. He could deal some serious damage, but the Impale comes out first. But now he's like, I missed out on the Wisdom. Can I take your life? I'll have to Remnant away.
Yep, he was. You could see how well the Nyx was moving there. He wasn't getting close because he knew with the Sleight of Fist, then the Ember can steal the rune from afar, and probably that's what Stormer was gunning for. So you keep yourself a little bit away. Stormer gets close, you get the stun off, and you secure the Wisdom Rune. I'm liking that they're not falling under pressure here, but pressure is coming in other places, mainly top lane.
So the imminent death of Mary in the top lane. He's able to teleport for the bottle refill for Panda. And looks like he's just going to die right away. A bit unfortunate for him that there happens to be Avulus traffic down the mid lane.
At this point, Dragon Esports, they need to secure their top jungle where they lost the tower. They have a ward, but they cannot allow...
Rune fight. This Vampire throws in the stun. The LSA is there as well. Stormer, can he get to the... He can't get the invis. Nyx wasn't going to walk into it, but Panda slaps down the Laguna Blade in Soneko's face. Takes the Pugna out of play.
Solar Guardian cancelled with the Boundless Strike on the bottom lane, so that's why the Dawnbreaker did not connect. Would have been a problem for the Ember Spirit. I still think he had the Remnant to get himself away, but you know, you make a mistake there if the Dawnbreaker is present, and you can very easily die.
Look at that. Smiling Knights made his way in. He spots Mary. Instant stun from Eki, and
They
Shibe
got
coming
him.
in from the back has the roar. And there's the Boundless Strike. They're going to try and kill the Lich without having the
They wanna
need to
use
use the
it.
roar. And Eki, he's like, can he just use it already? And throws in the axes, takes him down. Eki will fall as well. Infernal making this jump behind Stormer. But there's the roar. This is the one that we're saving it for. But Stormer has to be careful. 3 more seconds for another
No.
Remnant. And Soneko, Panda dies because of the ward placed down by the Pugna, which was 1 HP, and now Excess Vampire to follow. The bat doesn't quite connect, and Shibe would need another set of axes to finish off the Dawnbreaker. He's going to teleport away from Muha unless Lich is going to make it in time. Not enough cast range, and not there early enough with that TP duration.
Avulus, they are smelling the blood. They understand just how stronger their heroes are at this point of the game, and considering that the laning phase didn't go the way the Dragon Esports wanted, this is the result. I'm kind of surprised that Lina came back into the fight. You were not gonna get out of that one alive if you really went for the kill.
Still 2,000 gold ahead for Avulus, so things are going according to plan. We've got the Mage Slayer lined up for the Ember Spirit. That is very effective versus this Lina, and a perfect hero to have it on too.
Radiant are
This is a good Mage Slayer game. You have no physical damage until the PA comes online, and that is
Absolutely.
very, very far off.
Yeah, PA with that Battle Fury lined up. Only 53, 54 last hits now. 5th in terms of net worth. So down the halfway grid. It's going to take a while until he activates.
Yep, and they are, at least they have that ward in their big jungle, so he is getting a little bit more farm than what Avulus would want to give him. But the thing is that Avulus are so fast to move around that you are gonna be quite spooked even when you do have the vision.
What is the timing Smiling Knight's looking for this game? Like you're in an orb of corrosion, an item that I'm actually seeing rise in popularity. Not a lot of players have been deciding to pick this one up because it costs quite a lot. It only gives you a slight upgrade, but what is the timing Smiling Knight's looking for? Just the next item and go?
Well, considering that he wants a Maelstrom without the Gleipnir, I would assume that before he gets his shard, he's not going to be coming. He's just going to be joining the fights when he sees that he can get there pretty fast, rather than just looking to battle.
Anti-mage gameplay.
Yeah, similar to that.
So we get the chains out on Panda. Panda down a half HP. Doesn't get the LSA, but Ember with that 80 rune. Mary's going to take a chunk from this hit.
Dire's middle tower.
He does have the 80 rune.
No real damage items on Stormstormer yet, but that does hit for 160 damage, plus the slight bonus.
Oh man, Avulus are getting away with literally playing the laning phase 12 minutes into the game, very deep into enemy territory. They're just taking away all of the farm. This is just slowly increasing the gold lead. And I don't know what you do. You have to utilize the Nyx Assassin. He finally got his level 6, so XS Vampire, you need to be playing with the Dawnbreaker or the Lina. Those are your two heroes.
So, Lich was looking for his level 6, but looks like he's going to get deprived of that. He needed 14 experience to be able to get that. Now he's still going to be level 5 the moment he respawns. Another good stun from Eki. Long range onto the Dawnbreaker, and Panda just can't get these LSAs to connect. However, Smiling Knight, he Primal Springs into the Carapace. Barely survives the Laguna Blade burst. Zaneko healing him up, and there's the Wukong's command placed down, but they're able to run away from it. Stormstormer getting a bit of extra EHP thanks to the armor. Nice 3-man chains coming out there too.
He's just annoying them so much. He had this illusion rune all the time, so he was never even close to dying on Stormstormer. That could have been a problem for the Monkey King. This is why you generally don't want to fight, but as you mentioned, Soneko on point with the life drain, understanding that it's not his life that is important. So yeah, now there's gonna be a Maelstrom on this Monkey King. He's gonna be farming even faster, and Dragon Esports, they didn't utilize the Nyx that well. We're again coming back to the situation where we've got a Nyx Assassin and just no push. These teams really need to learn that this hero.
They need to learn from Harry Freak.
Yeah, towers need to fall. Exactly. I have a billion Nyx games. Yeah, they.
You do have a billion Nyx games. That is true. That's why I can understand the frustration in your voice.
Yeah, but XS
Somebody
Vampire should
do
know.
something.
He should know about this, right? He has a billion Nyx games as well. Not gonna lie, we have fought over this hero many times.
Well, since you haven't played Nest of Thorns, there's also a voice line you can unlock called Somebody Do Something. So that could be pretty handy now for Dragon Esports Club. Harry has hit finally level 6, has Chain Frost.
Oh boy.
That's double wisdoms as well for Avulus. Nyx tried to steal it away, but Stormstormer was there before him.
He's gonna
That's
die.
going to be a Nyx Assassin dead as well. Solo kill, gold and experience, all for Stormstormer. And now he's back in with the Remnant, chaining up the Dawnbreaker. Frost Shield already used, and that leaves Infernal completely vulnerable. The Roar comes out, and he will be left his own devices.
Run, Mary.
Huh? Level 9 PA without a Battle Fury, trying to create something here from that follow-up, but what do you expect?
That is the thing. Before you have the Battle Fury, you're fine fighting. The thing is that you should have a Battle Fury 15 minutes in. When you get the Battle Fury, you want to start farming, obviously, because you're going to be wasting time if you're not hitting creeps. But at this moment, getting a kill for a PA would be very, very beneficial. The thing is, I just don't see it happening. The way that it happens is Nyx Assassin finds somebody, there's a Solar Guardian, Lina next to it, and that is how heroes go down. Without that combination, with this kind of a difference in the game already, you are not getting kills.
Eki already instantly places down the sentry, suspecting a move is happening because mid's pushed in, bottom is pushed in. It should be pretty obvious for Avulus that Dragons are trying to make a play happen in the top lane. Nexus Vampire just literally went under vision. Eki doesn't have an extra point of detection. No dust, no sentry. It looks like this Nyx Assassin's going to be able to run away. Maybe Lion loses his courier to this Nyx.
If I was XS Vampire, I'd be feeling like they know how I'm moving, like they can read my every move, because the Lion was literally following him for 20 seconds while his invis. But yeah, no.
You start to feel like they've got vision here. Yeah, they've got vision here as well. But where do they have all this vision? And there was actually a courier flying right above him which has the dust for Stormstormer. So that's going to make him easier to hunt down this Nyx Assassin whenever he runs into it.
So right now, when we look at Dragon Esports, we've already discussed kind of what their approach needs to be. Battle Fury PA, getting some pickoffs, that's the only thing you can do. On the side of Avulus, we are approaching a point where they're going to be wanting to walk into the Roche pit. They might even do it before he moves to the Radiant side. The thing is, you probably can do it anywhere, considering that you have all of your towers, so you're kind of free to choose. But the earlier the better would be the case in this game.
Feels like this Nyx Assassin Dagon is going to be a very distant dream. He has lined up. He's only got the diadem in his inventory. So we're going to be waiting for quite a lot of items for Dragon Esports Club until they feel comfortable enough to make plays happen. While Avulus has been farming the map, gaining control of the entire Dragon's area, building that 6,000 gold net worth lead thanks to that.
I'm surprised that a lot of the Nyx Assassins, especially now, do not have the Dagon cosmetic for their heroes. I know it has fallen out of favor at some point, and then people weren't really buying it because it did nothing for you. But you know, all of the old school OG players, they had the Nyx Assassin Dagon, even when it was not being used. And then, you know, you look at this new generation, nobody's really sporting it.
Blast of the past, right?
Yep. But I'm guessing a lot of the people that are new to Dota might not even know that it exists. Do you know about the
spam?
You know about the Chaos Knight armlet? You know about that one?
The what?
The Chaos Knight armlet that he has.
CK armlet. Oh yeah.
That's a cool cosmetic as well.
That is a pretty cool one.
Dire's middle tower
I still think one of my favorites is, even if it's not like an item cosmetic on a hero, it's just the Enigma Black Hole with the world and chasm.
Obviously, it's gonna be an Enigma when you when it's you.
That's really what sparked my interest in the hero. Was literally a cosmetic. That's when I started to play the hero more and more and more. You know, like, this sound effect is so satisfying. Yeah, the World Chasm artifact, to be exact.
Muha, get out, finish your Battle Fury. And he did finish it a couple of minutes ago, but yeah, he now he is not gonna be showing for, I would say, 10 minutes if you want to win. I don't think that the Battle Fury, that the BKB is gonna be enough. I'm thinking BKB and maybe a Nullifier, considering that there's a Pugna on the other side. You might need to have something along those lines.
Yeah, I feel like it's not a single item that the PA makes, but many items being created by the team. So maybe with Lina Ags combined with a BKB on PA, you do have a fighting chance. And actually a pretty good one too. So they need to get those two items online and time them around the same time they're finished to actually be able to play the map. While Shibe is going to go solo Roshan. Well, he's got Soneko to help him out, but Nyx Assassin is skulking about. Nexus Vampire is not too far away from the Roche pit.
Yeah, well,
Maxed out drum charges. Shibe's lifesteal off of Roshan. That's decent.
you shouldn't go there if you're an assassin. You can expect that the sentry is placed, and well, that's gonna be an easy grab. Considering that you're gonna have a Pugna behind you, the tier 2 pushes are coming. Oh boy.
Really quick Roshan kill, and here's the Excess Vampire found by Smiling Knight at Eki. It's the same sentry ward that revealed him before.
My poor guy.
I think he might have just honestly forgotten about it, that sentry is still there.
Yeah, he's getting bullied by the Monkey. I don't know if you noticed it, just how well he stopped the attack.
Holy Muha.
They found him.
It's just chasing him around.
Help is coming.
Around the Rosie. It will keep him alive for now, but Jibe's not done yet. Even with the roar already used, that haste rune and those drum charges, trying to get some damage dealt towards Infernal. Only able to get their way out as a squad. Creep wave is nearby the tower, though, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Avulus just decides to push that tower down.
Yep, it is time for them to push the tier 2s. That is how far ahead they are, and just this timing of theirs, it's perfect. The Aegis on the Beastmaster and having a Pugna, it's gonna be easy to take them down.
So somebody might be wondering, why does Beastmaster have a Grove Bow? But it's literally because of that drum amp. As in the top lane, smiling at an Eki, they will take a 2 versus 4, taking the Nyx Assassin down first, but will they make it out alive? I highly doubt that with the burst of this Lina, and Muha will get his first kill of the game at 19 minutes on the PA, but it does come at the cost of a tier 2 tower.
They didn't get out in time there. Pretty huge for a PA because now he's very, very close to a BKB. This is a big deal. We talked about it the late game of Dragon Esports. It is quite good.
Axe is about to get ready and just need one more for the PA as a roar is dropped right on top of the Lich. That's a solo kill for Shibe with 3 minutes still up on the Aegis. And Ember is also doing a bit of hunting here. Eki has stunned the Exus Vampire Nyx Assassin. Sentry's placed down. They'll see both of them. They'll take him down. But what can Stormstormer do? And does he have to back up? Well, there's the Monkey King bat on 2, stunning both the Nyx and the Dawnbreaker. Infernal trying to make a run for it, but chained up for just long enough that he cannot Celestial Hammer himself to safety.
Even if you know that it happened, it just doesn't feel natural that the enemies have your outpost 20 minutes into the game. And then you kill the Monkey King, suddenly he's closer to your base than you are, and you cannot escape. So it just goes to show how much of the map control Avulus have at the moment. And it's not only about how much they have claimed, but also they haven't lost a single tower. They still have so many TP access points. The Dragon Esports can't go anywhere on the map, and I don't see it changing in the near future.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, right? You've only got this amount of time to farm outside the base before Avulus is going to be on your high ground. And once those racks start falling, that means instant negative net worth from that lane's creeps. There's going to be more time spent and less gold gained.
They want to steal the Wisdom Rune. Okay, this might be the first successful move of Dragon Esports Club.
Nice Manta dodge there from the Ember Spirit and sets up the Selena for a kill. He sees the LSA coming in, Manta dodges it, and sets up for his allies to charge in from the side. The roar from the Beastmaster. And now they've also found Infernal on the old tier 2 location. So Neko just providing all of that vision, standing right next to him. All they need is one good chain, and that is what they have.
Eki is not even using the finger. There is no need. He's only used the one in this game. You have 18 kills. You're crushing your opponents, and you're not even using the one of the bigger bursting spells already in a high ground push. This is gonna be a little bit slower because of the Lich, but they're just way too damn strong.
Yeah, I mean, the moment that shield runs out, they've got a glyph to use, but that tower will start to drop
The careers
further and further.
That's a Sanji that died. That is actually a pretty big deal. Monkey King is not going to be nearly as tanky as he would like to be.
Sanjay Yasha would have been completed otherwise, just like Stormstormer, also holding on to the SNY.
Ooh, this is 22 minutes in. The class difference is really showing, right? In the previous series, we could see it, but that is like half a tier difference between Mouse and Nigma Galaxy. This is maybe a tier and a half difference between Avulus and Dragon Esports at the moment. At least that is what it seems like in Game 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Avulus has definitely shown themselves to be a strong contender for maybe even some of the top teams in the world. They've already played against some of those top teams. And in their own given, if you want to put them in a tier, rank them wherever you want to, I would put them really high in the bracket that they're playing in.
For sure. I mean, I thought there might have been a chance for them to get directly invited to this, considering their last performances. But I guess because they didn't qualify to the Dacha, that FISSURE didn't see it as something. Oh, Zibe, he's just too farmed.
Kind of hard to grab this Beastmaster, but he's going to blink in 6 seconds. They're going to smoke up and start chasing Dragon Esports Club as Stormstormer cuts their escape. Muha's going to have to pop his BKB here to try and at least survive, but Shibe is already on him, and he doesn't even get the chance to drop it. Double kill for Shibe, and onto Excess Vampire. They do have an idea where he is, and the gem on Stormstormer is where they see exactly his location.
Yep, they bought it
Felt
earlier.
like he was maybe outside of the range of the gem, but looks like it was just close enough for Stormstormer to still have tabs on him.
Yeah, the gem is 900 range. So,
900, yeah.
That's quite a lot. I usually the reference to everybody who's playing Dota should be tower is 700 range, and everybody knows just how much you have for a tower. And unfortunately, Infernal will go down as well. You're not getting out of this.
Yep, and that's a finger used, so stack number 2. Meanwhile, the rest of them pushing high ground. That is Saneko and Stormstormer. In between all of those is Shibe with the Beastmaster, looking to push in that bottom wave one more time. Smokes. No smokes actually on Avulus, and their shop is empty.
Well, at this point in the game, you don't really need the smoke. You're gonna have all the info in the world once the nighttime comes. If you have good vision, the smokes aren't really gonna be necessary for you.
Sure. But it is the same situation for Dragon Esports Club. That one lonely smoke is on the Lich, so if you want to make a play outside of your base, firstly, got to get that bottom wave pushed out, and then you've got one shot.
Did you see the 69 between the Pugna and the Lion? That was that was not something that you see too often.
Oh, poor Harry.
I have you. You're gonna laugh at my jokes all the time.
You're one of a kind. Next is Vampire. Oh, high ground position. There's the smoke, and it instantly pops, and Eki is the one who blinks in between everyone. He has created space just enough for his team to show up. That Lich ult eating a bit of a nuisance on Soneko, and Muha wants to target him, but a quick decrepify keeps him alive. Monkey King fighting on the left side, catching the Lina, but they didn't get the chains off.
He missed there on Stormstormer. He's laughing, but that was his mistake. So what happened is there was half a second before the chains were coming off cooldown, and the slide came back. So he used the slide, and he thought he was gonna have the chains, but just a little bit too early.
Oh, yeah. Hey, those things happen. For them, doesn't seem to really matter, considering how far ahead they are right now. But if they got that kill, there could have been another lane of racks. And maybe one step closer to ending the game. But they are still in full control. While Dragon Esports Club, I mean, have that Axe on Lina. You got the BKB on PA, but... Now it's starting to feel like it's not enough. I mean... Maybe you will say the same things you said in the previous game. They have the burst, and they're not getting to use the burst. Targets they're getting are basically just a blinking lion.
It is, I mean, it is a problem, but you still have a PA, so it's not only the burst from your magic damage, you're gonna have a physical damage burst as well. For that, you still need the nullifier really to do something, but the shard from the PA does elevate that damage quite high as well. So if you can kill 2 heroes, the chase can be on, right? You can overwhelm the fight. It is not out of the question. The problem is, of course, creeps are constantly gonna be shoving in the bottom lane. The enemies are gonna know exactly where you are, and if Avulus are ready, your burst is just not gonna work. So Dragon Esports, they need to find a way to shove out the bottom lane, which is what they did, and this is probably the best position for them to move around the map.
Yeah. However, Exodus Vampire spotted by Eki already. There's Stormstormer. Here's the Dawnbreaker ulti. They're able to turn for a quick kill. Potentially, Dragon
Monkey is
Esports
coming.
Club has a fighting chance for this, but Infernal can't get the Starbreaker to connect on Stormstormer. Smiling Knight will drop the hammer here, right on top of Mary. Pushes Infernal, and Lina all the way back, and Shibe solos Roshan for the second, well, I won't technically say second time, did most of the work last time around.
Stormstormer cutting him off.
In their hands, and he's really cutting them off. There's no escape. Infernal caught, and this Dawnbreaker's exit, well, it's not going to be into the base. It's going to be all the way to the fountain.
Avulus are just too fast. Right, you did lose the line, but the thing is that he took a hero with him, so Dragon Esports instantly, they do not feel confident staying there, and then you just have to run away. Also, I don't know if you're noticing, I really like that Avulus has Stormstormer in their ranks, because everybody on their cameras is super intense. He's the only one that's
Yep. Yeah, but that's a bit of his personality, right?
Yep.
Also, Smiling Knight. Is he smiling while he's standing in the middle of this battle? I mean, he gets saved. Force staffed away by Soneko. Mary's ulti did do a whole lot of work, but just missing on that prize, which is the kill. Saneko saving his ally as well. He's healing another and getting some benefit out of that in it, getting that Decrepify while channeling. Muha jumping in, gets deleted, and he is not buying back yet. Only if there's an opportunity, but that's Infernal caught with another set of chains. Still the Aegis on Shibe.
They can continue the push if they want to. Stormstormer is the one that is pushing because I guess you are a little bit afraid to get close with the other heroes, but now they're gonna do it.
Yeah, it's gonna be an easy close up there. Infernal takes a huge nuke from the Monkey King all the way back to the fountain, but with that Wukong's protecting their position, they'll be able to siege these buildings. However, not take them fully. That's gonna cost them the banner.
Nyx being back, they know there could be a big stun with the buyback of the PA, and you can lose a lot of the heroes. So they're just gonna take it easy until the Pugna heals everybody back up to full, so that Zibe, who is supposed to be the one frontlining, can actually do so.
Infernal throwing up the hammer, but Shibe is already in. Late mail or not, he doesn't really care. He can just fight straight into it, and that's Infernal gone. That is Lich dead as well with a dieback. Finger thrown into Lina's direction. He retaliates with a Laguna Blade. That Flame Cloak, scary. Muha also in the middle of everything. 500 HP to go, and this PA will drop. He does still have that buyback, but doesn't look like it's going to do any good because he doesn't have allies alive, as 4 of them are dead.
Yep, Dragon Esports Club, they gave it their best there, but the thing is that the only hero that they're gonna kill is the Lion. That is only if he overextends. The reason they're overextending right now, I can see that Avulus, they are having fun. This is not them playing at 100% seriousness. They feel that they cannot lose, and they're pretty much
There
right.
come the voice lines. There come the voice lines. They're not really seeing a proper challenge of a Dragon Esports Club, and they're feeling it. Smiling Knight. Yeah, you see a bit of a smirk on his face as well in the webcam. Like, yep. I feel like this is a walk in the park. Do one more fight though, with Panda in the middle of all of them. Now the Dawnbreaker ulti does connect onto Jibe, but they're not getting the damage out. They're only getting the control. And Avulus will clean them up. 3-4 down. Mary might be the one to survive, but the GGs have already been called. Smiling Knight, does he go for that last kill? Yes, he does. All right, that will seal the deal. 39-9 as Avulus takes game 1.
Yep, this was a real stomp. What we saw from Nigma Galaxy was an outclass, but this was through and stomp in every single part of the game. Even the laning stage where you were supposed to win for Dragon Esports Club, that didn't happen. Of course, you didn't get crushed in it, but you picked so that you would do much better than your opponents. When that didn't happen, we already kind of knew in what kind of direction this game was gonna go.
Yeah, a pretty clinical performance from Avulus. Nothing really taken away from Dragon Esports Club, but like you said, I think you can really see a bit of a skill level, at least in game number 1, because it was already, what were we saying? It was like 12 minutes in when they were already farming Dragon Esports Club's triangle and taking over the map fully without Dragons being able to contest. So that really showed quite a lot. A bit of a chink in the armor. I'll actually say, is there even an armor remaining? At least no plot armor for Dragon Esports Club, because it feels like it's just filled with holes.
Look at Eki. He died 7 times. He's pretty much the 90% or 80% of the kills of Dragon Esports, right? Because every single time that he saw an opportunity, he just blinked forward. And Castaneko was keeping his position back with the Pugna to heal everybody. He wasn't the target, and the only one you could kill was the Lion. And I mean, all power to them. They at least did bully him.
Yeah, a bit of a comparison as well in the end. You look at those stats, well, it doesn't really show how good of a player Muha can be, but Smiling Knight in a level of his own with this Monkey King, 16-1-15, 31 KDA with 1 death. So that's an excellent statistic to start the series off. And if this is what we're going to be witnessing, I don't think it's necessarily going to be a long one, Harry, because, you know, game 2 right behind the corner, but we'll just have to wait and see. I think it's a good moment to throw over to a break, Harry, and see if Dragon Esports Club still have it in them, or if Avulus is going to march on to the next round victorious.
Dark wave. Break it down. Dark wave. Break it down.